Hello. Asan na sila? Ayaw pa silang pumasok. Lina at magsiawit. Asan na sila? Huwag naman sana mangain si Lolo ngayon. Huwag ka naman sana Lolo mangain ngayon. Aray ko. Walang Diyos. 7 na yung Tamsak ko. Asan kayo? 7, wala naman kayo dyan. Hindi naman kayo napasok. Babait nyo naman. Nagtamsak lang kayo. Material girl. Tapos yung laptop mo. Ito pa yung mga studar. Sana kayo. Ito mo. Wow, naka-11 na agad ako na Tamsak. Sarap naman. Hindi naman sila pumasok. Ay, it's me, Malu. Malu, good morning. Mega love shoutout sa'yo, Malu. Naulan? Maulan ba? Baka kaya hindi sila makapasok, walang signal, ano. Naunahan mo sila ngayon, ah. Wala sigurong signal. Kaya hindi sila makapasok. Kumusta dyan sa inyo? Kumusta ang ulan? Di ba nabaha dyan sa inyo, Malu, pag naulan? Sayang yung aking live kahapon, nawala. Yes, maulan, mahina ang net. Oo nga siguro, kaya hindi ko rin nakikita ang nanay ko naka-online eh. Gawa siguro nga ng net, mahina. Eh, pa namang net niya ano, 'pag kumulog, naku, nawawala din. 'Pag kumulog, nawawala ang net ng nanay. 'Di ba 'yan, 16 agad yung Tamsak natin, dadalawa tayong nag-uusap. Parang may bagyo, 'di naman mamita affected ang baha. 'Pag ba may bagyo diyan maulan, hindi bumabaha sa inyo? Kasi merong lugar na ano, 'pag yung mabaha, kapag yung maulan, binabaha as in ano, buti naman at hindi apektado yan sa inyo kasi merong gano'n, eh. Pag yung naulan, nagkakaroon ng baha. Do'n sa may amin do'n gano'n. Dalawang bagyo, Sunny Puwersa, sus mio, keep safe sa lahat. Ay oo, keep safe kayo sa lahat. Naku po naman. Grabe, lalo maraming magkakasakit niyan. No? Pag ganyang bagyo. Kaya ingat-ingat ka pag kayo mamimili. Magdala ka ng payong. Pag ikaw ay mamimili, magdala ka ng payong, Malu. Baka kay madulas. Hinihintay niyo ba ako kagabi? Pagod na ako kagabi, tsaka nawala nga yung live ko kagabi. Sayang kasi yung kahapon, nakaano din ako. Hello, hello, John, how are you? Nakailang ano din ako kahapon. Nakailang oras din yun kahapon eh. Tapos nawala naman. Medyo mataas ang lugar ko kasi tapos may mga diki na dito. Edi maigi naman pala. Maigi naman kung gano'n. Dun sa mga ate, pag naulan, ay nako, baha. Siguro, kahit kaya doon sa amin doon, mga nag-uulan kaya sandali naman yung ha. Doon kaya sa amin doon, kaya nag-uulanan din. Di baga ako namalengke ngayon, baka natin nakapabaksin pa lang. Ay, oo. Kung may mga paninda ka naman, huwag ka na munang umalis ngayon. Nabagyo na ko, mamaya eh. Mabili ngayon ang mga tuyo na ulan eh, no? Siguro si Tess, kaya si Tess siguro hindi makaano, wala din signal. Yung pa naman nilang mga wifi nila ganun, yung mga kinuha nilang mga wifi, yun daw pag naulan at nakidlat at nakulog na wawala. Ano ba klaseng wifi yun? At ba't ganun? Na pag nakulog eh nawawala. Hindi na nga ako nakaano kagabi, ako'y nadismaya eh. Tsaka pagod din. Baka nga sila yung mga walang ano, mga walang internet. Kaya hindi sila makapasok. Ayan, 5 na pala tayo eh. Palaro nga tayo eh, kaya tayo lang dalawa, ikaw lang nandyan. Sige, Malu, hulaan mo. Sino may gawa ng bagyo? Hula-hula. Ayan, hula-hula tayo. Sino? Pagkakataon mo ng Malu, manalo. Wala kang kalaban ngayon. Mga walang signal ang kalaban mo. Ayan. Ay, hello, mega love shout out sa iyo, Margel. Good morning po. Yes, good morning to Margel. Mega love shout out sa iyo. Asan ang mama mo? Oo, nakapag-rest naman ako gabi. Sige, pasok-pasok kayo, tayo magge-games. Bago pumasok si Mamita, magge-games. Pasok kayo. Asan si mama mo, Margel? Kumusta ng lola mo? Sabi mo, kumusta ha? Sabi ko. May bago akong ano, napuntahan niyo na ba? Yung bagong sini ni Bubo. Nagbabike po. Nagbabike. Abo, nagpapasexy talaga. Ay, nasaan si si Mara? Nag-aaral ba? Nagma-module? Oo, sinabi mo pa. Sumasabay ang calamity sa pandemya ngayon. 'Di ba? Kaya ayan. Nagsisipi po sa taas. Sabi mo pumasok siya dito tayo magpapalaro. Dali. Nagpapalaro. Sabi mo magpapalaro si ninang niya. Ayan, 7 na tayo. Dali, sabi mo pumasok. Sandali lang, ha? Hindi pala kayo. Ay, Marjel, binigyan mo na ba si tita ng ganun? Nag-likes ka na ba, Marjel? Likes ka muna, ha? Likes tayo. Naku po, ayan. Na-mention ko na naman. Like ka, ha? Like ka muna. Ganyan muna. Wait tayo ng ating mga mga gamers. Ayan. Game na. Sabi mo pumasok si Marjel. Sabi mo shoutout si ninang niya. Ako'y nagluluto ng adobo at si Denise papasok sa trabaho. Walang ulam. At walang lasa ang aking adobo. Tinistikman mo nga. Tikman mga adobo ko, bakit ganito ang lasa? Hindi maintindihan. Hindi ko malasahan, hindi pa maglasa. Hindi pa, ano naman pa na konti. Tikman mo muna kung saan kulang. Tikman mo saan kulang. Luluto ako na adobo. Papasok si Denise. Abay, pasarapin ang adobo na. Hindi nga masarap. Hindi ko alam kung anong kulang. Pinapatikman ko sa kanya. Thank you, Marjel. Hindi ko alam kung anong kulang sa lahok, kung anong kulang sa asin. Tingnan natin. Anong kulang? Wala? Masarap? Parang lasa ko'y kulang ng asin. Hindi ba? Nag-toothbrush ka ba? Hi! Ayan na, hi! Hi, Bulate. Aba, may signal si Bulate. Hello, Bulate. Bulate, na ganyan ka na ba? May signal si Bulate. Hello, Bulate. Mega love shoutout sa'yo. Kumusta ang ulan dyan? Sabi ni Malu, maulan daw. Patingin kay Bundat. Oy, patingin daw kay Bundat. Ano naman wala kang bra? Ay. Wala daw siyang bra. Ayan si Bundat. Oh, ayan oh. Kakain na. May pasok tanghaling gumising. Ay magluto ng kanyang pagkain. Alam na may pasok siya. Ayan. O, nakita mo na, Tess. Nakita mo na si Bundat. Si Bundat na liit. Ayan. Tess, nagayaan ka na ba? Hi, SP. Mega love shout out sa'yo, SP. Shout out, SP. Tess, nagayaan ka na? SP, nagayaan ka na? May bumili, patingin uli. Hala, bakit kasi inaalis mo? Sana habang nagbebenta ka, hawak mo yung ano. Gusto na, SP? Nasaan ang mama mo? O, dali na. Nasaan na? Ilan na tayo? Magpapalaro na ba tayo? Ilan ba tayo? Aanim pa kayo dyan. Aanim, tatlo lang tayo nag-uusap. Opo. Musta naman si Tep-Tep? O ba si Tep-Tep? Si Jason.
Hello.
Hello, what's that? Ito na ang aking mabait na asawa. Bumili siya ng patatas. Ba't kaya wala ang nanay? Papatayin ko na to. Sige ka, patingin. Aba, hi kuya dyan. Hi kuya dyan daw. Ayaw nga, wala daw siyang bra. Ayaw pakita. Wala daw siyang bra. Bakit anim pa rin tayo pumasok na si SP? Come on, pasok-pasok kayo. Asa na sila, paano kayo magpapalaro niyan? Ilan lang kayo. Patingin ka nga kasi papatayin ni Tita Tess ang ayan o. O ayan, sabihin mo lang. Hello.
Hi, Tita Tess.
O, ayun. O, ayun daw. Hi, Tita Tess daw. O, nakita mo na ba? Nakita mo na ba, Tisya? Hinay ka na niya Ayan, bumaba pa tayo. Naging 5 uli. Tumakas na naman yan si Tisya. May bumili tapos inalis yung kanyang Ay, mabuti naman. Naku po, ayan na, may manunood na. Patay, hindi na tayo tuloy. May manunood na. Tulog pa. Andiyan si Tita Malu mo Hindi mo kinumusta si Tita Malu. Kilala mo ba yon si Malu? Kapatid siya ng Kuya Jose. Andiyan siya. Mamaya pa ang pasok niya. Hindi ba kilala yon si Malu? Ano lasa? Masarap?
Sarap.
Malu si SP, asawa ni Jason. Baka hindi mo pa siya kilala. Anong oras na ba dyan? Natulog pa sila? Anong oras na dyan? Natulog pa sila? Nako, nawala na si SP ng load. Wala pa kayo. Ay, load lang itong batang are. Yan naman itong mga to. Hindi pa kami nakikita nita sa personal kasi ayan. Uy, shout out mo. Shout out daw SP, sabi ng iyong Tita Malu. Ayan. Shout out daw naman Malu, sabi ni SP. May anak na sila, yung isa dun sa anak nila yun, yung may naliligo sa yun ang anak nila. Yun ang anak nila, Malu. Ewan ko lang si JJ kung makakabuo. Sarap naman ang niluluto ni Bundat. Anong niluluto? Ako ang nagluto. Ewan ko lang si JJ kung makakabuo. Bakit ganito? Anong niluluto? Ako ang nagluto. Ba't ganito? Oo, tititis. Tayo mawala sound. Ay, ano ba yan? Nangyari na. Sarap naman ang niluluto ni Bundat. Anong niluluto? Ako ang nagluto. Eh bakit naririnig si Tess? Bakit pwede pala yun si Tess marinig? Tess, bakit pwede ka marinig? Ano ba ito pinagagawa ko dito? Tess, bakit pwede kayo marinig? Pwede ko pala kayo marinig. Sige, magsalita nga kayo. Ay, narinig. Ha?
Ikaw yun eh.
Ako ba yun? Ako. Anong niluluto? Ako nagluto. Hindi, si Tess yun.
Bawal yung marinig.
Ha? So, hindi siya, ako yung nakasalita. Ay, ay, nako. Oh, ayan. Bakit late ang aking dito? Late ang ko dyan sa laptop. Ko, yung nagsasalita. Ako ba nga ba? Sabi ko, ay, narinig ko pala salita ni Tita Tess. Sabi ni Denise, ikaw yung nagsasalita. Ay, nako. Pag talaga tatanga-tanga si mamita nyo, hala, nandiyan na si Isyo. Huwag siya makapunta-punta dito. Wala siyang passport. Hi po, tita. Hi po daw, tita. Hi po, tita Tess. Hi po daw, tita. Sabi ni SP kay tita Tess at kay tita Malunia. Hi po daw. Dali mo, timpla lang muna ang kape o kaya alis dyan. Okay. Ayan. Pag ako umaalis, kayo magkwentuhan para hindi kayo naiinip. Hi, Lorraine! Mega love shoutout sa'yo, Lorraine. How are you, Lorraine? Ayan. Mega love shoutout. Ayan. Guys, meron nakikipag-barter sa akin para mabilis yung ating 10. Bibigyan niya ako ng 10 banana. So, kailangan ko din mag-return ng 10. So, Ready ba kayo, ha? Pag kailangan ko kayo dyan, ha? Standby lang kayo. May message ko kayo doon, ha? Para tayo ay umusad na at nang madami na kayo mapanalunan. Lorraine, magme-message nga pala ako sa'yo. Meron tayong business. Ilan na tayo? Aba, ilan na tayo? Papalaro na ba tayo? Just message us, ate. Oo, sige. Oo. Mm-mm. Meron akong nakausap, ganun pala ang larangan sa larangan ng YouTubera. Oo. So, ganun pala. So, para pala tayo madali, kailangan makikipag-barter. Ako, halimbawa, kahanap ako ng 10 na magbibigay sa akin ng banana, tapos babalikan ko din sila ng 10. So, kayo yung mga alagad ko, kayo ang magbabalik, ha? Ayan, para tayo usad-usad na. Ayan, 9 na tayo. Mag-agaw na kayo ng cellphone sa nadaan. Ay, mag-agaw na kayo ng cellphone sa nadaan at nang tayo sumampa na sa 10. Ayan, Ate Tess, anong lagay ba? Gusto mo? Ang lagay ba naman ganun-ganun na lang. Aba, tamo to si Tess. Kailangan naman siyempre hindi pa naitlog yung manok. Paitlogin muna natin yung manok, di ba? Ate Tess, anong lagay ba gusto mo? Tulingan. Tulingan. Ayan, kanina 9 na. Bumaba ulit tayo sa 7. Lalagyan na sana ang barko eh. So, yan. So, ganun daw yun. Para daw lumago, kailangan makikipagbartiran. Yung pala yung ganun pala yung ginagawa ng iba. So, nakikipagbartiran. Kaya kayong aking mga taga-ayuda, ha? Lalo na pag tayo na-monetize na ni Lolo, ayan, kailangan ko kayo dyan. Ayan. So, pipili ako sa inyo ng mga 10. Yung 10 talagang susuporta talaga sa akin. Ayan. Yung 10 na yun na anytime na pag nag-message ako, andyan kayo. Ayun. So, meron kayong kay Mamita. Okay? Trip to Busan daw. Tulingan lang pala. Mahina nila lang ka, ate. Ayan, 9 na tayo. Mag-agaw kayo ng cellphone. Lorraine, agawin mo cellphone ng mami mo. Nasaan na bang nanay? Ayan, 10 na tayo. Ahoo! Dagdagan naman natin yung 10 na yan. Baka naman pwedeng gawin natin yung mga 15 man lang. Teka, agaw ko CP. Oo, agaw kayo ng CP. Ayan, 10 na tayo. Dagdagan nyo na. Dagdagan nyo na yung 10 natin. Para naman mag-level up naman tayo, hindi yung puro 10. Gawin natin mga 15. Agaw-agaw kayo ng cellphone. Dali. Kita, mawawalan ako ng load. Ay, patay. Mawawalan na ng load si SP. Dapat pala SP, pag yung nag-i-start na, sige na SP, exit ka na. Salamat, ha? Next time, pag yung nasa pag yung marami ng pamasok, ikaw ang panaksak. Load pa lang palang gamit mo, ha? Oo nga, kawawa naman si SP. Ayan, hindi pa nag-umpisa ang laro. Wala na yung kanyang load. Ano ba yan? Di bali SP, mali mo kayo ulit, manalo ka ulit sa raffle natin. O, di ba? Agaw cellphone gang. Nag-agaw ka nga, umalis ka naman. Di ganun din. Ayan, naging 9 pa ang bilang. 10 na, oo, 10 na. Gawin. 10 na nga. Gawin nating mga 50 naman. Mag-level up naman tayo dun sa 10 natin. Gawin naman natin 15 at least. Hindi di sana 11 na yan. Kung hindi ka umalis, natutulog pang may... Wala pa rin sila, Marlene. Yung mga estudyante ko, wala pa yung mga hindi na absent. Yung mga sumusulpot pala, absent yan eh. Katulad ni Wawi, ayan, absent yan ng absent. Marlene, o tawagin na yung mga yung mga bibigyan ng honor. Baka may bumaba. Bumaba na si SP kasi daw ay mawala na siya ng load. Kawawa naman. Bebe. Oo, bumaba si SP kasi load lang siya eh. Kaya ayan. Giselle, oo nga, wala pa sila. Si Giselle daw ay nagbabike. Ayan, wala na rin si Malu. Ayan, pa-level naman tayo ng hindi lang yung 10. Pa-level up naman tayo ngayon ng 15. Ayan, habang di ba? Lume-level up tayo eh. Kasi ayan, 5 na tayo, 570 na tayo. O, di ba malapit na natin ma-reach yung Ayan, nagbaba na uli ng 7. Asan na ba si Manang Glory? Tapos nakawin mo kasi yung cellphone ni Bert. Itambay mo lang. Upo kayo naman upo sa gilid. Aba, wag mo nang bumaba. Oo nga. Ay, andito pa pala siya. Okay lang, tita. Andiyan pa pala sinong bumaba? Sinong umalis? Andiyan pa si SP, oh. Pasok kayo. Kayo naman ang mananalo eh. Ha, oo nga. Ayaw niyo.
Look up when you go for crabbing.
Ha?
I'm going crabbing.
You're going for crabbing?
Yeah.
Okay. Magka-crabs daw si Jan. Sarap-sarap naman. Busog-busog na naman kami nito. O, dali na. Abay, paano ba tayo magsisimula? Ilan lang tayo. Dali, agaw-agaw kayo ng cellphone. Paabutin nyo ng 15 at nang tayo makapagsimula na. Abot na abot ng cellphone. Nang tayo makapagsimula na. Abo, sigurado ka. Ay, na pala si Mudra. Good morning po. Ayan, good morning. Mega love shoutout sa'yo, Mudra. Oh, andyan na pala si Mudra. Bakit bumaba pa tayo? Bakit bumaba pa tayo? Andyan na si Mudra. Buti may signal kayo na. Ang lakas daw ng ulan. SP, mapanalunan nyo lang naman 200. Dagdag na sa birthday. Mega love shout out sa'yo, Mudra. Mudra, buksan mo yung isa. Para mag-level up tayo na. Ayan, para mag-level up na tayo. Ba't nawawala yung ko? Kapit tayo, Nay. Kapit daw kayo, sabi ni Malu. Malakas daw ang ulan doon kila Malu. Hoy, kape daw kayo, kape. Sabi ni Malu. Ayan, magkape daw kayo, magkape. Hi, mood, sabi ni Tess. Ano yun? Hi, moods. Hi, Mudra, sabi ni Tess. Ayan. Sabi ni Tess, Mudra daw. Mudra. Ano, wala na ba idadagdag? Dali na, dagdagan niyo yan. At nang tayo makapag-umpisa na. Mag-agaw kayo ng cellphone. Manghiram lang kayo, sabihin nyo, emergency, may ite-text kayo. Sabihin nyo, may ite-text lang ako. Pahiram nga ng cellphone, may ite-text lang ako. Oh. Bakit ba tayo nababa? Wapakels. Ano yung wapakels? Kapit tayo, Nay. Ano yan? Maya-maya pa Malu, unahin ko muna 'tong live na 'to. Oo, mga na-touch naman ako dun sa sinabi ng nanay ko. Kita niyo yung nanay ko kung gaano siya ka-supportive sa akin, 'di ba? Kahit hindi siya makapagkape, masamahan lang niya ako dito. Kaya ng nanay, 'di ba? Suportado ang anak. Wapakels daw. Ano yung wapakels? Pwede din isabay na kape. Oo nga naman, pwede nga namang isabay din ang kape. Kayo nga naman habang kayo nagtamo si Maluo, kahit may nabili sinasabay niya. Bakit bumaba na naman tayo, Lorraine? Nasaan ka? Paano tayo mag-start? Guys, paano tayo mag-start? Ayan, 10 na uli. Type lang kayo dyan, ha? Babalik ako at hahanapin ko yung aking tanong. Ano muna kahit maghahanap ako ng tanong. Ayan, 11 na tayo. Huhu. Ayan, 11. Make it 15. Ayan, 11 na tayo. Agaw-agaw kayo ng cellphone dyan. At pag kayo nahuli, don't worry, tutubusin ko kayo. Andito ako sa laptop. Hina kasi ng net. Nandyan. Jelly-jelly lang. Ayan, galing. Ayan, 11 na tayo, Lorraine. 4 pa. 4 pa at magsimula na tayo. 4 pa tayo magsisimula na. Dali, nasa na si Bulati, sila Garapon. Maulan ba dyan, Nay? Sa amin, dilim ng langit plus may kulog. Madilim daw dun kila ano. Tap-tap mo na kayo, ha? Ayan. Saan na kayo? Ayan, pag ako'y naalis, magkukwentuhan kayo dyan para pag may pumapasok ko, hindi sila walang tao, di ba? Tapos magbababa kayo kuno-kuno ng mga bahay nyo, papaakit ba? Ganon. Ganon sila, ganon. Kaya, alam na. So, sana pumapasok si mamita niya para makakuha tayo ng mga technique. Para tayo ay umusad daw. Ayan. So, asa na? Mainit dito, matutuyo ng mga sampay ko. Ang bilis mo matuyo ng sampay mo, Lorraine. Eh, sabi ng nanay na ulan, mainit nga dyan. Hala, pag nag-brown out sa amin, paktay na. Diyan ako nadadayo at makikisampay. Game na, tita. Wala pa nga eh, kukonti pa nga eh. Ilan lang kayo, 4. Bumaba ka muna, maya-maya ka bumalik. Para hindi ka maubusan ng baka mahalata ako nung may-ari ng wifi. Ayan na nga sinasabi. Nakaw-nakaw na wifi. Ayan, sige lang. Tago-tago ka. Ganun-ganun, oh. Ayan, 12 na tayo. 12 na tayo. 3 na lang. Mag-start na tayo. Ayan, 30 na. Oh, sarap-sarap naman. 30 na tayo. Ayan, 30 na tayo. 2 na lang. Dalawa na lang. Start na. Ay, bumaba pa yung isa. Nakakainis. Nag-30 na nga eh. Okay, ilan na kayo dyan? Ay, nakakatamad naman magpalaro ng ilan lang kayo. Ang nanay, si Malu, si SP, si Lorraine. Walang nakakatamad naman yung laro na ganun. Masaya. Asan na ba sila, sila Samantha? Mamaya-maya, tente. Magkwentuhan muna tayo dyan. SP, baba ka muna para hindi ka mabusan ng load. Mamaya ka pumasok. Okay yan, para change. Oo nga. Dumating na ba na yung Okay yan, para mag-chance. Oo nga, para may mag-chance, no? Ay, aapat kayo eh. Maganda yung yung at least mga 6 man lang kayo, di ba? Mga 6 lang kayo. Game na. Ayan, game na daw, sabi ni Loren. Samantha Silagan. Oo, kasi sila mga present kasi sila, di ba? So, sali at, ayan na, 14 na tayo. Sarap. Shout out sa ating 14 viewers. Pasok kasi kayo para tayo makapag-start na. At kayo makakalimot ng Tamsak. Ayan, 14 na tayo. Talaga ako hinahamon. Isa na lang. Di ba sabi ko, pag tayo nag-15, no, isa na lang. Kahit 4 na kayo dyan. O, dali, isa na lang. Si Giselle ay meron na sa aking nasaan na ba yung aking mga listahan dito? Ba tayo magkalimutan? May mga patago na sa akin, si Giselle, 25, si Samantha, 25, si Cyrus. Ay, inaibigay niyo na nga yung kay Cyrus. Naandyan lang naman kayo sa tuwaran. Pasopas ka na, mamita. Kaandan na barko. Ay, oo. Papasopas talaga si mamita. Ayan, 40 na tayo. Isa na lang. At under na tayo. At hindi lang barko na ngayon, Lorraine. Di ba barko dati? Lume-level up na tayo sa 15. Sasakay na tayo sa hindi na barko. Sasakay na tayo sa Pajero. Ay, hindi pala. Mas mababa pala yung Pajero. Sasakay na tayo sa cable car. Ayan, isa na lamang. Ay, bumaba pa. Ayan. O sa yate, oo, sa yate, ayan. So, stay put lang kayo dyan. At sa Christmas, magkapaparty si Christmas. Si Mamita sa kanyang mga supporters. Ayan, at dun sa mga malalayo. Ayan, i-gcash na lang natin yung inyong share. Ayan. Cruise a ship na, ayan. Bala ko sana magbigyan kayo ng t-shirt. Gusto niyo ba t-shirt? Pa-Christmas ko sa inyo. Yung may tatak na Mamita and Bubu Vlogs. O, diba? Ayan. Lume-level up na tayo eh. Kainis naman yan, 40 na nga, ngayon nag-11 ulit tayo. Ang may pondo sa akin si Giselle, 25, si Samantha, 25, si Cyrus, 150, and si Marichu, yung kumari ko, 50 kay Marichu, ang kanyang pondo. Si Dongski ay 150, ayan. Napakibigay nyo na yung kay Cyrus, ha, na 150. Huwag na niya ipondo, need niya yun. Ayan. So, ito yung mga may pondo kay Mamita. Kasi sabi nila, i-ano daw, sige, tanong ka, hanap ka ng mag-ano, Lorraine. Ano daw, yung ipondo daw muna yun sa kanya. Ayan. Pag doon siya naka 500, saka ako daw iset. Ayan. Saka ako daw ipadala sa kanya. Ayan. May mag-download nga na kayo ng GCash. Alam niyo ba yun, yung GCash? Ayan, ito yung mga ano. Okay. Game na ba? Game na ba kayo? Nasaan na si Bulate? Nakakasiman to si Bulate. Bakit kasi nalabas eh? Bulate, come back here. Alam niyo ba kahapon nangyari pala sa live ko, makwento ko, kaya pala nawala. Naiinis dyan kasi daw hinahina daw ng internet. Pinatay niya yung internet. So, nung pinatay niya yung internet, di natural, nawalan tayo ng signal. So, pagdating ko talaga, pag-argue talaga ako sa kanya. Sabi ko, bakit nawala, hindi daw niya pinakikialman. I did not touch anything. Never. I did not touch your computer. I just reset the internet because it's very, very slow. And I said, yes, sabi ko. Pinatay mo ang internet, kaya nawalan din ako ng signal, pero ini-insist niya na hindi daw niya inaano yung computer ko, hindi daw niya pinapakialaman. At inilawan pa niya. Hindi niya na-realize na wala na. Ay, Diyos me. Ako pa nagkaroon ng utang na loob. Alam ko, bilihan ng murang t-shirt, pero quality. O, yun pala, mura-mura lang tayo kasi hindi pa naman tayo money, di ba? Naku po, walang matitira dyan sa GCash na yan. Ayaw nga, wag na lang. Wag na lang kayo mag-GCash, wala nga matitira pag sa inyo. Ayan. Kaya wag na lang, ayan. Sige nga, Loren, try mo, tanong mo ako magkano. Makapagpa-Christmas nga ng Dula sa mga active dula sa mga kung lahat kayo bibigyan ko sa 300. Ilan na tayo? 370. Aba. Kaso si Tep-Tep nagwawala na tita. Ay, bumaba ka na. Sige mo na si Tep-Tep wala pa. Okay, type na nga kayo ng game na. Sige na, game na makasali na si SP. Game na, type ng game. Type ng game para makapag-start na tayo. Magkano ba kay Cyrus? 150 na Inay, 150 kay Cyrus. Okay? Ilista nyo sa akin. Nay, 150 kay Cyrus ang ibibigay ninyo. Pakilista ha, pakilista lang po. Ayan. Huwag nyo kasi huwag nyo ihalo ito na dun sa ilista nyo to kasi meron tayong pondo dito, may sponsor tayo dito Game. Ayan, si Lorraine pa lang at si Wawi ang nag-game. Siya pa lang ang may gusto magpalaro. So, sila lang dalawa daw ang sasali. Type ng game kung ready na kayo. Kanina mga atat na atat ngayon ayaw mga magsipag-type ng game. Ayun, game na si Malu. Ayan, pagkakataon niyo nang manalo. Game. Sige. Ayan, SP, adya ka pa ba? Okay, tanong. Ayan, tanong. Kasi naman, apat lang tayo Pwede bang 20-20 na lang muna? Apat lang naman tayo. 20-20 kayo dyan. Hindi ipondo nyo, di ba? 20-20 ha. Apat lang kayo lugi tayo, lugi. Okay, 20-20. Sa halagang 20, ano ang paboritong kanta ni Jan? Ayan. Oo. Nabagal ba internet ko? Oo, nabagal. Ako din nabagal. Ay nga, bumaba na nga tayo. Ayaw ng 20, nag-alisan. Abay, apat lang kayo eh. Napatawa naman ako. Ayaw ng 20 o nag-alisan, naging 8. Mabagal. Ako din hindi mabagal. Ayan, pati kahit sa akin, Lorraine. 20 kaya, mabagal. Ay, pag napondo nyo yan, ano ka? Eh, kung palagi tayo magpapalaro, ay di may popondo nyo. Ano yan? 20? Pusong bato? Mali. Ay, dapat meron akong meron akong timer. Ayan, wala pa yung taga-timer ko. Ay, oo nga, sa akin din. Oh, kaya siguro tayo nababa. Eh, bakit naman pati ako apektado ng internet nyo? Ay, nawawala kayo. Ganun. Nawawala kayo. Kaya pati sa akin, bumababa kayo. O, yan, sandali. At may, tampers ha. Kasi, nawawala. Di ko nadinig ang tanong, tampers. Tampers na. Tayo sa 2020. Ang tanong, yan tumaas na ba? O biglang nag-9 na uli. Ano question? Yan, loading na. Ano question? Yan, loading na naman. Ang tanong, naglo-loading bigla. Sinisipa ta. Oo nga, sinisip. Ay, oo nga, Lorraine, tama ka. Nagagalit si Whitey kasi nagbibigay ako na. Sinisipa kayo ni Whitey. Sabi ni Whitey, itong mga to, lagi na lang naandito, talagang tumato, lagi nakasuporta dito sa babaeng ayaw matulog. Pambihira. Ang tanong, ano ang paboritong kanta ni Jan? Ayan. Pag kayo tumama, kasali din kayo, di iipunin nyo, mali nyo, makaipon kayo ng 100, 200, di ba? O, pambili ninyo ng sa Christmas sa Pasko. Malay nyo sa everyday, maka 20-20 kayo. Eh di bago dumating ang 10, meron na kayong pang dyan. Ay, may tumama na. Ayan, may tumama na. Hindi, may tumama na. Sandali. Sandali, may tumama na. Nasaan? Nakita ko. Nasaan? Ano question? Hindi, game, no? Naglo-loading bigla, sinisipa tayo ni Whitey. Oo nga, Lorraine, pambihira. Gloria, ayan, ang nanay ang tumama, sailing. Okay, Gloria, ililista kong 20 mo dito. Ayan. Pag kayo ni tumama, okay lang yan kasi, ano naman ito, sponsor naman ito. Ipunin natin, mali nyo sa pa 20-20 eh. Maipon kayo ng 300 bago magpasko, di ba? Sige, laro ulit. Opo, ayan. SP, ba't hindi ka nawawala ba? Nawawala, SP? Nawawala ka? Hindi ka makala. Late ba ako? SP, late ba? Sabihin nyo nga, late ba? Late ba? Ayan, ang tumama is ang nanay. Ayan. Ano, late ba? Bakit nawawala? Ba't nawawala? Ayaw talaga sabihin. Ay, dapat pala, kakunti lang kayo. Dapat pala, sa malaki. Tapos pag marami, ay hindi, sa akin din, nagbiblink yung ko. Dali nga. Nagbiblink din yung aking naggaganon. Baka naman naaarawan, sandali. Nagbiblink din sa akin. Nawawala kami, naglo-loading talaga kami. Sinisipa kayo ni Whitey. Sinisipa kayo ni Whitey. Oo, laro ulit. Sandali nga, nawawala sila eh. Sandali. Sandali, nawawala sila. Palaro ko na yung panalo. Sandali, nawawala sila eh. Excited makaipon ang Tianggors. Oo nga. Sandali, nawawala sila eh. Hindi sila makapasok. Okay, ayaw na ng nanay ng 20. Hindi na raw niya kukunin. Hindi niya na ba kukunin? Dadagdag na natin. So, yung magiging 20, magiging 40. Ayan, kukunin niyo pa ba? Kukunin niyo pa ba yung 20? Sagot-sagot. Hindi daw. So, hindi na daw kukunin ng nanay ang kanyang 20. So, burahin natin si Gloria Kapunpon. So, ang atin, idadagdag natin yung ating 20 sa another 20. So, you will, bakit nga na ganun? Ako yata. Nagpapaalam ng aking computer. Ay, bakit nagpapaalam ka na? Nagpapaalam ng aking computer. Ayan. Kailangan ko na raw ng bago. Ayan. So, yung ating 20 magiging 40. Oh, sarap naman. Naka-40 kayo. Okay. Ang tanong. Ready na ba kayo? Ba't kasi nawawala kayo eh? Dali nga. Nasaan may aking timer? Dapat may timer. Gawin na bakit yung timer? Ay, mahina ang internet ko. Ako mahina. Mahina internet ko, mahina. Mahina pala internet ko. Ang internet ko din mahina. Ang tanong, game na. Type kayo ng game. Sandali, maglalagay tayo ng timer. Paano ba to? Sandali, paano ko saan ba yung timer? Sa watch ba yun? Watch. Saan ba makikita ang timer? Ay, hindi sa watch eh. Sandali. Sandali, atin muna pahanap kayo din sa timer. Nalobat pa. Nalobat pa yung pan-timer ko. Ayan, nalobat pa yung pan-timer ko. Ano ba yan? So na. Lorraine, mag-converts ka na kasi. Hindi. Palaro mo na ulit. Game na. Mag-worship muna ako today is Lord. Haba, happy Sunday. Mga guys, tama sagot ko. Palaro ko ulit. Tingnan ko lang kung gumagana pa ang utak ko. Titingnan daw niya kung gumagana pa ang kanyang utak. Ayan. Okay. Sino pa nandyan? Okay, game na. Type ng game. Ganang-gana yan. Okay, dadalawa na lang kayo. Kayo na lang ng nanay ang naandyan. Okay. Ayan, nandiyan pa pala si Malu. O, ayan, game na. O, ayan, pagkakataon nyo na. 40 pesos. Ayan, kasi hindi na kukuhanin ng nanay. So, for 40 pesos, hulaan. Hulaan. Ano ang brand ng makeup ni Mamita? O, ayan. Ano ang makeup ni Mamita? For 40 pesos. Nasaan na ang aking Sandali, magta-time off. 2 minutes ha. Game. Okay, wag na yung, ano ang pangalan ng makeup ni Mamita? Avon, mali. Sandali, nasaan na? MAC? Ano yung MAC? MAC, mali. Avon, mali. Bilena. Mali. L'Oreal, mali. Layo. Mali. Vice Ganda. Ano yung may makeup ba si Vice Ganda? Maybelline, mali. Makeup ni Mamita? Okay, 30 seconds. 30 seconds for halagang 40 pesos. Oh, walang clue. Alam niyo yan. Makeup alam niyo yan, mga natin. Dami-dami mga Walang clue. Di ka nga pala nagme-makeup. Panalo uli ang nanay ko, guys. Araw-araw niyo akong nakikita. Lorraine, Malu, araw-araw niyo akong nakikita. Araw-araw akong nagla-live. Nakita niyo ba ako naka-makeup? Hindi yan makeup. Walang makeup si Mamita. Si Mamita hindi po nagme-makeup. Si Mamita hindi po nagme-makeup. Mother's knows besa. Naghanap ang utak ko. Si Mamita po ay hindi nagme-makeup. Hindi po siya nagme-makeup. Hindi po din siya nagaganon. Natural po yan ni Mamita. Laro ulit. Hala! Palaki ang nanay ang gulo. So, yung ating 40 magiging 60 na uli. Ay, ang sarap. Wag na kayo hula. Pag ito nahulaan nyo, magiging 120 to. Makapunta mo ng sa Tianggore para ako sasagot. Ayan. So, yung ating 40 naging 60. Wag na kayo sasagot. Kasi pag nahulaan nyo pa rin magiging 80. Okay. So, sa halagang 60. Si Mamita hindi nagme-makeup. Mag-observe kasi kayo. Ayan. Okay, ready na ba kayo sa halagang 60 pesos? 60 pesos tayo dyan. Type ng game kung ready na kayo. Hello sa ating 13 million viewers. Baka gusto niyo po sumali sa aming hula hoop. Ayan. Type ng game. Kung pwede, kung gusto niyo ulit maglaro, game na. Okay, talagang tatatlo kayo. Apa-apat si Wawi. Okay, 60. For 60 pesos. Game na, okay. For 60 pesos, ano ang paboritong cartoons ni Bubu? Ayan. Hindi niya rin alam ng nanay yan. Kasi malaki na si Bubu ngayon eh. Ano ang paboritong ni Bubu? Okay? Oh, sa halagang dapat antayin niyo muna ako magsalita ng game ha bago kayo mag-type. Okay. Game. Boss, ano yung boss baby? Kukumelan, mali. Ano yung mga boss baby na? Sandali, nasa clock ko. Timer. Ano nga ba tayo? 2 minutes lang tayo ha. Start. O, ayan. O, start tayo ha. Ayan, 2 minutes. O, 2 minutes lang. Sige, type lang kayo sa kakupanin pag naubos ang ating 2 minutes. Cocomelon, mali. Ha. Mali si Cocomelon. Ano ito? SpongeBob, mali. SpongeBob, mali. Ay, pahirapan to. Pahirapan to. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Ayan. SpongeBob, mali. Mali si SpongeBob. Ano ang paboritong cartoons ni Bubu? Nako, araw-araw si Bubu ay nanonood, lalo na pag naandito. Ipapahula ko pa naman sana ito sa ano natin. Eh di bali kung mahulaan nyo ngayon, may dalawa pa naman sagot. Tom and Jerry? Mali. Ano ba yung Tom and Jerry? Mali. Mickey Mouse? Mali. Hindi nanonood si Bubu ng Mickey Mouse. Ayaw niya noon. 53 seconds. Wala ba nanalo? Wala ba yun? Ano ba yan? Ano ba yan? Ang hirap. Hoy! Ang dali. Ayan ang ating timer ha. Hindi ko kadinad. Saki Health. Malapit na kayo. Malapit yung na mahulaan. Ayan, malapit na mahulaan. 31, 30, 28. Come on. Hula. Aba, 60 pesos. 20 seconds, 18 seconds, 17 seconds, 16, 14 seconds, 13, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Times is up. Okay. Narinig nyo ha? Times is up. Okay, times is up. Okay. Wait, times. Ating hanapin ang mga sagot. Okay, for 60 pesos. Dali. It's SpongeBob, mali. SpongeBob, mali. Tom and Jerry, si Lorraine, mali. Mickey Mouse, si Lorraine, mali. Ano ba yan? Sabi ni Lorraine. Ang hira, sabi ni Lorraine. Saki Help, sabi ng nanay. Popeye, sabi ni Lorraine. Sabi ni Malu, malapit ka na Malu. Lorraine Natuto. Okay, ang tamang sagot ay buba. Diba? Hindi niya ba napanood yung yung isa niyang video na sinabi pa niya yung buba? Yon ang paboritong cartoons ni Bubu. Buba. Okay, buba. Yon ang kanyang, di ba meron siyang video doon na siya nasayaw ng ganon, yun ay si Buba. Buba ang kanyang paboritong cartoons. Malapit ka na sana, malapit ka na sana, Malu doon sa Blippi. Hindi si Blippi, si Buba, ang kanyang paborito. Ay nako, same ng bunso ko. Hindi mo dahulaan. Bakit hindi mo yun ang sinabi? Alam mo pala yun. Kasi mas gusto ni Bubu si Buba kaysa doon sa kay Blippi at saka kay SpongeBob. Tsaka meron pa sinasabi ng Pepe Beng Beng. Meron pa siyang gano'n, yung Bebe Beng Beng. Ayun. Ano ba yan? Hindi naman sikat yan. Sikat yan nasa Pilipinas, bubulang sikat. Oo nga. Ay, Malu, sabi mo pinapanood ng bunso mo. Oh, eh di sikat yan. Okay. Ayan, hindi nyo nahulaan. Okay. So, another. Oh, back to 60 ulit tayo. Ano ba, mahirapan ako nakatatanong dito. Maubusan ako ng tanong. Hindi ko kilala yung buba. Ay, Lorraine, i-search mo. Ano hindi mo kilala? Kilala mo si Buba. B-O-O-B-A. B-O-O-B-A. Ang kanyang ang kanyang, bago yon, hindi na yan sila Mickey Mouse, hindi na yan. Hindi na yan ang mga ang kilala ko, Bubo. ang kilala daw niya ay Bubu. Ayan. Okay, another 60 pesos. Ayun, tatatlo na lang kayo. Rupa may ginto, Buba. Ayun, hindi, Buba, B-O-O-B-A. Ayan. Ayun, tatatlo na kayo. Laki na ng pag-asa. O, dadalawa na nga lang kayo. Hindi nakasali ang nanay. O, bilisan ko na. Dadalawa na lang naman kayo eh. O, para hindi kasali, hindi makasali ang nanay. Okay, another 60 pesos. Bibilisan ko na ang paboritong. Ay, type muna pala kayo ng game. Type muna kayo ng game. Ayan, game. Aba, kasali ako. Ala, kasali ako, tapos pinamimigay naman ninyo. Ipinilalaro nyo. Para nga naman lumaki yung natin. Ayan, game. Okay, sa halaga 60 pesos. Ayan, game na raw. Ayan. Okay, sandali. Bago kayo magtatapi, hintayin nyo muna yung ko, ha? Sandali. Nasaan na uli yung clock? Ito. Okay, 2 minutes, ha? Okay. Ano ang paboritong para lumaki ang premyo? Okay. Ano ang paboritong pagkain ni Bobo? Ayan, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Ano ang paboritong pagkain ni Bobo? Ayan. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Ayan. 1 minute and 47 seconds, 1 minute and 44 seconds, 1 minute and 42 seconds. Hula-hula po kayo. Mamon, hindi. Cereal, hindi. Gumawa lang kami ng mamon. Lorraine, gumawa lang kami ng mamon. Mamon ka na dyan. Cereal, mali ang cereal. Mashed potato, mali. She really hate mashed potato. Egg, naku, oatmeal, mali ang oatmeal. Egg, naku, ang egg, mali. Allergy si Bubu sa egg. Ay, bakit ko sinabi? Dapat papahula ko pala yung cookies, mali. Milk, mali. Fruits, mali. Chocolate. Ay, pagkain, ibig sabihin yung pagkain, yung pagkain, hindi yung mga chocolates. Yung halimbawa, pagkain ng lunch, pagkain ng dinner, pagkain ng dinner, ayun. Hindi breakfast. Basta kung anong pagkain niya, ayun, chicken and rice, mali. Chicken, mali. 22 seconds. Ayan, 22 seconds na tayo. 13 seconds na tayo. 10 seconds na lang. May tumama na ba? Rice with toyo, mali. Sinigang with rice, mali. Rinig nyo na, ha? Rinig nyo na ang timer. Okay, nabasa ko naman, so mali. Fried chicken, tapos na ating timer. Labay tubig. No. Ang paboritong tapos na. Hoy, tapos na. Nagtutut na si Ang paboritong pagkain ni Bubu ay baked macaroni. Ayan, baked macaroni. Naandun din yun sa aming isang video. Ay, hindi talaga kayo nanonood. Hindi talaga kayo nanonood. At ba yan, napaghalata kayo, hindi kayo nanonood ng video namin. Nandun yun sa video namin. Ayan na. Ayan na nga baga sinasabi. Manood-nood kayo pag may time. Ayan. Okay, another one. Specific dapat merienda. Ay, hindi, Lorraine. Ang dinner, walang merienda dito. Halimbawa, sa atin kasi, ang spaghetti merienda. Dito ang macaroni, spaghetti, dinner namin yan at saka lunch. Ayan. Kasi nga 'di ba hindi kami hindi dito kumakain ng mga kanin. So yun ang pagkain. Charot. Ayun. Game na naman to, oh. Nauubusan ako ng tanong eh. Hindi niya makuha 60, dadala-dalawa na nga lang kayo. Oo, Lorraine. Hindi talaga dito yung, di ba sa atin, pag kayo'y kumain ng spaghetti ng alas 10, at kakain ulit kayo ng alas 12 ng kanin kasi sabi niyo, nag-spaghetti. No, dito, ang spaghetti, dinner na yun. Lunch na yun. Ang pizza, dinner na yun. Tamo sa nanay. Ang merienda nila, mga fruits, that's right. Ang aming merienda ay mga fruits. Ayan. Ang pizza namin dito ay dinner na yan o kaya ay lunch na yan. Ayan. So, yan yung ano namin. Pinakakanin dito ay mashed potato. Nakaka-stress Bring me na lang. Okay, ito na. Halagang 60 pesos. Naku po. Ito mahuhulaan nyo na to. Ha? Madali lang to. Total, dadalwa na lang naman kayo din nakasanong nanay. Ito, madali na to. Ano ang paboritong soft drinks ni Mamita? 1 minute lang, ha? 1 minute. Ano ang paboritong soft drinks ni Mamita? 1 minute only. Start. Okay, ano ang paboritong soft drinks ni Mamita? 1 minute only, 54 seconds, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 19, 18, 17, 16. Babasahin ko mamaya pagkatapos ng ating timer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up! Time is up. Wala nang sasagot. Hanggang Fanta. Hanggang Fanta lang ang ating check ha. Hanggang Fanta. Hanggang doon kay Malu na Fanta. Okay? Check natin ang sagot. Hanggang doon lang sa Fanta ni Malu. Okay. Dito na tayo mag-check nga sa ating para makita-kita natin. Ano ba yun? Ano ang sabi? Game na, taray, adobo, nasa nabat na dito ako. Loading, anong loading? Infanta. Hoy, Lore, anong infanta? Ano ka? Pepsi, hello Giselle, mega love shout out si Giselle. Nako, ito na, inyong dumating na. Yung $60 at 60 pesos, ang tagal-tagal yung nakuha. Yan na, si Giselle na. Pepsi, mali Giselle. Coke, mali Giselle. Royal, mali Lorraine. Giselle, Coke, mali. Pepsi, si Lorraine, mali. Giselle, Royal, mali. Parang bagal naman dyan. Dito na ako magbasa. Dito magbasa ang bagal dyan. Hindi ko makita. Saan ka? Royal mali, Coke mali, Pepsi mali, Royal, si Giselle mali, Gloria Kapunpon, 7-Up mali, Giselle, Sprite, Lorraine, Sprite mali, Giselle, Mirinda mali, Giselle, Mountain Dew mali, Lorraine, RC mali, Lorraine, Fanta mali, Malu, Fanta mali, Lorraine, Cola, mali, Lorraine, Okay. Actually, hanggang Fanta lang tayo, hanggang dun ka. Ang tamang sagot ay, wala. Kailan niyo ako nakita uminom ng soft drinks? Oh, kailan niyo ako nakita uminom ng soft drinks? Ay, nako. Hindi niya mahula ng 60 kahit ang nanay hindi nakahula this time. Kailan niyo ako nakita uminom ng soft drinks? Anong palagi kong pinakikita sa inyo? Kape! At anong palagi kong sinasabi? 10 cups a day ang aking kape. So, hindi nainom si mamita ng soft drinks. Sinasabi ko na, ano ba yan? Ayoko na nga. Bakit ka umayaw? Kape. Di ba? Araw-araw niyo ako nakikita. May nakita ba kayo? 12 hours ako naka-live. May nakita ba kayo ako umiinom ng soft drinks? At ano ba Ay, hello sa ating 15 million viewers. Sarap-sarap naman. Nakita niyo ba ako umiinom ng soft drinks? Di ba lagi ako nakakape? Ay, nako. Talagang pahirapan kayo. Ako mauubusan ng tanong, sa totoo lang. Okay, here we go. Another 60 pesos dahil walang nakahula sa atin. Type ng game to carry on. Game lang. Type kayo ng game para tayo ay makapag-umpisa ulit. Ako, maubusan ng question sa inyo. Napakasimple ng tanong ko. Hindi niyo masagot. Okay. Ano? Type ng game. Okay, game. Okay, game si Gloria, game si Malu, game si Lorraine, game si Gloria. Nasaan na si Giselle? Okay. Sa halagang 60 pesos. Ano ang paboritong Ayan. Sa halagang 60 pesos, ano ang paboritong ulam na Pilipino ni John? Yung Pinoy food. Okay. Huwag muna magta-type, hintayin ninyo ang sasabihin ko na game. Pag kayo ay nag-type na, disqualified ha. Okay, 2 minutes yan kasi mahirap yan eh. 2 minutes, start. Okay, ano ang paboritong ulam na Pinoy food ni John? Ayan. 1 minute and 50 seconds. 1 minute. Mamaya ako titingnan ha. Mag-type kayo na mag-ano lang dyan. Ayan. Sige, mag-type na kayo. Mamaya ako titingnan ang sagot. Ano ang paboritong Filipino food ni John? Ayan. 1 minute and 34 seconds. 1 minute and 32 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute and 28 seconds. Ayan, sige. Adobo mali. Adobo mali. Sinigang mali. Adobong baboy mali. Alam niyo yan, Tita Gore na, huwag kang sasagot. Madadagdagan na naman ang aking papremyo. Sinigang mali. Kaldereta mali. Patati mali. Minudo mali. Nilaga mali. No idea. Manghula ka, Giselle, Pinoy food alam mo yan. Crispy pata mali. Wala. Meron, Giselle. Lechong baboy, mali. Lorraine, wala. Meron. Minudo. Minudo. Isda. Sandali, nasa ng timer ka. Naku, malapit na nila mahulaan. Sandali ang timer. 33 seconds. Ayan, 33 seconds. Mamaya ako babasahin, ha? Mamaya ako babasahin. 21 seconds. Ano ang paboritong Pinoy food ni John? Ayan, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Times is up doon sa type ng nanay, yung niloloko. Yun, yung Gloria Kapumpon, yung sabi niya, yung niloloko kong pata, wala yatang pangalan yun. Ayun, sandali. Hanggang doon ang ating sandali, hanggang doon sa type ng nanay, yung niluluto kong pata. Okay, sandali, baka may tumama dyan, sandali. At, tapos na. Re-reviewin na ni Mamita ang sagot hanggang doon sa ng nanay, doon sa yung niluluto kong pata, ano ba yun? Okay, review tayo ng sagot. Sinigang, mali. Kaldereta, mali. Patatim, sabi ni Gloria Kapunpon, mali. Lorraine, Minudo, mali. Nilaga ni Lorraine, mali. No idea, sabi ni Giselle. Crispy pata, Lorraine, mali. Kamunti ka na. Giselle, wala. Lorraine, lechon baboy. Lorraine, wala. Malu, Minudo. Lorraine, Minudo. Lorraine, isda. Giselle, pakbet. Lorraine, sarsyadong tilapia. It's me, Malu, stir-fried veggie. Galunggong, sabi ni Lorraine. Bangos, sabi ni Lorraine. Paksiw na bangos. Nako, kamuntik ka na, Lorraine. Gloria Kapumpon, yung niluluto kong pata, wala yatang pangalan yon. Hanggang doon lang tayo. Ang paboritong ulam ni Jare, paksiw na pata. Ayun, paksiw na pata ang kanyang paborito. Ina, yung niluluto ninyo, paksiw yon. Walang nakahula. Hotdog, fried fish, mali, hindi na yan. Kumba, paksiw na pata. Ay, sayang. Sino yun? Na-late si Giselle. Paksiw na pata. Late siya. Na-late ang sagot ko. Humba tawag doon. Hindi. Paksiw na pata tawag doon. Paksiw na pata ang niluluto ng nanay. Ayan. Kaya dyan na ang lahok nun ay toyo at saka suka at saka bawang. Ayun, paksiw. Tapos lalagyan ng konting asukal. O. Ayan. Nako, kamuntik na sana makatama si Giselle. Ay, nako. Hindi makuha-kuha 60 pesos. Ano ba yan? Buti na lang hindi tumama ang nanay. Sabi niyo kasi iniluluto ko na pata. Hindi niyo nasabi yung ano. So, back to 60 tayo, ha? Ayan. Back to 60 tayo. Ay, nako. Namamalat na ako. Ilan na nga lang kayo. Di ba kayo makakatama? Ilan na nga kayo. Di pa kayo makatama. Sige na nga. Ang gamit ng sagot. Hindi. Ay, nako. Eto na. Sarsyadong tilapia. Nako, mali. Okay, ito na. Ilan na nga lang ko, hindi pa ka-late na maisip kong paksiw na pata. Ay, Diyos ko, late tayo na palagi pinaluluto sa inyo, di ba? Paksiw na lata. Buti hindi nyo nasagot. Kundi dagdag na naman ako sa aking 60 magiging 80. Okay, last game. Last game na. Last game na tayo. Ay, bakit hindi kayo makahula? Ang simple-simple lang naman ng pahula eh. Ay, hindi nyo mahulaan. Mas maganda pala yung ganitong hula eh, kasi dun sa English sa kulangot. Madaling mahuhulaan. Okay, type ng game, kung game na. Ayan. Type ng game, kung game na. Mag-type kayo ng game na kayo. Sa ating hula-hula boom. Last game na. Naglalag ka, Mamita. Ay, ganun ba? Game na. Umalis na yata sila. Hindi, okay. Sa halagang 60 pesos ulit, Diyos may hulaan nyo na to. Ayan. Madali na lang to, ha? Kayo naman puro babae dyan, so madali naman to. Kaya nyo na itong hulaan. Ano? Okay, kaya niyo na itong hulaan ha. Game, okay, game. Yari, nawawalan ng signal ha. Okay, okay. Madali lang to ha. Ano ang kulay ng cutex ni Mamita? Okay, 1 minute. Ano ang kulay ng cutex ni Mamita? 1 minute, okay? Hintayin ang aking signal bago kayo mag-type na inyong sagot. Kung disqualified, ayan, game. Ano ang kulay ng cutex ni Mamita sa paa? Sa paa pala. Sa paa. Ay, bakit bumaba yung aking ano? Sino nag-tamsak sa inyo bumaba? Bakit naging 21 na yan? Naku, kinakain ni Lolo. Kinakain ni Lolo ang aking tamsak. Sandali guys, kinakainan tayo ni Lolo. Si Lolo ay nakikinig sa atin. Si Lolo ay nakikinig sa atin. Ayan, 18, 17, okay, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Okay, and time is up, okay? So, time is up now. Time is up now. Time is up. Sandali, nasaan ang sagot? Hanggang dito lang ako sa ano ha. Kay Giselle ba yun? Yung nude ba yun? Hindi, nawala. Kinain na naman ako ni Lolo. Kinainan ako ng isa. Okay, nasaan na ba tayo? Saan na yun? Blue? Blue sabi ni Malu, mali. Blue sabi ni Malu, hindi. O ba't may blue agad? Mali nga. Purple, mali. Wala pang tanong. Giselle, red, mali. Orange, mali. Sabi ni Lorraine. Wala namang... Tumama ang nanay. Wala namang cutex. Ayan, ipapakita ko sa ebidensya. Wala nga namang cutex si Mamita. Ayan, Tumama ang nanay. Walang cutex si Mamita. Ayan. Tumama na ang nanay. Walang cutex si Mamita. Ayan, hindi na naman kayo nanood ng video ko. Ayan talaga kayo. Diba sinabi ko, gustong-gusto ko nang umuwi ng Pilipinas. Kasi gusto ko magpaggupit ng buhok at magpaano na aking kuko. Late sa akin. Okay, so wala na. Ang nanay na naman ang tumama. Ano? Ang nanay uli ang bakit kinakain? Yung ating tamsak naging ano na lang, naging 20. May nambubudol sa akin. Pag ikaw ay nahuli ko, nako. May nambubudol sa atin. Dali. $80, oh yeah, 80 na, kasi hindi nila pinag... Sandali, bakit yung ating tamsak ay naging 20 na lang? Mag-refresh nga kayo, refresh. Refresh nga kayo. May nambubudol sa atin, may nambubudol. May nag-aalis ng tamsak sa atin. Mag-refresh nga kayo, paki-check. Refresh kayo, refresh. Refresh kayo. May nambubudol. May naglapa ng budol. Bakit ka ikaw ay nag-aalis ng tamsak ko? Hindi naman kita inaano. Ayan, 19 na lang siya, 19 19 na lang ang ating Tamsak. May nambubudol. Pag ako nambudol sa inyo, nako, alisan ko kayo lahat 0. Mahuli-huli ko lang yan. Babaon ka? Paki-refresh nga kayo. Oo, 20 na lang. Ngayon, 19 na lang, Malu. 19 na lang sa akin. 19 na lang. 19 na lang ang tamsak ni Mamita. Bakit nagkaganon? May nambubudol sa atin. May nag-aalis ng tamsak. Ayan, 18 na lang. Sige, i-zero mo na. I-zero mo na. 18 na lang ang tamsak natin. Pag ikaw nahuli ko, si-zero din kita. Papacheck natin kay ano yan. Yung iba kasi naiinggit. Ganun, may ganun. Yung iba naiinggit. Diba? May ganun lang. Kita mo, 18 na, bumaba na. Baka gusto nyo i-zero. Kasi madali naman yun yan. Pag pinindot mo yung ano, di ba, babawasan. Ganun lang. Oo. Kasi nikiklik mo lang naman yung ano, tapos di ba nababawas. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, pag may papasok sa inyo, at kayo nag-ano na, tapos lumabas kayo, pagbalik kayo, wag na kayo magtatamsak sa akin. Kasi di ba, pag kayo nagtamsak na sa akin, tapos bumalik kayo, nababawas, naaalis yun. So, ganun. So, ngayon, meron diyang sumilip, kinilik niya ng kinilik yung tamsak natin, kaya tayo bumaba. Ganun. Kaya tayo bumaba. Kinilik niya ng kinilik. Kain kayo. Oo. Oo, bad nga yun, Malu. Wala tayong magagawa, may ganun talaga. Ano, naging 17 na lang, o 16. Inubos na. Inubos na. Naging 16 na lang, mama, 0 na yan. Tingnan nyo, 16 na lang ating tamsak. $16 na lang. Kita nyo, 16 na lang? Kita nyo ba? Ayan, 16 na lang ang ating tamsak. Guys, nakakainis. Anine. Baka isa rin sa mga ano yun. Nakakilala sa akin yun. Kakilala ko yun, syempre. Kakainin din yan sa iyo, Malu. Kain kayo ang tamis. Tamo, yung ating 21, ilan na nakain niya? 5. 5 yung inalis. 5. 5. 5 yung inalis. Kasi 'di ba pag yung pumasok kayo tapos nagtamsa kayo, 'di ba pumasok kayo nagtamsa kayo tapos pag kayo umalis tapos pag bumalik kayo nagtamsak uli kayo, 'di ba nababawas? So yun, siguro nanood. Kasi 11 tayo eh, 12 tayo eh, ilan ilan lang kayong sumali, 'di ba? Ilan lang kayo diyan? Tapos ang viewers natin eh naka 15 tayo. Sino yung mga yun? Hindi naman sila sumali. Hindi yun sa ano, hindi yun sa hayaan nyo na. Hayaan nyo na. May balik din sa kanila yun. Hayaan nyo na. Hayaan nyo na. Napahiya pa nga yun. Hindi malang kinuha eh. Dapat sinampunan niya, no? Dapat sinampu na. Tulad yan. 14 tayo. Tatatlo lang tayo nag-uusap dito. Nasaan sila? Asan kayo? Ba't tayo ka pumasok? Pasok tayo magkwentuhan, magpahulaan, sumali sa games. Ayan yun na. Meron talagang ganun. May talagang kahit dyan sa white may ganyan, may inggit-inggit. Siguro si Lorraine, binawasan tayo ni Lorraine ng Tamsak. Pinindot ng pinindot ni Lorraine. Hindi nyo ako mapanalo ha. Ay, nako. Lorraine, may nagbawas na akin Tamsak 5. Pulihin nga natin. Sarap-sarap pa naman ang ating ano. Nadispaya tuloy ako, nakakainis. Diba? Si Mamita naman, fair naman lumaban eh. Ba't naman ganun? Ayan, 15 na tayo. Bakit tayo 15? Katatlot lang tayo nag-uusap. Abay, kayo pumasok. Aba, hindi pala 15. Bawas pala ulit. Ayan, 15 na lang ang tamsak natin. 15 na lang, 15. na, ating tamsak. Bawas na uli. Nabawasan tayo ng 6. Ayan. Nabawasan tayo ng 6. Puntahan nyo nga kung sino yung mga dinikitan ninyo ng mga naka-on. Lang naman na mga pwedeng mag-ano eh. Oo, Lorraine. Idikit mo. Ay, Lorraine, hindi mo ako mabibigyan ng Tamsak sa CP nila pag hindi sila naka-sign in sa akin. Dapat nakadikit sila sa akin, ayun, mabibigyan mo ako ng Tamsak. Pero pag hindi kasi nakadikit sa akin, mapapanood lang nila yung video pero hindi nila ako mabibigyan ng Tamsak kasi kailangan nakadikit. Kailangan nakadikit, Lorraine. Kailangan ano tayo, ayun, ewan ko lang. Kasi tinaray ko yan dati eh. Doon sa ano ko, pag inano ko nakalagay sign in, hindi counted. Kailangan dikit. Kailangan magkaano tayo. Kaya pag kinuha mo yung ano nila, at nakita mo yung mga idikitan mo na agad ako. Idikit mo na, bilis-bilis mo idikit. Yaman mo na, tamsak lang naman yan. Pero malaking bagay din yan kay Lolo. At least ang aking hours na andyan naman. Kaya baka siya masaya sa ganyan. Baka yung ugali niya. Nagnanakaw ng tamsak na may tams. Ganon. Sab ko muna. Oo, Lorraine. Sasabihin mo sa akin, ha? Ayan. Sabi nila sa isang cellphone, pwede ka daw maggawa ng Lorraine, sa isang cellphone, cellphone ka, no? Pwede ka daw magawa ng at least 10 account sa isang mong cellphone. Di ba dyan sa may Lorraine, pumunta ka dun sa, sandali, turuan kita. Pupunta ka dun sa, yung pipindutin mo yung mo, di ba may na picture doon, ikaw, yung profile, pindutin mo yun, tapos di ba lalabas doon, incognito, YouTube studio, your channel, doon ka pupunta sa, okay, maglalakad ka? Sige. Doon ka pupunta sa add account. Doon ka daw pupunta sa add account. Tapos pag nagpunta ka ng add account doon, lalabas doon yung enter your email. Ang pipindutin mo ay for myself. Wag kang for myself ang pipindutin mo. Tapos ayun, pwede kang pwede ka ulit magawa. 10 daw pwede. Kaya yung tinatawag nila na ninja. Ayun. Ayan, 15 na nga tayo. 15. Idikit nga kita sarili ko. dinikit ako sarili ko. Tingnan ko. Ayan, 16. Oh. Hanap nga ako dito. Baka ako meron nakatago dito. Bawian ko nga. Sige nga. Dikit mo nga. Ito, dikit natin to. Baka ikaw hindi pa dikit kay Mamita, ha? Ayan, nag-16 na uli, Huwag lang kakainin. Ayan, dikitan nga natin to. Baka ito hindi pa dikit. Baka hindi pa rin nga ito dikit mo. Ayan, 17 na. Hindi na pala nag-tamsak si Mamita sa kanyang mga ninja. Ayan. Ayan, kita nyo, 7. Kala ninyo, daw makakabawi, ha? Sige. Hanap pa tayo dito. Hanap sa ninja ni Mamita. Kala ninyo, hindi ko mababawi. Sige, Mamita. Hanap ka ng mga ninja mo. Ayan. Dikitan natin yan, Mamita. Dikit ka dyan, Mamita. Oo, hindi pa nga dikit, 18. 18? Pasok? Tingnan natin kung pumasok, ha? 18. Galing. Ayan, 18. Di ba? Babawiin ni Mamita yan. Kala ninyo, ha? Sino pa? Mamita, marami yung marami ang aning-aning dito sa cellphone ko. Maraming aning-aning si Mamita. Ayan, 18 na, ayan. At least nakabawi din. Hanap kayo dyan ng inyong mga aning-aning. Baka kayo may mga aning-aning dyan. Tinatamad ka pala mag-ano ka. Idikit mo na idikit sa akin. Chusto. Gumawa ka ng gumawa, Lorraine. Tapos, pag ako'y nag-ano, ianip mo, itatamsak mo na itatamsak. Basta pag halin-halina mong gamit. Tapos, idikit mo sa akin. Gumawa ka ha, 9. Kahit may dalawa ka na, di ba? Dalawa na ba yun? Yung ba sa Wawi, sa pa rin ba yun? Nakadikit sa ano mo? Tamarin ka dyan. Baka mag-adobo ng tamarin ka. Gawin mo. Gumawa ka kasi pag yung ako makikipagbartiran, ikaw ang magpapabarter ako ng mga 20. Mga 20, kung may 10 ka, 10 sa akin, Tapos, pag may gano'n, bibigyan kita ng 200, di ba? Pag may pababarter ako sa'yo, saan ka pa? Maglakad ka nga, di ako kayo makakita ng 200. Dito na nga sa paula-ulaan natin, hirap na hirap ka makahula. Dito na lang ka, magbarter. Ayan, dagdagan mo yung ano mo ng siyam, Lorraine. Tapos pag may pababarter ako sa'yo, total, ikaw kasi naman, sila Malu kasi busy yan eh. Siyempre may mga tinda, may mga negosyo din. Ikaw naman nakatambay lang. Para pag yung meron, kasi meron nag-ano nga sa akin na makipagbarteran ako, yung magawa ikaw 10 yung ano mo, sige, bibigyan ka ng 10, bibigyan mo rin ako ng 10, ayun. Ayan, para daw mabilis tayong umano, so tatawagan kita. Hirap kumita ng 60. Kita mo na, ang hirap kumita ng 60. Haba. Yung 60 na nga lang, hirap na hirap pa kayong kumita. Ikaw, magkaka 200 ka sa akin pag meron makikipagbartiran sa kasi ikaw, anytime nandiyan ka Kaya ikaw, pwede kitang tawagin. Ang mga nanay, hindi naman marunong. Yun sana may message ko sa iyo. Tsaka pag tayo namoni na, yan, kakailanganin kita dyan sa bartira na yan. Yun ang advice nila sa akin. So, ayan, kaya gumawa ka na, pa isa-isa, wag kang gumawa sa isang araw nang gagawin mo lahat siyam. Sa isang araw gawa ka, ngayon gumawa ka ng 2. Bukas gumawa ka ng 2. Sa isang cellphone, 10 ang pwede daw. Okay? 10 daw ang pwede. So, pwede kang gumawa ng isa. Mamaya, gumawa ka na ng 2. Bukas, gumawa ka ulit. Ha? Ayan. Paano? Papasok na si Mamita. Iiwan ko lang ito, ha? Sorry, hindi kayo nanalo sa 60. Lorraine, yung ano ko, ha? Yung nasasabihin ko sa iyo. Lorraine, nasasabihin ko sana sa iyo nga. I-discuss ko sa iyo, ha? Gawin mo, ha? Mag-ano ka ngayon na 2. Tapos bukas 2. Thank you, Malu. Silip-silip ka lang, ha? Mamaya magpapalaro ulit tayong gabi pagdating ko, ha? Kaya balik-balik kayo. Mamaya. Papalaro ulit si Mamita mamaya kasi wala nakakuha ng 60. Okay? Thank you. Thank you sa inyo. Ingat kayo, ha? Ingat. Ingat kayo. Lorraine, thank you. Nay, thank you. Giselle, thank you. Malu, thank you. Ingat kayo dyan. Mamaya balik kayo, ha? Magre-ready na lang si Mamita. Papasok na eh. Okay? Bye. Lagay na niya kanyang may huwagang bulaklak.
Alright. 7. So, difficult. Not pulls, I get nothing in the several hits. I got 3 was the best pull.
Not much this time, isn't it?
No. No, it's the end of the sea was good too. Yeah, the sea was not, it hadn't had any waves coming in there at all. Quite clear, and I thought there was no tide, and I got out further on the rocky reef and fired out there, and I got nothing the first 2 pulls. Oh shit, this is no good. Then I put it slightly in a different place, and I got 3. Well, I got 1. And then I checked it a wee bit different, and I got 3, and then just sort of getting the ones. I think the crabs are still there. Someone was wading out in the surf with a little set top and putting it out in the surf. So he was wading out with waders, but he didn't stay there very long. They may come and go, I don't know. Maybe a busy day than others. Think you can have one of those biscuits in the barrels up there, or there is in the plastic bag in the pantry cupboard. Stevens, thank you, Mom. Sleeping.
Mali.
and Marco Wittmann could rescue something from this race. 4.5 kilometres around the circuit then. Kelvin van der Linde leading them round. Chris Hartley here to talk you through the action from this first race of the weekend, round 13 of DTM 2021, with van der Linde an hour on the front row. It's been all about Audi and Mercedes so far in the sessions, but that Ferrari of Liam Lawson getting quicker as the weekend goes by. Let's see how this all unfolds then. 55 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. The red lights go out, the race gets underway. It's a great start for Kelvin van der Linde. Lucas Hauer is going with him. And what about the battle for third place? Daniel Hunkedair around the outside of Liam Lawson, running way out wide after possible contacts. Further back is Nico Muller, a good qualifying session to get into the top 8. Down towards turn 2, it's almost through abreast, but it will be Kelvin van der Linde in the lead. Still close to the second though. Hunkedair trying to come around the outside now, but fails to do so. And then falls into the clutches of Liam Lawson. There's contact between Gotts and Lawson. They're both going to get ahead of Hunkedair. And then you've got Arjun Miley screaming down the inside of them as well. In the orange, white and green Mercedes. He's got behind Liam Lawson now. You're on board with Max Gotts. He's up with the Constantine up all the way into the hairpin. Arjun Miley down the inside of Lawson and into the side of Lucas Hauer. And then Hauer is sent into a spin. There's carnage behind. Liam Lawson gets around it by going all the way off the road. And somehow survives in third place. But Arjun Miley is going no further in the race. Hauer has got going again. But there's too much damage. A little car of Arjun Miley. There you go. Front end suspension collapse. The safety car deployed. Is a replay of what's very likely start to the race. All neat and tidy as they went through the grid actions. And then Kelvin van der Linde released the power. Hauer went with him side by side with Hunkedair, making a good great start around the outside for third. And there was contact between Miley and Muller, which set Muller out wide and plummeting 3 or 4 positions down the pack. And then Miley, having got up the inside of Lawson, slowed down in time, just went into the side of Lucas Hauer. Nothing to do with the move really, so very unfortunate for the Austrian driver. That's got going again, but right at the back of the field. Arjun Miley after second best qualifying out. Replay from a different angle, and he just couldn't get the car turned in. Lucas Hauer, the victim in all of that. And then a lot of carnage behind as others tried to avoid the incident. Marco Wittmann in the middle of it all. Yeah, he got a big flood as well to the side of Miley, nowhere to go. So back to work for Marco Wittmann. Right, getting ready for the restart then. It's going to be extended up to a 55-minute plus 3-lap race now because of the laps lost to the safety car. So effectively, 2 of the top 4 on the front row of the grid here. So what is going to be the restart with Max Gotts now alongside Kelvin van der Linde, Lawson and Ennis just behind them. And then Hunkedair is one to watch as well after his good start. Here we go then with the restart. Kelvin van der Linde coming under pressure from Maxi Gotts. Philip Ellis trying to go around the outside of Liam Lawson. Hunkedair just behind with Marvin Dix has gone from 10th up to 6th position. Mr. Van Boot has gained ground as well. Timo Glock's got up into the top 10. But through, Kelvin van der Linde exits turn 2 as the race leader. Gotts in second, Lawson in third. Just about defending off Philip Ellis in 4th place. Hunkedair just behind them. Lucas Hauer has gone into the pits, so he's not going to take the restart. As Liam Lawson, you're right on board with him now with the Ferrari. Charges down towards the Spitzkara at turn 6 with one eye on the mirrors, and Philip Ellis is looking down the inside. There's action further back as well. It's all a bit of a tight squeeze here as Timo Glock fires one up the inside. Makes a bit of contact with Esteban moves in the Lamborghini. That's on Avril sent out wide. So it's van der Linde in the lead. Gotts in second, Lawson in third, Ellis 4th, Hunkedair in 5th position. And then Esteban moving up to 6th place now. Bit of a gap back to the second group of cars. Alex Albert in the Ferrari down the inside of Avril making up ground. He can do it helping out his teammate here. But I'm afraid there you see confirmation that Lucas Hauer is out of the race. The highs and lows of motorsport. Right. And first opportunity, we've got 3 of the front runners in. Maxi Gotts at the front of the queue, Liam Lawson at the back of the queue. Is there going to be a change of position? No, Gotts just about hold on to it. He had the quickest practice stop yesterday at 6.5 seconds with the HRT team. And that's proved to be valuable because gets out ahead of the Ferrari and the Mercedes at Philip Ellis, who is just behind. So here's the 3 leading cars to make pit stops, but they're the first 3 to make their mandatory stops. And Kelvin van der Linde comes in early as well. He's not going to risk a late stop like he did in race 1 at Assen, because if you go late and the safety car comes out, it really can mess up your race. So van der Linde, several others in. That's on Avril also making his way into the pits. And there is a leading stopper. Traffic. Roll. Very good. Pretty good stuff from Abs. Gets out without the traffic as Milwaukee coming in behind. Patanapo's made his way in, and over the start-finish line comes Matt Ziegart. Van der Linde's going to be there, but of course he's got his cold tyres on. He's got to get them up to temperature. Nice warm Michelin's for Matt Scott, so the gap will certainly reduce on the way down through the next few corners. Kelvin Van der Linde, the virtual leader, Dots, Lawson and Ellis follow. Patanapo looks much closer to them as well. Good weekend so far. As the monogas driver with the bright yellow HRT Mercedes. Three-car squad for the weekend, with you would have the team boss coming in for a second guest appearance this weekend. We've got Lucas de Grassi in as the fourth Ab Sports Line car as a guest driver as well. The Formula E champion is Daniel Hunker now makes his way out of the pits as well, and he's in amongst that lead group. Now Liam Lawson has got to make sure he carries the speed here and gets out ahead. Through he goes. In the background, even Harris involved in the scrap for now, but he's just served a drive-through penalty rather than having his full mandatory pit stop. So Hubert's got to go in again in the number 6 Mercedes. Liam Lawson, crucial move that in terms of the championship and in terms of track position to make sure he got out ahead of his rival.
TT, proudly brought to you by Audi. Tonight on 3, it's all new Lego Masters Australia. Their Spidey faces a shocking new foe in the amazing Spider-Man 2. And you're invited to the premiere of Married at First Sight UK, streaming Tuesday from midday on 3 now.
All plants green or colorful, trust leads to grow them all plants big and beautiful.
All plants great and small. Great things start with Yates.
Doesn't make sense. We delivered babies from New York. No one's calling them more.
That's because of Red Bull.
Hey, but that's an energy drink. Shouldn't people be?
True, but Red Bull gives you wings. Nobody believes in the scoop delivery these days.
Hello Fresh. Everything you need to make home cooking easy. Whatever your plans, from midweek quick and easy meals to show-stopping family feasts, you're covered. Order your box now at hellofresh.co.nz.
Plan your outdoor adventures with Torpedo 7. With up to 40% off a huge range of gear. Get up to 30% off selected bikes. Save 50 on this hideaway tent. Plus save 150 on this Nipper Kids kayak. Clear up now at Torpedo 7.
Here at Mainland, while Laurie looks after grading our cheese, Joe goes fishing. On other days, they swap. Yep, Mainland's great tasting cheese, grating, and giving more time for other things.
For tough outdoor cleaning jobs, trust CLR. Soak rusty tools before scrubbing them down. Sponge tough driveway marks before washing clean. Soak outdoor taps and get them running like new. To clean glass fencing, apply, wait 2 minutes, and wipe crystal clean. CLR brings back weathered boats and caravans ready for action. It's even antibacterial, killing germs as it cleans up the barbie. Make light work of the toughest jobs with CLR.
I think we can all agree there's a clear winner. It's the double value deal with 2 tasty classic pizzas plus 2 winning sides. You'll hit the spot.
We push ourselves and others to the very edge of performance. Castrol Edge. Take your performance to the edge.
Red Bull gives you wings. The new Red Bull Red Edition with the taste of watermelon.
Today is going to be amazing.
Okay, Donald.
What the hell is that?
I'll leave you about 3 crabs for the moment tonight. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's all right.
Let's go catch a sponge.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Tonight, Masters Australia on 3.
TG, proudly brought to you by Audi. There then is Kelvin van der Linde, who has been the man to beat all weekend long. A couple of weekends at Spielberg and at Assen, where the Audi just hasn't had the pace, particularly in qualifying. But he's shone in free practice on all tyres. The only driver to get in the 137. Was brilliant in qualifying. The only driver in the 136s. In fact, his second best lap would have been good enough for pole position. T3 Motorsport then ready for Esteban Moots, a 19-year-old, second youngest driver in the field. And he's about to be released. And there is Alex Albert making his pit stop. And although it wasn't a bad pit stop from T3 Motorsport, they're going to lose the place. Ferrari moves ahead of Lamborghini. Several more drivers getting black and white warning flags for track limits, which have all come at turn 1 so far this season. It's come out, Esteban Moots just in front of Battle Abril. So Albert's gained the place on Abril. Abril's staying ahead of Esteban Moots. He took a pit stop, but he was late to be released away. Had to wait for Albert to come through, maybe with an unsafe release in mind. The team were a little cautious as Timo Glock is released. Made a good ground at the start of this race. Having his worst season so far in DTM. We've got Nico Muller in the Team Rosberg machine up against the Team Audi of Mike Rockefeller, and Rockefeller leading the race so far. Muller about to leave a position and the door open. He was quite fair in that. Scott van der Linde came through up the inside into the hairpin. So van der Linde, given the room there, really racing against Muller because Muller's still got to make his pit stop. So that was all fair. Out wide in the background goes Philippe Ellis. So that's a chance for Alex Albon to gain a position in the Ferrari. Alex is absolutely flying at this stage of the race. Ever since he came in to make his pit stop. Did he get through? Replay on board with Philippe. Yes. Through came Alex. Got the inside line for turn 7, the right-hander. And the place was gained. And Marco Wittmann staying out late. Mike Rockefeller for company and Sheldon van der Linde. This is the top 3, all still to make their mandatory pit stop. So they're having a real scrap here. Marco Wittmann is trying to get some points out of this race if he can. Rockefeller leads, and Kelvin van der Linde is going to carve his way through yet more cars on all the tyres that he's got. So it's a track position, but Kelvin is very much the leader of the category. Marco Wittmann, you're on board with him now. Fighting away. What how much damage you got with the car with that incident at the start of the race down at turn 6 as well. Just been struggling with the car all weekend long after a fantastic few weekends. For the tail and behind Kelvin van der Linde now, and Lucas de Grassi concedes a position to Liam Lawson. De Grassi in the yellow, green and red Audi, the 4th App Sportsline Audi this weekend, has to give way to Alex Albon as well. This is the door in time to stop Daniel from coming through. Now, Alex Albon, quickest man on the track, fastest lap of the race. What do you do if you are AF Corsa? Because you've got Liam Lawson trying to win the championship. Alex Albon mathematically could still win the championship. However, he's much, much quicker than Lawson. Do you play the team game, or do you see if he can release Alex to maybe go and try and get a race win here, maybe take some points away from his rivals? Not far up the road. He's the first of the pink Mercedes of Max Gott's. So Alex is absolutely flown after Liam Lawson. He's up to the tail of him now. This is Lucas de Grassi, 12 times a winner in the Formula E Championship, 7 years with Audi. This is their party gift to him, his first DTM race. But on the way down the inside, we've got double moves here because Marco Wittmann Back to lose a place to Nico Muller for fourth on the road. Daniel Huckadea down the inside as well, further back in the number 8 group ahead of Mercedes to get ahead of Lucas de Grassi. It's for 9th place on the road. And of course, Alex Albon, you can see, has got ahead of Liam Lawson while all that was going on. I think Liam waved him through, knowing that Alex is that much quicker. So rather than delay himself, see what happens as the race unfolds. And Alex absolutely flying. 9th on the grid. Cars running very close to the wall through that section of the course. Get used to it because they go to the Norris Ring Street Circuit next weekend. What promises to be a thrilling season finale. Matt Scott gets a warning now for track limits. He's on to the tail of Marco Bittman, who's certainly not going to wave him through. 5th and 6th. Still going to make his pit stop. And here comes Alex Albon. He muscles his way through, and Matt Scott sends him out wide and gets through. Terrific move from Alex Albon. Wasn't without contact, but determined stuff from the tyre driver. Here's a replay. Of course, he takes valuable potential championship points away from Matt Scott. He's 4th in the standings coming into the race, but might be up to 3rd in the standings, and will be up to 3rd in the standings probably because Marco Bittman comes into the pits and into retirement. So a rare sight. Marco Bittman, the 2-time champion, is not going to score points. A really tough weekend for the team and for the driver continued. So that's one of the championship contenders that will not score points today. Matt Scott said, looking like he's going to move up to 3rd in the points. Kelvin van der Linde, maybe to 1st place in the championship. There's the late stop then for Mike Rockenfeller. Now he's got 12 minutes plus 3 laps to use the new Michelin tyres. See what he can do. From 17th on the grid after a misfiring qualifying, putting way out of position. But Absalom would love him to get involved in the battle for the points and maybe to try and do something about Liam Lawson and Matt Scott. Take some points away from them. Sheldon van der Linde makes his way into the pits. Very late stop, but it's not going to be for tyres, it's going to be for retirement. So his misfortune continues. And so too this man, Nico Muller, out of the race. Well, the weekend once again promised much with good pace on Friday and free practice and has delivered little for last year's championship runner-up. No more points here.
TT, proudly brought to you by Audi. The Suzuki International Series is back in December. 4th and 5th with Tamsak, the 11th and 12th Mansfield, and the final the Symmetry Circuit on the 26th. Check out the website for early bird specials and prices. Zealand's best are ready for the challenge. Beautiful harbour, but dangerous as anything. Stop the battle now!
You never know what you're going to get.
Sydney Harbour Force, Monday 903, and 3 now. Got a leak? CRC Leak Stop Spray Seal is easy to use and provides a waterproof seal to almost any surface. Bridging gaps and cracks, it offers a long-lasting solution to leaks. Find CRC Leak Stop Spray Seal at a store near you.
That's it, boys, bring it in. Don't forget, we've got tournament coming up in 2 weeks, okay? A couple $100. So come up with some ideas.
Doggy Daycare, $20 per dog. Oh, yeah, what's on the sheet?
See how setting a savings goal could improve your financial well-being. Zutch ANZ how.
There are now 2 billion people shopping on laptops and phones 24 hours in every zone. If you do business online, no need to do it alone. We'll help you keep up with the clicks.
All is bright and beautiful, all the grass is great and small. All is green and wonderful.
We're all born great and small. Great things start with Yates.
Let's go, give it to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. Let's go deliver to you. Now open up the doors. The all-new Hot Rods Lunch from KFC. Save like a boss.
push ourselves and others to the very edge of performance. Castrol Edge. Take your performance to the edge.
Want to handle it healthy? Take the thinking out of dinner with delicious Sea Lord Hawkie fillets. Straight from the freezer to the oven. Our Hawkie makes dinner time quick and easy. Less work, more healthy.
My wife was really surprised when I said I wanted to be a stay-at-home dad. I don't know. It all just came about after we moved into our brand new home. Fletcher living. New home so good, you won't want to leave.
Woo! Bro, Grant, I could jump from there? Pretty high. Nah.
If I get hurt, who's gonna feed me your sins? Who's gonna coach the knees? Who's gonna head Jerry? Who's gonna take us to the toilet?
So sorry, bro. Yo, fuck no!
TT, proudly brought to you by Aldi. Now, Max Scott's third on the road, fourth on the road is the championship leader Liam Lawson, who looks to the inside. There's almost contact from the back. Esteban Moon gets down the inside of Daniel Huckabert, and that's a change for fifth place. You can see Liam Lawson just thinking, should I go for it? Do I risk it? Is it worth it for an extra few points? But it might be, because Calvin van der Linde is on course for 25 championship points. Liam Lawson again drugs on the side because he's struggling with the Mercedes Max Scott, and this is the chance. This is the chance for Liam Lawson to get through. He's fully alongside of the way into turn 7. Clips the curve. Max Scott has to give way. He tries to come back at him around the outside. But Lawson has done it. If he can just hold the car on the line coming out of the turn, which he does. So what's worth the risk, I was about to say, because he's now going to get 3 more championship points. If he finishes 4th and van der Linde wins, they'll be tied on championship points. If Lawson gets 3rd, at 3 points, he'll hold on to the points lead with 3 races to go. As Esteban Moon now coming under pressure from White Rockefeller. He's already got ahead of Daniel Huckabert as we go to these closing laps of the race now. So on fresh tyres, they can't stop him. 2 places gained in the blink of an eye by Mike Rockefeller. And now who's ahead of him? 2 of the championship rival of his teammate, Kelvin van der Linde. So Rocky's never won here at Hockenheim, but has a great record in terms of podium finishes on a real charge here. 3 laps to try and take some points away from Gotts to Lawson. Gotts isn't that far up the road. Lawson might be a bridge too far. We'll find out. Kelvin van der Linde slowly being reeled in by Alex Albon. He's controlling things here. Got down to 4.2 seconds. Now, Mike Rockefeller is almost onto the tail of Max Gotts, who's been struggling with the car, particularly down in the hairpin. Seems to be struggling under braking, seems to be struggling with the traction. Got some damage to the front of the car, bit of damage to the side of the car from Alex Albon's earlier move. And here comes Mike Rockefeller. His big chance is going to be down into the hairpin. Max Gotts knows what's coming. Covers the line, keeps an eye on the mirrors. So swinging to the outside now is Mike Rockefeller. He's going to try and cut back to the inside, coming out of the corner. With better tyres, he's got better traction, better acceleration. He draws alongside. Whitehander coming up at turn 7. He's already through. And Mike Rockefeller moves up to 4th place. 2 laps, including this one, to try and find a way past. Closing up then to Liam Lawson. This is for the final spot on the podium, and the difference between 15 points and 12 for Liam Lawson. He hops the inside line for the final time into the split scare. It covers Mike Rockefeller, but might try and get carbon copy manoeuvre that he pulled off on Max Scott on the previous lap, and it might just work. Although Liam Lawson still got his nose in front, Whitehander coming up. But left-hander after that, Liam Lawson, he's not going to give this one up easily. The Ferrari comes back down the inside. But he's going to hit the curve. He's going to drift a little bit wide. And Mike Rockefeller back through, but it comes out then. And then more bits of bodywork from the Ferrari. But Mike Rockefeller is through for the final half lap of the race to take 3 championship points away from Liam Lawson. And that means that they're going to be dead level on points. Kelvin van der Linde and Liam Lawson with 3 races to go. Van der Linde with one more race with them, because here it is, his 4th victory of the campaign. He takes the checkered flag in style. Alex Albon to 2nd place from 9th of the grid.
Yes, Kevin, yes.
What a race! What a race it was. Mike Rockefeller takes a podium from 17th place and gets ahead of Lawson and Gotts, and 5th season so far. The other biggest winning margin of the season, of course, went to him earlier this year. He's been utterly dominant so far here at Hockenheim. He wins from Albon, Rockefeller in 3rd, and Liam Lawson in 4th place. The last few laps of the race, it was all about this man. Mike Rockefeller coming home in 3rd place.
First of all, we had a really bad qualifying because I had technical issues on my engine, on the sensor. So I couldn't do a lap. So that's why, well, I did a lap, but with a lot of problems. And that's why I was P17. And then we knew we had only one chance is to go long. We knew our pace is quite good in the race. Well, at the end, of course, I want to go for the podium. And, you know, after what happened at Nürburgring, I said already in the interview, you always see each other twice. And that was a good time for me to show, to pay back a bit what happened at Nürburgring.
So Kelvin van der Linde, race victor for the 4th time this season after a tough couple of weekends in Austria and Holland. Back to Germany. Liam Lawson, though, unhappy with that move from Mike Rockefeller that put him off the podium right at the ends of the race. So 4th place for Liam Lawson. Jubilation for Kelvin van der Linde. His mum and dad, Sean and Bernie, here this weekend and next weekend to see if they can see him home. Excellent drive though from Alex Albon, who came from 9th on the grid all the way through to 2nd place.
I was enjoying it out there. It was a lot of fun, and you know, this track it always brings good racing because of that, the slipstream, the braking, the big brakes. You can always do some overtakes here, which is really good fun, and I enjoyed it a lot.
So 188 points each for Kelvin van der Linde and Liam Lawson. Van der Linde ahead by dint of the fact that he's got one more race victory over Lawson. Marco Wittmann and Matt Scott's also tied for 3rd place in the championship standings. This weekend so far, all about Kelvin van der Linde.
You really did a brilliant job coming all the way from pole to victory, and now you're also leader of the championship, even though you've got the same points as Liam, but you're the leader. So how exciting is it? All in front of your parents here.
Yeah, it's cool. They're happy. I'm happy. Hopefully they got a bit of champagne as well. That's what they came for all the way from South Africa. So I'm really proud, especially my team. You know, they didn't leave any stone unturned in the workshop. They really worked extremely hard, and you see the performance today. Also from Mike at the end, it was really fantastic.
Fantastic. And we just need to ask your parents, if we may, how proud of you are you? I mean, you've got both your sons here in the championship, but I mean, obviously, he's going for the title, hopefully. So how proud are you guys?
We are really extremely. I mean, this has been a dream since they started in go-kart, so we're extremely proud.
So mom and dad, big smiles on their faces. Sean, a former South African touring car champion himself, he's very proud of both of his sons. Kelvin van der Linde receiving the winner's trophy then from 3-time DTM champion Klaus Ludwig. And never has there been a more important time to pick up 25 points in Kelvin van der Linde's career so far. Champagne time. They'll enjoy the moment, but of course there is still one more day to go. There are still 3 more absolutely crucial races to go in the championship, as well as those points that you can gain if you're in the top 3 in the qualifying sessions. Excellent job then from Kelvin van der Linde, but the championship fight is still very much wide open. Who's it going to be in 3 races' time? The absolute truth of it, we still have no idea, and that's absolutely as it should be. Let's find out more now about our championship contenders.
The hunt for the DTM throne. 4 drivers, 4 brands, and this one single dream. Let's take a close look at the title candidates. He is the rookie, Liam Lawson. Earlier this season, it became clear that this 19-year-old had to be taken into account. Fitting at Monza, the cool New Zealander with the Italian prancing horse climbs onto the top step of the podium.
Good job, really good job.
Lawson also demonstrates his prowess with a pair of wins at Spielberg. He would be the youngest DTM champion in history.
I mean, the way the team working, they're all pushing the passion behind the whole team is there. So, and from
He's biding his chance. Maximilian Goods, back in DTM and right at the very front this time. At Lazitz, a lifetime dream came true for the 35-year-old Franconian. Now the title is in focus thanks to his consistency.
I think every one of us deserved it because I think all are great race drivers. And in the end, try to be consistent as possible, not doing no mistakes.
This man knows what it takes. Marco Wittmann, the experienced champion. Wittmann has already sealed the DTM crown twice with BMW. At Zolder and Assen, Wittmann shone again with the aura of a winner. His tactics, well, they've remained unchanged for many years.
I think also at some races, if you only are on P6, P7 and there's not much more to gain, then I think it's better to take the points home instead of maybe risking a crash, let's say, because at the end the points can be important if you fight for the championship.
The GT specialist, Kelvin van der Linde. The start of the season was convincing. Victories at Monza, Zolder, Nürburgring and Hockenheim. Never before has a driver from Africa been crowned DTM king.
Deserve to win it because I think I've waited my whole life for it and I'm burning for it. I've got the passion for it. I never wanted to go to Formula 1. DTM is my life, so I deserve to win it.
4 drivers hunting for the throne. And who knows better what it takes than this man, René Rast, the reigning champion.
It's a very intense championship fight. Going back and forth every single race. I think that's what we want to see.
The search for his successor is on. 3 races left and 4 contenders. Sounds like an epic season finale is yet to come.
TT, proudly brought to you by Audi. Oh, it's a pleasure catching the fish of a lifetime. Doesn't come easy. Looking forward to it. More quickly. All new ITM fishing tonight, 5:30 on 3 and 3 now.
Court's Massive Madness is back. There's a massive 10 to 50% off selected flooring, including up to 30% off our famous Rhino carpet and up to 30% off selected wall carpet, plus no interest for 24 months. Hurry, sale on now at Carpet Court.
For tough outdoor cleaning jobs, trust CLR. Soak rusty tools before scrubbing them down. Sponge tough driveway marks before washing clean. Soak outdoor taps and get them running like new. To clean glass fencing, apply, wait 2 minutes, and wipe crystal clean. CLR brings back weathered boats and caravans ready for action. It's even antibacterial, killing germs as it cleans up the barbie. Make light work of the toughest jobs with CLR.
The all-new Ford Escape plug-in hybrid. Don't just be good at one thing. Switch to something new and do both. Switch between petrol and electric at the touch of a button. Get the best of both worlds. The all-new Ford Escape plug-in hybrid. Eligible for Clean Car Rebate. Order now.
With the delicious mix of grains and seeds in every fresh Tuscan mixed grain loaf, there's a lot to savor. So take your time. And bon appetit.
When it comes to personalized loans, it's not the what, but the how. Like,
time to upgrade my little girl's bedroom. But finance how?
finance now. One payment would be so much easier. To finance how? Finance now.
I need a holiday. But finance how?
Finance now. So whatever your finance how, apply online or call us now. years of KFC with a free Dick Frizzell design bucket. Cheers to 50 years, New Zealand.
Got a leak? CRC Leak Stop Spray Seal is easy to use and provides a waterproof seal to almost any surface. Bridging gaps and cracks, it offers a long-lasting solution to leaks. Find CRC Leak Stop Spray Seal at a store near you.
TT, proudly brought to you by Audi.
Hello everyone, here we are at the Hockenheim Ring, ready for race 2. We're psyched to be here. It's a bit cloudy, but let's hope it's going to stay dry. We've got spectators, fans here everywhere, so we're super thrilled. And a man who's thrilled also probably is Calvin van der Linde, because you're leading the championship by 3 points. However, I read on Instagram that you said, let's try to survive. Why is that?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, these guys are hungry, the Mercedes boys, and also Liam, who wants to get that Championship League back. So, we're again the hunted ones, so we're going to play that role today. We can't afford to take too much risk, obviously, and with the rain kind of on the radar, who knows? It's obviously tricky conditions for everyone.
But yesterday you managed from pole position to victory, so I'm sure you're going to try everything that's possible to maybe still repeat that.
That's the goal. That's always the goal, obviously. And if we get 2 wins in a weekend, I can promise you we'll celebrate that one. But first, we've got to get that step. It's going to be important today. Obviously, we've got some weight in from the win yesterday. That's important to keep in mind. So, yeah, go see how we do.
All right, well, best of luck. Thank you so much. And now here's your commentator.
Okay, then we're all set for the second race of the weekend here at Hockenheim, round 14 of 16 in DTM 2021. And Calvin van der Linde in pole position. First time a driver has got a double pole at an event this season. Liam Lawson, though, will be close to him, right behind him, in fact. Qualified 4th, Arjun Mani qualified 3rd, but Arjun has a 5-place grid penalty for the race 1 infringement down at the hand. So, 3rd for Lawson, right behind Kelvin van der Linde, who starts in pole position for the 5th time this season. That's given him 3 championship points and moved him into a 3-point lead. Lucas Hauer alongside him, as he was in race 1, but with no success ballast on the car this time. Van der Linde instead has to carry the 25 kilograms with him all the way through the race, which will be worth at least 0.3 of a second in terms of slowing down the lap times of the South African. So what will this race bring? 3 races to go. Still just about 6 championship contenders mathematically can win it, unless they win the race effectively. Alex Albon and Philip Ellis both going to drop out of contention for this one. It could be a 4-horse race going into the final weekend at Norris Ring. But we've got 55 minutes plus 1 lap of race action here at Hockenheim. The front 2 come around the final turn. Pace car goes into the pit lane. The rolling start about to get underway. Liam Lawson there, right behind on the second row of the grid, looking to see what happens here as the red lights go out. We go racing for the second time at Hockenheim. It's a good start for the Paul Cinema. Lucas Hauer is going with him in the Mercedes. Holding on the 3rd for now is Liam Lawson from Daniel Huckett there. And they go out now down towards the braking zone for turn 2. And it's a good run down towards the inside for Lucas Hauer. He gets the team win with Mercedes through down the inside. Does he hold the position on the way out of the corner? Yes, he does. So looking into the lead of the race, another good start for him. The extra weight on the car, maybe that hindering Kelvin van der Linde. Liam Lawson there in 3rd place. And they all charged down. 2 places gained already for Arjun Mani, qualified the season's equaling best 3rd. And has now got himself into 6th place from 8th on the grid after that penalty. This is where it all kicked off yesterday. Breathed in everybody side by side. But 2nd place between the 2 championship contenders. Way out wide goes the Ferrari of Liam Lawson. He gets better traction coming out of the corner, and he's got ahead into 2nd place, ahead of Kelvin van der Linde. Every point counts. It's side by side just behind as well as Mike Rockefeller. Tries the move, goes down the inside. Kelvin van der Linde back down the inside of Liam Lawson. Mike Rockefeller gets the move done as well, just behind on Daniel Huckadea. And this is all given a nice big cushion to the race leader, Lucas Hauer, who takes the Mercedes through towards the end of the first lap of the race. Lots of fighting going on down in the middle of the pack. The blue and white 57 teaming with Mercedes, gaining a couple of positions of Philip Ellis, coming through from 11th on the grid after another disappointing qualifying. Van der Linde then with his nose back in front of the battle for 2nd place, but down the inside goes Liam Lawson. Hops and skips and bounces over the curves. They're both run wide. There's contact on the way out of the corner. Still side inside line for turn 7, and Liam Lawson gets his back in front, back in the battle for second place, then contact. As Calvin Van der Linde attacks the back of the Ferrari and gets back through, sending out Liam Lawson wide, and he gets that second place back. A replay here, and they've both rolled their sleeves up, and there is no caution here, despite the fact the championship is on the line. They are both going for it on the attack. Neither giving an inch. This is becoming a real needle match, and just tagging the back of Liam Lawson there, sent him out wide. And oh dear, it is more terrible luck. Sheldon van der Linde off wide into the gravel trap. That looks like it's at turn 13. It was a puncture, a rear puncture. The first time that's happened to him. Side by side with the Mercedes on the replay as well, as Matt Scott has got down the inside. Scott's with a very neat out-braking move of Daniel Ankadea. So therefore, she's had contact out on circuit with us. I'm afraid it's a retirement. But that's a replay of what happened. Second time in 2 weekends these two have come together. Last time they both survived and managed to get championship points. This time, Sophia is out. And we've got our first front runners into the pits, including the number 4 Mercedes, Maximilian Gotts, who gets out almost as his nose chopped off there by the Lamborghini Esteban Moose, who comes in. And that was very, very close indeed. Now Salbov, who made his pit stop, gets out as well. So early pit stops, mandatory stop is done. It's going to be a long stint on these tyres. Maximilian Gotts had a car which was fading on him in race 1. Replay, just had to pause. Cost him too much time. Well done to the team and to Max for having the awareness not to go out a fraction of a second earlier. Now a 5-second time penalty for Calvin van der Linde for that contact with Liam Lawson. It's going to have a huge impact on his race results and on the championship. So he's ahead on the road of Liam Lawson. And the 5 seconds could put him behind. And Liam dives from the pit lane. So Liam Lawson coming in now. It's the first of the top 2 championship contenders to make a stop. Brings the car down to the maximum speed limit in the pit lane. Careful not to go over that and beyond. And now a really, really important pit stop coming up. Well, the AF Corsa team been very stiff with their stops so far this weekend. HRT probably out the edge. Some really good stops for Maximilian Gotts. And away he goes. It's okay. Not a bad pit stop. Nico Muller coming out in the background. So Liam Lawson rejoining, getting the Ferrari up to speed. Liam Lawson ahead of Maximilian Gotts. Lucas Auer is the leading pit stopper. But effectively, it's a net second place for Lawson. Third for Gotts, potentially. But lots more pit stops still to come. And remember this 5-second penalty for the championship lead. So a 3-point championship lead. But that can quickly evaporate. How many times this season have we seen the championship swing one way and then the other? So Lucas Auer into the pits. Calvin van der Linde goes straight to his pit box. Lucas Auer should come out on top because he has got a big cushion.
It's free, you can go whenever the car stops.
Our release, not the best pit stop by out, so there's going to be more ground lost here.
Lawson is in the start-finish line now. Also Gotts, it's in turn 1 now.
So van der Linde gets back out, but back out behind Liam Lawson, plus 5 seconds. And the top 3 effectively in the championship are all bunched together. Lucas Auer, as expected, though, is effectively the leader of the race. Calvin van der Linde with Maximilian Gotts for company, and the Mercedes now gets the run here and squeezes through up the inside with his tyres up to temperature on the way through Parabolica, and he's nosed it front long before he gets to the braking zone. Van der Linde really struggling to get the tyres up to temperature, and he's got 25 kilograms of success past them. Don't risk anything, Kelvin, they say. Think about the points. A warning for Liam Lawson. So once the drivers getting warnings, so they've got to be a little bit careful here. Don't make a single mistake. The championship is balanced on a knife edge at the moment, and one thing could swing it this way or that. Maximilian Gotts, though, has It's a driver with the most consistency this year. Mike Rockenfeller leads the race. Will he go late for his pit stop, as he did previously? Kelvin van der Linde is trying to come back at Maximilian Götz, and they are side by side on the exit to the corner, but the Mercedes just squeezes back ahead, and they turn right through turn 7. Mercedes still ahead of Audi, and this is where there was the contact with Liam Lawson at this corner earlier in the race, but no, Götz is able to hang on to the position for now. It could be a very busy final half hour of the race for the German driver, as Daniel Hunter there makes his way into the pits. He's looking for top 4, top 5 finish, maybe to squeeze up to the podium here. Dr. Emstein getting quicker and quicker over the last few rounds of the season on base team. Needing the team to DTM, but not so. Daniel Hunter has been a 2-time winner here at Hockenheim on his way to the Formula 3 Euro Series Championship.
Albon and Ellis just got confidence.
So Daniel Hunter rejoins right behind, almost alongside Philip Ellis here. They have slightly pressure tyres. See what he can do. Alex Albon just in front, but he's carrying success ballast after a fine drive from 9th to 2nd in race 1. So there's 18 kilograms of success ballast on Alex's car. And Esteban Newton, that's a rare sight. Get many retirements at T3 Motorsport, and Esteban is out of the race after a very strong drive yesterday. His best results of the season despite having a penalty. So Lucas Sauer has made his way ahead of Timo Glock. That's for 3rd on the track, but the drivers ahead of him still haven't made their pit stops. That Lucas Di Grassi then being shoveled out of the way by Maximilian Götz, and now he's got his teammate at Sports line, Kelvin van der Linde, behind him, and he just gets out of the way, understandably so. The Brazilian as the South African through. But Kelvin van der Linde will be desperate to try and find a way past Götz because he needs to get ahead of him and pull away from him by more than 5 seconds. And all the time in the background, more cars get closer and closer to get within that 5-second bracket. So he could lose places to Ellis, Hunter and Albon as well, if he's not careful here, and stretching away. Meanwhile, into the pits for Marco Wittmann, looking for his first points of the weekend. So Marco Wittmann rejoins Degrassi in as well. For the later pit stoppers, Marvin Deans comes through. So Marco, I'm afraid, is still going to be out of the top 10 here. 2nd in the championship before the start of the weekend. Mr. Grassi released. Mike Rockenfeller then, the only driver ahead of Lucas Aaron. He's got to make his pit stop still. In race 1, came in with about 15 minutes to go, was flying on new tyres at the end of the race. And Philip Ellis and Daniel Hunter having a real ding-dong just behind. Hunter getting down the inside on the way to the hairpin. Hazard lights on, follow me, he says. Let's catch the drivers ahead. And there will have been relayed the information by the team, but as long as they get to within a certain distance of Kelvin van der Linde, they've effectively already overtaken him without getting past him.
TT, proudly brought to you by Audi.
The great one is here. Let's you will be crowned Shigemasa Australia, the Grand Final. Tonight, 7 continues tomorrow on 3 and 3 now. The Dyson Supersonic Hairdryer now comes with a flyaway attachment. The high-pressure Dyson digital motor harnesses the Coanda effect to hide flyaways in a single pass, and with a smooth and shiny finish. For fast drying with no extreme heat, Dyson Supersonic, engineered for every hair type. Buy direct from the people who made it.
You don't need a stack of cash to get the new bacon snacker. A snack-sized burger with bacon, cheese, and our tangy snacker sauce. All of this just $5. New to the Flaming Good Deals range, only at PK.
The sound that plays the greatest music ever made on the radio and now on vinyl. The Sound Collector's Edition, out now.
There are lots of processes that have improved over time. The voting process, the legal process, transportation. Then there are other processes we got right the first time. That's why we make Meadow Fresh Carlo the authentic way. Strained to create a naturally thick and creamy high-protein yogurt. Meadow Fresh Carlo, now available in a handy 4-pack, because it's how it's made that matters. With the mobile NZ app, you can earn points and get exclusive rewards and discounts instantly at mobile, so you can drive away feeling good. Mobile smiles, more rewards, more simple.
All new LVBT60 Bi-Turbo, New Zealand's most powerful 4-cylinder double cab unit. Big power without the big price. Stock available now.
What did you breathe in today? Pollen is everywhere. Help your nose filter better. Otrivan Breathe Clean Daily Nasal Spray cleanses, moisturizes, and soothes. 100% natural seawater solution with aloe vera. Breathe cleaner every day. Otrivan.
TG, proudly brought to you by Audi. Right, into the pits for Mike Rockefeller from the leads of the race here for App Sports. What can he do to help his teammate out here in the closing stages of this race?
The nice share is that you meet Deans on the exit, maybe fighting Deans on the exit, P9 virtually.
Not a great pit stop, I'm afraid, for Abs. So, yeah, out behind the Movement Motorsport Mercedes comes Rocky. He'll have to really get his head down to get into the points. Replay, but the wheels were still spinning up, so they kind of had to step away, and that was what caused them a several seconds delay. Eventually, Rocky got away. It was a difficult pit stop for the team. But Daniel Ankadea brings one down the inside on replay to squeeze ahead of Van der Linde. It's not for position, he's already ahead of him because of the 5-second penalty for Van der Linde. Van der Linde didn't take his 5-second penalty during the pit stop. And he's coming through that could double his pit stop penalty, which time penalty could go from 5 to 10 seconds, which would put him out of the points. It's going to maybe lose another track position here because Philip Ellis charging through on slightly fresher tyres down the inside, just ahead. Daniel Ankadea trying to out-drag to get got once again down to the hairpin. Remain side by side. German remains ahead. So we dig in and defend yesterday in a car which was fading in the second half of the race with the brakes going off. Replay. Philip Ellis swinging down the inside. Van der Linde still fighting as hard as he can. Nigel Miney behind as well. Facing a potential penalty of 5 seconds for a pit stop infringement, which would then promote Alex Albon up a couple of places in the race, maybe getting into the top 6. So there, Lucas Auer, 5 seconds to the good. Liam Lawson is second. It doesn't look like he's got enough pace or time to catch Lucas Auer. However, he's well clear of third, so he's got to bring the car home. It will be a busy end to the race for Maximilian Gutz. You got Ankadea, Ellis, Van der Linde, who has now got a 10 seconds penalty to add to his time. Miney has got 5 seconds. So Albon gets a 5-second penalty as well for Mike Rockefeller. Penalties all over the place in this second race. Lots of warnings for track limits as well. Lots of things being investigated. No trouble though for Lucas Auer. This will be his second win in 3 races if he can hang on to it. It looks like For all the world, that's exactly what he's going to do. No problem for New Zealand. Liam Lawson, 18 points on the way to him. He'll resume the championship lead. Archer Miney, who's been involved in all the action this weekend, right to the tail of Van der Linde. Last lap of the race then. Lucas out for the final time makes his way through Spitzkara. Liam Lawson on his way to the championship leads. And Maximilian Goss has just got to keep an eye on the mirrors here for one final time. Just showing his nose briefly here. He's going to be 100 there. Will he get on the gas coming out of the corner? The white line is taken on the exit to the turn again by Maximilian Goss. And he stays ahead of Philip Ellis. Now draws alongside Daniel Hunker there to try and take the place away from him. On the final lap of the race, he's got fourth. Yes, he has. So Philip Ellis from 11th on the grid. It's a fourth place on the very last lap for the race. Second race this weekend that we've had Lucas Howe, the highs and lows of motorsport. Winner at Assen race 2. On the front row here, race 1. The race went very wrong very quickly, and he was very upset, as you can imagine, after that first race contact. But here he is, back on the top step of the podium. It's win number 7 in his DTM career. Your victor here at Hockenheim is Lucas Howe. So Lucas Howe wins. Liam Lawson comes home in second, takes 18 points, takes the championship lead. Maximilian Goss hangs on to it just about from Philip Ellis for third place. Hunker there just behind. So Lucas Howe takes his second win in 3 races, his second win of the season. He's got now with the championship and can still enjoy trying to get race victories. He takes the win by 6.3 seconds, one of the biggest margins of the season. Lawson in second, Gotts in third, Ellis fourth, Hunker there fifth, and Salbon promoted to 6th place. 1 point for Kelvin van der Linde after his teammate Mike Rockenfeller backed off on the final lap of the race to make sure he was more than 10 seconds adrift of his teammate. So that is the conclusion of the results for that second race of the weekend. Maximilian Gotts remains in the championship fight into Norriswood.
I think this was one of the hardest races I ever had. It was a massive fighting against Kelvin, overtaking on the outlet of his pit stop. So in the end, it was this was the key, to be in front of him, and then holding him behind was quite tough, to be honest. But in the end, my Mercedes teammates are capable to fight against him as well and overtook him. So in the end, it was a good team effort today.
So certainly a hard-fought third place for Maximilian Gotts. Second place to Liam Lawson. And all the smiles are back writ on his face here for your winner here in race 2 at Hockenheim, Lucas Howe. Delight though with that second place. Will feel like a race victory for Liam Lawson, but despondency and despair, I'm afraid. Kelvin van der Linde, just 1 point scored from pole position.
Today I really care about the race. To be honest, a mechanic of mine got seriously injured. I'm really, let's say, sad about that. To be honest, I really just think about that now. I don't want to think about the race. I don't care about penalties.
So points update. Liam Lawson onto 206 is 14 points clear of Kelvin van der Linde. Maximilian got 26 points adrift for Marco Bittman. No points scored this weekend, 41 points adrift. With only 56 still available.
Pretty terrible, to be honest. Obviously going home with 0 points. 2 races left, obviously the championship is bunched. Hard to describe in words, I have to say. Obviously, we had the past weekend such a good momentum, showed such a good performance, and this weekend we didn't have any performance.
Huge disappointment for the 2-time champion, but could this young man become a first-time DTM champion at the first time at Trump?
Yeah, very happy, really, with the way today's race went. The start was super sketchy. Calvin was very aggressive at the start. I guess I don't think he would have done it on purpose, but I got a massive hit from behind and went wide. But the pace after the pit stop was really good. I was worried that we'd stop too early because yesterday we had a lot of degradation, but the car was so fast. And in the end, we started to catch looking at the end, but the gap was just too big. So happy with the points today.
Lucas Howe then, an absolutely star drive to take what was a convincing victory here at Hockenheim. One of the few drivers with experience of racing at the Norris Ring last time, so he looks to end the 2021 season on a real high, taking his second win of the season here at Hockenheim.
It was just a great race. I could pass Kelvin straight away, which was very important. And after I could really manage well, and it was just a dream race.
So victory for Lucas Auer and for Team Winwood. The first of all, Austrian takes the top step of the podium, and DTM legend Bert Schneider presenting the winning trophy to Lucas Auer. So Mercedes, with that result, have wrapped up with the weekend to spare. The manufacturer standings, Ferrari and Audi, will still have a tight battle though for second place. 2 races to come at the Norris Ring. So all smiles from Lucas Auer, who's the quickest to get the champagne open. Liam Lawson, though, heads to this final weekend of the season at Norris Ring as the championship leader, but it's a street circuit and there's lots of unknowns. It's going to be a fantastic end to what's been a terrific season so far.
TT, proudly brought to you by Audi. Yes, and that would mean that Liam Lawson is down just 1 round away from getting back to his old habit of claiming titles.
It's been a while since I won a championship, so it's pretty cool to be going and leading. It's very, very close, and with the way DTM is with Success Fellas, means that it's just very much like this, and trying to make the most of the races that you can race is really the key. So during the Saturday, regardless of where I qualify, I'll be driving with 18 kilos in the car extra. So it's really about making the most of Saturday, scoring as many points, and at least going into Sunday in a position where we can still fight for it. Because I can imagine Saturday's going to be quite tough, but no, super excited. It's been an amazing season. It would mean, a lot, absolutely everything to win the championship. I think the team, I've really, really enjoyed working with this team. They're an amazing bunch of people, and they work extremely hard. The development we've done this year has been pretty cool. So, I'm excited to lead the last weekend.
Hey, thanks for sending that through, Liam. We look forward to talking to you after next weekend's round. Yes, we'll have all the action for you next Sunday from the Norris Ring, the big decider here on CRC Motorsport. After the break, it's MotoGP.
A brand new show.
This is so good.
Will they spruce it up and excel it?
So what are you doing? Things with the what? Or things with the heart?
Brand new La Little Miss Australia. Wednesday, 8:30 on 3 and 3 now. Happiness is the freedom to choose. And Flybuys lets you choose what makes you happy with 3 ways to choose Flybuys discounts at Z and Calon groceries. And the best part is you can change your mind at any time. Choose now at flybuys.co.nz or on the Flybuys app.
Baraka, energy to help keep you on.
For tough outdoor cleaning jobs, trust CLR. Soak rusty tools before scrubbing them down. Sponge tough driveway marks before washing clean. Soak outdoor taps and get them running like new. To clean glass fencing, apply, wait 2 minutes, and wipe crystal clean. CLR brings back weathered boats and caravans ready for action. It's even antibacterial, killing germs as it cleans up the barbie. Make light work of the toughest jobs with CLR.
Coming up in the game at Macca's is making winners. Store prizes like Weber Genesis 2 barbecues, Barco toolkits, and more. Feel and stand to win at Macca's today.
Hey you! Great news.
plan's easy. You get ready for the day the night before. You know all the best shortcuts. You even toilet trained your dog.
Yeah, but he always leaves the letter. Wait, why is that great news?
Because at Tower, we've made your life easier by making our insurance quotes quicker.
That was easy.
Tower, got a minute? Get a quote.
When human senses are stimulated, endorphins are released, heart rate decreases. This is joy, a feeling that profound respect for my engineering ability is agile, curve, and stitch for you to feel the difference.
The Kingsbury sale ends soon. Save up to 50% on indoor and outdoor furniture. So why buy ordinary furniture when you can come home to King? Sale ends soon. Shop online at kingliving.com today.
This is it. The National Series is back in December. 4th and 5th at Tampa, the 11th and 12th Mayfield, and the final, the Cemetery Circuit on the 26th. Check out the website for early bird specials and prizes. Dylan's best are ready for the challenge.
Yes, roll on summer and the best Boxing Day race without a doubt. Well, you're watching CRC Motorsport, your free at home of MotoGP thanks to Suzuki. What a season it's been right across all the moto classes as we head to Austin, Texas, and the Circuit of the Americas for round 15. Brought to you by Suzuki, growing future champions.
It's time to ride the rodeo as MotoGP returns to Austin for the first time since 2019, with the Circuit of the Americas the destination as the Texas tussle is set to break out in the championship fight. Can Pecco Bagnaia continue to ease into Fabio Quartararo's lead, or will Marc Marquez regain his King of Kota crown? It's time for the Red Bull Grand Prix of the Americas. Applications for the 2022 Northern Talent Cup are now open. Prospective teams and riders can apply to join the grade until the 31st of December, and a maximum of 26 permanent riders are able to line up in 2022. All nationalities can apply, but the NTC aims to search for new talent across Northern and Central Europe. Riders from different racing backgrounds can also apply, with no road racing experience necessary. For further information, you can visit northerntalentcup.com or MotoGP.com. Donington Park played host to the final round of the British Talent Cup, with two races taking place over the weekend with the title up for grabs. In a wet race one, Casey O'Gorman held his nerve to take a fantastic and comfortable 7th win of the season after breaking away from the chasing group. O'Gorman was in the hot seat from the off as the number 67 streaked away into the lead from pole, with he and Carter Brown pulling a gap early on. O'Gorman kept it tidy to the end and took a well-earned 25 points and his 7th win of the season, as well as the championship lead. Behind him, Cormac Buchanan and Jamie Lyons see the podium finishes. Going into race 2, O'Gorman had a 1-point advantage over Carter Brown as the two prepared for a Donington showdown. In a winner-take-all race, it was O'Gorman who took victory after another dominant performance, breaking away early with Brown, but he managed to put 7 seconds between him and his title rival over the next few laps to help secure the 2021 British Talent Cup. For the first time since the Grand Prix of Doha, John Massey will start from pole position thanks to 2:15.986 in Moto 3 Q2. Second in the title race, Dennis Foggia will land from P2. Job done for the Italian, who has Jeremy Alcoba for company on the front row, but it was a disappointing session for World Championship leader Pedro Costa, who would start P12. The Spaniard's other title rival, Sergio Garcia, has been declared unfit for the race after a Friday crash. So Massey will launch from the head of the grid with Foggia and Alcoba alongside him. Rookie Izan Guevara will be targeting his first ever lightweight class 44 from the grid, with Xavi Artigas and Tatsuki Suzuki also eyeing up the top 3 finish.
The green flag waves in the back. We're ready to go here in Texas. Eyes on the lights. Top left corner. Who gets the best start? Lights out. Good stuff, Martinez. Did he actually anticipate the lights there a little bit early? Martinez has flown through from the second row. We'll keep our eyes on potential jump start there. If it wasn't a jump start, it was an excellent start for Martinez. He leads into turn one. Yeah, quick glance at the leopard racing teenager. It did look like he was moving when the lights went out. Race direction will, of course, be keeping a very close eye on that. They've got the tech, the cameras that focus every race, and it looks like Artigas did get the lead away a bit early. Foggy has been really pushed back early on here. The man is chasing 5 consecutive podiums. He's been relegated down from the front row to 6th. Here we go, they're breaking down into turn 11. It is Artigas from fellow rookie Ethan Guevara. It's a Spanish 1, 2, 3, 4 with Davidson Jury 5th, Mino in 6th. There was a bit of barging down that end of the back straight to turn number 12. I don't know if John McPhee got tipped up, but he was circuit wide into turn number 12. That looked like it cost the Scotsman a couple of places. Yeah, jump start. It just come up to yeah, it looked pretty obvious. It wasn't quite as bad as Jorge Lorenzo in MotoGP here a few years ago, but yeah, a double long lap penalty. It looked pretty crystal clear from the get-go, didn't it? He'll get that immediately on the tip board. So a double long lap penalty will be on the dashboard as well. Our current race leader then, Artigas, has jumped the start as we suspected. Double long lap penalty for the Spanish teenager. Well, that's a lovely move. How brave was that from Guevara up the inside of Artigas through that very, very bumpy turn number 3. You've got to be convinced about a move through there because you're offline, not your normal line. Tricky on the bumps. Beautiful by Guevara, that. Now, here he is, straight in. He's got another one of these, of course, to carry out as well. So this is going to drop him right out of podium contention. I was trying to make sure that you don't go over the tank there as well because you'd incur another on that penalty. So whereas he just slotted back in then all the way down to 13th place, Joey Artigas. So that means Ethan Guevara then leads here in Texas from Jaume Masia and Jeremy Alcoba, and that pushes Foggia up to 4th. It was a brilliant first lap by South African Darren Binder. We always know he's going to be aggressive. He started 17, came over the line in 9th place. He's continuing his charge forward. Binder's now in the 7th place and dragging his teammate John McPhee through the pack as well. Artigas is doing his teammate a favour around the outside of Pedro Acosta into turn 1 for the number 43. Excellent stuff. Still one more long lap penalty to go though for Artigas. Here is your top 3, an all Spanish top 3 right now. Guevara, Masia and Alcoba. They're trying to be reeled in by this man. Crucial World Championship points at stake here for Leopard Honda's Dennis Foggia. And Foggia in the slipstream get himself into the top 3. He's in 4th place. Yeah, he squeezed McPhee, didn't he, there? Mino out to the paintwork. You could just see how much momentum and drive Mino lost because he's getting swallowed up now here in the slipstream. There's Pedro Acosta. He sweeps by Mino Binder and he sweeps by Suzuki. A little bit out of shape of pack. Wow, Mino, was there almost contact there? Foot off the pack clearly there for the Italian. Yeah, and whilst all that was taking place, Matt, Dennis Foggia has ticked off a couple and he's up into P2. So Foggia now, the Leopard Honda rider, has just got one more rider in front of him. And it will be key to see what Foggia can do because he's shown signs this weekend that if there's anyone that's got the speed to break out the front, it's him. There, getting close and personal with Pedro Acosta. He also gets knocked about there by Andrea Mino as well. Yeah, Andrea Mino is getting ticked on a little bit here, isn't he? There's been a bit of contact for him over the last couple of laps or so. Artigas at the moment, there's 3.8 seconds behind race leader Ethan Guevara. He's so good on the brakes as well. Likewise, John McPhee. That was nice. Used the slipstream behind Jeremy Alcoba. And McPhee and Alcoba, they've had their differences, fair to say, over the last couple of years or so. But McPhee, upwardly mobile. He's now in the top 5. Yellow flags in sector 2. Who have we lost? Oh dear, that's Philip Salamat, yes, and he's looking a bit hurt, isn't he? That's on the exit of turn 11, is it? Yeah, that looks like a big high side, doesn't it? I'm trying to get on the gas coming out of that turn 11. He was in 15th place, he just actually bit fast. And that was the problem, that's why he was so weak. We've lost Nico Antonelli. We said after 2 podiums in the last 3 races, it looked like it had been a struggle for Antonelli. Red flags are out. As I was wondering whether that was going to happen because they're quickly approaching sector 2. The red flags have come out because of the incident involving Philip Salamat on the exit of turn 11. We keep our fingers crossed.
to see something we don't really want to see. Savage there, yeah, it's a high side on the entry. He's taking a big old whack as his glove. Lost his glove in that clash as well. There's a see his right arm was twisted really quite badly. That looked like a horrible clash. Here we go then. Lights out, and this time it looks like everyone got away without a jump start. A good start from Ethan Guevara actually from Paul. Not so again from Dennis Foggia. Flying through up the inside is Stefano Never and Pedro Costa, but Guevara leads. Yeah, brilliant start by Ethan Guevara. The dream start in many respects for him. Artigas is out well wide. Likewise, Lorenzo's one a bit further down. They sweep through turn 2 then. For the first time with this 5-lap dash, all McPhee got picked up there. That was aggressive, wasn't it, from Onju? The turn flying already in the first sector. Onju has in the front. He got the inside of Ethan Guevara. There's no way back for Guevara into turn number 11. All there is there. They all concertina up. How tight is that through turn number 11? They all make it safely through, just about out. Oh, there was a few lunges there, weren't there, into turn 11, including Pedro Acosta, who's gone through on Dennis Foggia. They're all on the back straight now. There is Foggia, side by side with Pedro Acosta as they come towards turn 12. Dennis Onju leads at the moment, I think, although he coming through is Ethan Guevara. John McPhee closed on his teammate Binder. Binder breaking over turn 12, and there's Masia. He now finds his way through on Dennis Onju. Oh, Guevara's got a mistake. Big mistake from the race leader. Yeah, he's gone so wide and deep, and he's rejoined way back in 9th place as well. So it's a Petronas sprint after whatever it was. It's a mechanical for Guevara. Oh, a disastrous weekend for the Ash Party. Just further back there at the back of this one through in 10th is Pedro Acosta, the World Championship leader. Can he make up some ground though in the slipstream now on the exit of turn 11 onto the back straight? Now there's Foggia with that lightning quick layer 500. What can you do about Chalmers? Oh no! No, that's huge crash. Oh, goodness me. Huge crash. I think it was Alcova lost control. Mino with nowhere to go. This will be another red flag. This red flag is out. Was Pedro Acosta involved in that one as well? That was horrendous. I hope everyone's okay because that is one of the worst case scenarios down the back straight. I cannot believe that we're watching 3 riders walking away unwounded from what looked absolutely terrifying. Let's see if we can find out what happened to Jeremy Alcova. There he is. And someone's come across his front wheel. Oh, Costa, look at that. Costa. Oh, David, that was truly shocking to watch. Some question, I'm sure, is that I have to try to find out going on. Guys, it's been told will be taken from the first race. Wow. The first race, which means, if you remember the front row of the restarts, the 5-lap dash, Ethan Guevara, can you believe what is going on here right now in Austin? Ethan Guevara, from the depths of despair to pure and utter joy and jubilation, because he's now been declared the race winner, results taken from standings at the time of the first red flag.
So after the double red flag race, race 2 is null and void, and race 1 results are declared valid, meaning Ethan Guevara takes a maiden Moto 3 win in bizarre fashion. Dennis Foggia and John McPhee both make the podium.
The race winner, after a remarkable morning here in Austin, Texas, 17-year-old Ethan Guevara is on the top step of the podium here in America.
Yes, really, really happy for my first race winning the World Championship. This race has been crazy. I would like to thank to my team for the work in all the weekend. And thank you for all the people.
So after all that, Foggia's podium means Acosta's lead is down to 30 points with just 3 races remaining. Sergio Garcia's championship dream looks over when Romano Fenati and John Massey complete the top 5.
Highlights of the 2021 MotoGP Championship brought to you by Suzuki, growing future champions.
Tonight on 3, it's It's all new Lego Masters Australia. Then Spidey faces a shocking new foe in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. And you're invited to the premiere of Married at First Sight UK, streaming Tuesday from midday on 3 Now.
Got the weekend free? Got your mates sorted? Then ride further. See your Suzuki dealer now.
You don't need a stack of cash to get the new bacon snacker. A snack-sized burger with bacon, cheese, and our tangy snacker sauce. All of this just $5. New to the Flagging Good Deals range, only at BK.
Hey, Carl.
Morning.
Hey. How are you guys?
Okay.
Yes.
He's got a head now. Who's going to give me the bath? No, thank you, darling.
When it comes to personalized loans, it's not the what, but the how. Like,
Time to upgrade my little girl's bedroom. But finance how?
finance now.
One payment would be so much easier. The finance how?
Finance now.
I need a holiday. But finance how?
Finance now. So whatever your finance how, apply online or call us now.
All God's green, all colorful, trust needs to grow and all.
Creating something that fits perfectly. That's an art. Precisely crafted and beautifully finished. First ever Mazda CX-30. The perfect fit.
For 50 years, Stressless has been perfecting the art of luxurious recliner comfort. And now it's time to celebrate at the Stressless 50 years sale. Save up to $1,000. Stressless luxury recliners made in Norway, available nationwide.
Highlights of the 2021 MotoGP Championship brought to you by Suzuki, growing future champions.
Raul Fernandez came out on top in another Red Bull KTM qualifying duel in Moto2 as the top two in the World Championship secured P1 and P2 starts on the grid. Title race leader Gardner was 0.3 off Fernandez's 2:08.979 as Fabio Di Gianantonio earned the first front row start since the German GP. The Gianantonio keeps the Red Bull KTM 1-2 company up front when Cameron Walker was in the podium choice with the crowd. The American start from P5 with Marco Bezzecchi and Augusto Fernandez either side of him.
The green flag will wave at 18 laps of Moto2 drama here. The round 15 of the Moto2 World Championship is about to kick off at the Red Bull Grand Prix of the Americas. All eyes turn to the lights in the top left corner. Here we go then. Moto2 underway. In Texas, good start from everyone on the front row. Remy Gardner got away well, but Raul Fernandez, no problem at all. He'll shortly lead into turn one. And look at Verbier, he's coming through for the second row, and he goes swiftly to victory. He led for all but a tenth of a second.
Yeah,
Yeah, Bobier got in way too hot there. He's going to lose all the places. Fabio Gianantonio's forced to sweep around the outside and going through that fast downhill turn number 2. In fact, Betseki's also got through on Bobier. So got in hot in the first corner, briefly led, but he lost all of his momentum, dropping down through turns 2 and 3. Bobier back in 5th or 6th. Yeah, that's 5th place, so he's where he started. He's got Augusto Fernandez just behind him. Raul Fernandez, it is then, who started from pole, who leads ahead of his teammate, Remy Gardner, number 87, with Fabio Di Gianantonio, number 21, in 3rd. Looking back from Raul Fernandez, your race leader, as they head out of turn 11 onto this 1.2 kilometre long backstream. The slipstream there is Marco Bezzecchi on fellow Italian Fabio Di Gianantonio. They're side by side as they make their way over towards turn 12. Yeah, Bezzecchi's trying to put the pressure on here on Di Gianantonio. Here comes Bobier, though, up the inside of Marco Bezzecchi into turn 12. Beautifully done. Loving that special American livery there for Cam Bobier. Remy Gardner went up the inside of Raul Fernandez, but unfortunately on the exit just didn't have the momentum. And on the cutback, Raul Fernandez retakes the lead, so he knows his teammates there. Excellent start for Marcos Ramirez, who's getting a bit busy there, passing Augusto Fernandez. He's moved up into 6th place. In fact, he's gone through an Arbolino as well. 2 American racing team riders, they're going well. And now Remy Gardner's coming under threat from Cameron Bobier. He's got the inside line, and he moves up into 2nd place. What a move from the American. Yeah, and all this battling, this carving up behind Bobier now, up the inside of Gianantonio as well. This is music to the ears in the music capital of the world, Austin, for Raul Fernandez, because while this battle's raging, he can just clear off in the distance with clear track in front of him. The constant changes of direction of this first sector, and the Gianantonio swoops back through into 2nd. You're right, this is perfect for Raul Fernandez. He can't see what's going on, but if he had rear view mirrors, he'd see madness. His teammate then, Remy Gardner, now has it all to do as he's pushed back to the 4th place. That's the gap from the helicopter. In the distance there, you can see Cameron Bobier now about to try and make a move again. He's so good on the brakes, isn't he, Cameron Bobier? A lot of confidence as he sweeps on by Fabio Di Gianantonio and moves up into 2nd place. He's a bit wide on exit, but he should be able to hold on. Yeah, he's been strong into turns 1 and turns 12, though. He did lose that exit speed, though, getting in hot as the Gianantonio, and now Gardner have picked him off as they come into the infield section. So, yeah, got to be patient there, Bobier. He got up the inside of Gianantonio on the brakes into that turn 12, but compromised and sacrificed all his exit speed and immediately surrendered 2 places back. Oh, the Gianantonio, that's gone horribly wrong for the Italian. He was closing on Raul Fernandez. He'd just taken another 10th out of the race leader, but that's a costly error from the number 21. He falls behind Cameron Bobier then into 4th place, so Bobier for now inherits a podium position. Yeah, this is the problem now, isn't it, that Raul Fernandez has had over the last few weeks. He's not been done any favours by anybody else in this battle trying to take more points off Remy Gardner. With Gardner now back into 2nd, a big mistake in the 15 there by Fabio Di Gianantonio, so he lost places to Gardner and to Bobier.
Highlights of the 2021 MotoGP Championship brought to you by Suzuki, growing future champions.
The Suzuki International Series gets back in December. 4th and 5th with Tamsak, the 11th from Trump Mansfield, and the final the circuit on the 26th. Check out the website for all the matches and final.
Once it's been good, after the operation, it's been certain fast and good. Just going to that time, marking that second about the time of the public. Right, looking like it's last set there. This championship has been flying wide open. It's just not the final sector to round here. Ralph Menendez is still right from the line over to the frame. If you want to congratulate him, he really is something else. And this championship is wide open. Number 25, Randall Benedict, take a huge step. Really well, they're watching on. He's a top man there. He was still for last night. He knows the fight is on.
It's with number 7. Once again, was
Snack slice burger with bacon, cheese, and a heavy stick of sauce. All of this just $5. New to the Frozen Good Deals range, only at BK.
The Sound plays the greatest music ever made on your radio and now on vinyl. The Sound Collector's Edition, out now.
G'day, Sue. Join me for a walk?
Love to, but my legs are aching.
I have the same problem. You need Revitive. New Revitive Medic with Oxywave is amazing. It's the circulation booster that gets my leg muscles pumping, which could relieve aches and pains, swelling, and now cramps. Plus, it's drug-free. It's truth. Someone got Revitive. Get Revitive today. It just might change your life.
New Revitive Medic, out now. Hey you, great news. You like things easy. You get ready for the day the night before. You know all the best shortcuts. You even toilet trained your dog.
Yeah, but he always leaves the lid up.
Wait, why is that great news? Because at Tower, we've made your life easier by making our insurance quotes quicker. That was easy. Tower, got a minute? Get a quote.
With everything going on in the world, do you really want to load the dishwasher again tonight? Sometimes you just gotta say, stuff it. Domino's Cheesy Crust, stuffed with tasty mozzarella for just $3.50 extra. Domino's.
Highlights of the 2021 MotoGP Championship brought to you by Suzuki, growing future champions.
Based in Texas, the Circuit of the Americas is a 5.5-kilometer purpose-built Grand Prix track and first came onto the MotoGP calendar in 2013. One of the most varied circuits visited, it starts off with a 40-meter climb into the turn 1 hairpin left-hander. Turn 2, a fast-flowing right-hander, which offers riders a chance to build up speed before coming into 3, the first in a quick change of direction. Starting off left, we flick right at 4 before going left again out of 5. The bike needs to be nimble coming through this section of the track. Turn number 6 is a little bit bigger and means we have to come in wide to turn 7, a great passing opportunity. Throw our minds back to Dovizioso and Rossi in 2015 when the Doctor took his Italian counterpart at the sweeping uphill right-hander, that is, turn 8. Next is a kink left before building up speed once again, and flicking left through 10 before we're greeted with the circuit's second hairpin turn at 11. Dropping all the way down now to first gear and really tight around before the track opens up once again on the back straight. Premier class machines can reach a whopping 340 kilometers an hour here before approaching a hard-braking left-hander. Down to first gear again as the bike's cornering ability is set to be tested once more. Next up is a tight double right-hander which gives riders an overtaking opportunity. Same again going left through turn 15 before coming into the looping 3-corner right-hander which will test out the rubber of the Michelin tires through 16, 17 and 18. On the exit, we're the penultimate turn, getting our left lean on in second gear before approaching the final corner, which is taken in first and offers up one last passing opportunity. Accelerate on the exit and push hard for the line. That is your onboard lap of the impressive Circuit of the Americas in Austin. Pecco Bagnaia will start from pole position after setting a blister. 202.781 in MotoGP Q2. The Ducati rider became the first Italian to claim 3 MotoGP poles in a row since Valentino Rossi in 2009, and Bagnaia will start alongside World Championship leader and main title rival Fabio Quartararo. Marc Marquez qualified off pole position at Cota for the first time, but it's the first front row of the season for the 8-time World Champion in third. So is Bagnaia, who will launch from P1 for the third consecutive lights out. He leads the blockbuster front row with Quartararo and Marquez. Rookie wonder Jorge Martin starts from the head of the second, alongside 2 riders hoping to end long podium in victory weights, Taka Nakagami and Johan Zarco. Expect some blue bolts from the third row of Suzuki duo Alex Rins and Joan Mir, joined by rookie Luca Marini. Jack Miller will be hoping to put a disappointing qualifying behind him with a good start, when Brad Binder and Paul Espargaro complete row 4. In the 5th row, there are 2 race winners from 2020 in the form of Franco Morbidelli and Andrea Dovizioso. Also, two-time podium finisher Alex Marquez beside them. Just behind them in the Bastianini, these two KTMs with Iker Lecuona and Miguel Oliveira alongside the rookie Italian, while it is a very experienced back row with Valentino Rossi between Alessio Spargaro and Danilo Petrucci.
We're back in Austin, we're back in America after a 30-month absence. Round 15 of the MotoGP World Championship is ready to go. 4 races left in 2021. Eyes to the lights. And we're underway here in Austin. A good start there from all riders on the front row, particularly Marquez, who shoots through immediately to take the lead and will lead through turn 1 here in Austin.
Been a really good start for Alex Rins. There's almost contact there between the two Suzuki teammates. Rins under pressure immediately as well, though, from Jorge Martin. Rins started his 70s inside that top 4 already.
Yeah, brilliant from both he and Joan Mir, but Marc Marquez, plan A executed perfectly. He leads from the championship leader, Fabio Quartararo. Bagnaia then in 3rd. There is Alex Rins, then up to 4, just ahead of Jorge Martin.
Miller tried to run a tight line into turn 1 to pick up some places. Rins is really aggressive there early on. He's now up at the podium places. Up the inside of Bagnaia, Alex Rins has gained 4 places in the first sector already.
What a rocket start for Alex Rins. There you should see the struggling Mir in particular over the crest through turn 10.
I was just going to say, as Nakagami tried to find a way through on Joan Mir, he makes that move, stick on the LTR Honda. Miller run that tight inside line into turn 1, try and make some place up on 10th, but he got boxed in. And Miller still in 10th place at the moment.
Marc Marquez leads on the approach to turn 12 from Fabio Quartararo. Here comes Pecco Bagnaia trying to fight back at Rins, not enough room.
Exactly where Marquez wanted to be, that he got the perfect start. And now then, can he execute plan A? Pecco Bagnaia thought that he'd get his head down, try and gap the field and then manage it as perhaps fatigue crept in the second half race. Looking back at Jorge Martin's Pramac, the captain. There's no way through there in the turn 15 as he tries to keep the pressure on Pecco Bagnaia.
We head up towards turn 16. Fabio Quartararo keeping his eyes on Marc Marquez. Marc Marquez does not feature in his championship problems. He hasn't got any issues with Marc leading this one. It's all about where Pecco Bagnaia finishes at the moment. His championship rival is in 4th. Brad Binder made up a couple of places on this opening lap as well. He's up into 8th. Breaking into turn 11. Marc Marquez, same gap as it was on the previous lap, back to Quartararo and Alex Rins. Just in the background there, Pecco Bagnaia has now got trouble in the form of Taka Nakagami.
Yeah, the exchange and overtake there down into turn number 11. Nakagami's had good pace all weekend. He's been top 6 in 2 or 3 sessions. He was quickest man in this morning's warm-up section.
There is Alex Rins then, the most recent.
Nakagami's gone down.
He's gone down. I think it's Taka Nakagami. It is Nakagami, who had great pace this weekend, this morning in particular. Fastest in the morning warm-up session, but unfortunately he's blown his podium chances once more.
Taka tumbles in Texas, not what we wanted to say at all. Sometimes when there's these pressure atmospheres, there's expectation on the shoulder of the Japanese rider. We saw it in Aragon last year. He can cave in. Full fuel tank, still this part of the race into turn 12. The Hondas have struggled in turn 12, stopping at the end of the back straight. Nakagami sadly though down and out.
There is Jorge Martin. Since getting past Pecco Bagnaia, he's just started to close up on Alex Rins in the fight for 3rd. As we come across the line then to complete lap 2, it's still Marc Marquez that leads. Fastest lap of the race to Jorge Martin.
Yeah, this is an excellent job by Jorge Martin. Some doubts about how long he can keep this pace, though. Didn't feel like he had top 5 rhythm yesterday, but at the moment he's been absolutely awesome. 2:04.859, the best lap of the race coming in from Jorge Martin.
Jack Miller here is trying to make up 2 places in 1 and has done it. Can he get the bike stopped? Wow, great start, aggressive move there from Jack Miller. He lunges up the inside of both Joan Mir and Brad Binder. The Aussie is up to 6th.
Yeah, this bodes well for Miller as well, because he's got that hard rear tyre, which you would think in theory is going to give him the superior grip, the better grip towards the back end of this race. It should be more durability for Jack Miller. So he's worked hard already to get himself inside this top. Next to this side, his teammate Bagnaia.
Marc Marquez did say, look out for Jack Miller, 10th on the grid. That qualifying certainly did not give away exactly what the speed is that Miller had. He looked brilliant before qualifying 2 yesterday. This is how it looks then at the front as we're about to come towards the end of lap 3. Martin is looking very good indeed and a proper threat, the rookie, in 4th as we cross the line.
Yeah, Jack Miller's the man to watch. Here comes Jorge Martin, just blitzes the Ducati. A bit of Pramac power there by Alex Rins. Alex Rins is having none of it. Squeezes back up the inside of his fellow Spaniard. Now who's got the advantage as they sweep down the hill this fast? Turn number 2. It's advantage Alex Rins. Jack Miller's the man on the charge. He set the fastest lap of the race in 2:04.631. The only man at the moment on the circuit in the 2:04. It's about half a second quicker than anybody else around in the Aussie. Rins knew the significance of making that move back on Martin immediately into the first corner, because if he gets stuck behind the Ducati, it's so hard then to overtake it back, and particularly if Martin's got the advantage on Rins in that snaky first sector, Rins has got no chance, and then of course you run the risk of Marquez and Quartararo just gapping him a little bit, so that was imperative that Rins made that move, although he might get swallowed up here now down the back straight.
There is Jack Miller coming up towards his teammate Pecco Bagnaia. Is Martin going to have a look?
Yeah. There's no might in it, was there? There was no might in it. That was just effortless for Jorge Martin. Just wound that to catch up to top here. Good battle here, raging between Mir and Binder. The exchange overtakes down into turn 12. They've got Zarco as well. This is the battle for 7th.
Yeah, taking lots out of each other there. Mir and Binder. Mir retaliates immediately.
Johan Zarco has crashed out. The Frenchman, and his poor form, unfortunately, continues. The Pramac Ducati rider is down and out. So he scored just 9 points potentially now in the last 5 races. What's happened to Zarco's title challenges? Disappeared without trace.
Quartararo started to get warmed up into this one nicely, isn't he? He's taken a 10th out of Marc Marquez. In turn, Jorge Martin and Alex Rins right at this moment in time.
Yeah, normally at this stage, the COTA battle, Marc Marquez is normally about 2 seconds clear. Not so in 2021. We know it's a different Marc Marquez this year as he recovers back to full fitness. Marquez has got his head down now. He's just on his fastest lap race. And here comes Jorge Martin. He's moving through on Fabio Quartararo, who's going to be last on the brakes into the first corner. Oh, that was tight. Very, very tight between Quartararo and Martin. Marquez is at 2:04.940. He's about to get Quartararo. The biggest his speed, nearly half a second.
Fabio Quartararo unwilling to allow Jorge Martin to come through on him. In the meantime, Jack Miller has now passed Bagnaia. So Bagnaia has dropped to 6th. What can Miller do now? He's got some clear air. Can he close up to the leading quartet?
The advantage now, it's gone up by half a second already in this first 2 sectors on this 6th lap. He's nearly a second clear now of the Frenchman.
This is what he does. And Jack Miller has gone through, crucially, on Alex Rins. This is a great fight through the pack from the Australian. He's gone from 10th on the grid, and he's now up into 4th in the crown edge. Juan Mir has been passed as well. Brad Binder is up into 7th.
Highlights of the 2021 MotoGP Championship brought to you by Suzuki, growing future champions.
The Suzuki International Series is back in December. 4th and 5th at Tampa, the 11th and 12th Mayfield, and the final, the Cemetery Circuit, on the 26th. Check out the website for early bird specials and prices. Zealand's best are ready for the challenge.
How is that? It's a phosphate.
You Amazing Spider-Man 2 tonight after Liga Masters Australia on 3 now.
You can find lots of things when you book a holiday house on Book-a-Bench. In miniature, where together awaits
the security awareness month at Harvey Norman. Get advanced device and identity protection across PC, Mac, mobile, and tablets with Dread Micro Device Security Pro. Now from only $28. Come install, bonus, or buy online at Harvey Norman.
This is Emma. When Emma saw the money coming in and out of her account every month, she was interested. So she used the activity tab on her BNZ app to set a monthly target on her spending and put her leftover money towards a pizza oven she learned to love. With a bit of practice. Track your spending in the BNZ app. It's banking made simple with Bank of New Zealand.
Trade in your old phone at 2 Degrees and flip the script with a brand new Samsung Galaxy Flip 3. Score a phone, a Samsung Tab A7, where when you buy interest-free on eligible pay monthly or business mobile plans, that's $699 worth of value. Don't flip out, flip up to a new phone. Sound fair? Let's chat. 2 Degrees, fighting for fair since 2009.
We're all searching for something, right? I mean, some want a new job, and others want a new workspace. She found a weird little car she loves. And this guy got the car he needs. Everybody. Some want to move up, others want to move out. Oh, me. Hobbies will be started. What is that? Rediscovered and, oh, sorry. Shh. Right. Oh my gosh. Or abandoned. Whatever you're searching for, go to a place more Kiwis trust to find it. It's trademark.
This is a smart SUV. The design is sharp and the technology is. But the really smart feature is the driver. Someone savvy enough to demand more and get it. The all-new Havel Jolyon. Smart move.
Whether it's chilly Southerlies, early sunsets, or your girl leaving you, winter can be tough. That's why we advise keeping your spirits up and your mouth full with 3 different meats in the form of the brisket bacon Big Angus. Carl Jr., it's good. Highlights of the 2021 MotoGP Championship brought to you by Suzuki, growing future champions.
Got to say, Jorge Martin's riding out to the skin, and Miller just cannot get within 2 or 3 tenths of the fellow Ducati GP21 ahead of him.
Magni's just started to get into some rhythm, actually. Finally, he's into the 204s, his first 204 of the race so far. And if he bides his time here onto the back straight, he'll make light work of the Suzuki of Alex Rins.
Yeah, there's only one man quicker ahead of him right now, Pecco Bagnaia, and that's Marc Marquez, your race leader. It looks like he might have become a little bit too late for him. 6th place was not what we were expecting from the man who qualified so well in pole. Although he blitzes by Alex Rins' factory Suzuki. So that's at least another point picked up.
Is he going to hold it? He does just. Pecco Bagnaia then safely moves up into 5th place. Jack Miller just up ahead of him has clawed a 10th or 2 back on Jorge Martin as he looks to try and force his way onto the podium for the first time since Catalonia.
Bagnaia there just parked that Ducati smack bang in the middle of turn number 12. Alex Rins almost ran into the back of it because Bagnaia knew that just using that little bit of extra acceleration for the Ducati, he'd just be able to pull 2 or 3 bike lengths on the gas on Alex Rins. That's exactly what happened.
At the moment, championship-wise, this is going perfectly for Fabio Quartararo. 20 points he would take to Pecco Bagnaia's 11. That would increase his advantage to 57 with 3 races to go as things stand. We cross the line and it's the halfway point of the race. 10 laps gone, 10 to go. Santi Hernandez keeping a close eye on Marc Marquez. It's fair to say that in these treacherous parts of the circuit, the Honda coping with the bumps very, very well. Pekka Bagnaia here is closing now on Jack Miller. Jack may have that hard rear tyre, but he is just struggling at this particular stage of the race, this middle part of the race. And
yeah, you're absolutely right, Steve Miller, just not looking comfortable at the moment on that factory Ducati. He's got his hands full there, keeping Bagnaia behind him as they sweep through turn number 20. And the problem is now Bagnaia, the longer he gets stuck behind Miller, the lesser chance he has of then trying to reel back in Jorge Martin, who's now 1.3 seconds clear of Jack Miller. 6/10 on that last lap Martin took out of the Aussie.
Bagnaia was half a second quicker than Miller on that last lap.
Credit to Martin, I mean, on that last lap, he was only 3/10 slower than Marc Marquez, less than a tenth slower than Fabio Quartararo. Super impressed. I know I keep saying it, but we did not expect this from Jorge Martin. He didn't expect it from himself after you listen to his comments. Post-qualifying yesterday.
Jack Miller clearly knew exactly who it was behind him there and allows Pekka Bagnaia through. Now, that's the first time that we've seen anything like that so far in 2021. I wonder if Miller just knows he's struggling a bit and he knows exactly what Bagnaia needs.
Or was there
he couldn't really make that look any more obvious.
Was there a mapping 8 message?
Well, he did say, didn't he, a couple of rounds ago, that if he can help Pekka Bagnaia, then he will. And he's not exactly in a race-winning position at the moment, Jack Miller. So, for now, he says, Pecco, over to you.
This will be disappointing and frustrating for Jack Miller to take, though. He was top 2 in all 4 practice sessions going into qualifying yesterday, and his weekend has kind of unravelled in that 15-minute Q2 session, left him in 10th place on the grid. And after a storming charge through the pack, it just hasn't happened at all.
Miller then allowing Pekka Bagnaia through into 4th place. Now, can Pekka Bagnaia close down the gap to Jorge Martin? Jack Miller tried and did not succeed.
Yeah, well, Pekka Bagnaia's got his hands full to cut that gap. He's got to find 2 seconds back to Jorge Martin. I mean, they're running identical pace, so Jorge Martin's going to have a pretty significant drop-off, either tyre-wise or physical-wise, to bring Bagnaia back into contention for the podium. Yeah, it's been an exhibition, hasn't it, so far from Marc Marquez. Miller under pressure here from Alex Rins, big pressure, and he can't resist, although in a little bit hot, Alex Rins on the cutback. Miller should have him, they look at each other, side by side, down the 6th-gear back straight. I'm not sure for how much longer Jack Miller will be able to resist the Suzuki man behind him.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to take for Jack Miller after how good he was looking yesterday in FP3 and FP4. At the moment, 5th place. It would be 3 consecutive 5th place finishes. At the moment, the speed that Rins and Mir have got, it looks like it might get a bit worse yet for the Australian.
It's coming, you know it's coming. It's coming right now into turn 15. Alex Rins has just got by far the better pace, by far the better grip. And Jack Miller, after an impressive charge through to 4th place, unfortunately, that Michelin hard rear tyre not working out at all for the Australian. Now he's starting to go backwards. Miller then back into 6th now. He's got bother coming as well from Mir too. 1.4 seconds through 6 to 3 as the Pramac Ducati team look on. There's Francesco Bugotti's Grucci, Daniele Romagnoli. He has a good long look at his pit board and he'll see now the gap 1.3 seconds back to Bagnaia, who's got time, 4 laps to go. What was the difference in lap time between the two of them? Yeah, half a second Bagnaia found on that lap 16. This one's over for the final place on the podium.
Bastianini has made up a spot. He's got past Brad Binder. He's into 8th, the Italian. Excellent work from him from 16th on the grid. And there's a big mistake there for Martin. Jorge Martin is under pressure now and he's made a mistake, and the gap then comes right down to just a few tenths between himself and Bagnaia in the fight for 3rd.
The Suzuki International Series is back in December. 4th and 5th at Tampa, the 11th and 12th Manfield, and the final, the Symmetry Circuit, on the 26th. Check out the website for early bird specials and prizes. Zealand's best are ready for the challenge.
Oh, it's a big one. Catching the fish of a lifetime doesn't come easy. Looking forward to it. More quickly. All new IT and fishing. Tonight, 5:30 on 3 and 3 now.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. The final countdown is on for Suzuki's legendary GN125. Grab the economical commuter for just $1,999 plus GST and on-road costs. See your Suzuki dealer now.
That's it, boys. Bring it in. Don't forget we've got tournament coming up in 2 weeks, okay? Couple of $100. So come up with some ideas.
Doggy Daycare, $20 per dog. All your inputs on the sheet.
Your family.
See how setting a savings goal could improve your financial well-being. Search ANZ How.
With everything going on in the world, do you really want to load the dishwasher again tonight? Sometimes you just gotta say, stuff it. Domino's cheesy crust, stuffed with tasty mozzarella for just $3.50 extra. Domino's.
Nolan is Supermax deals. The Kenwood Multi-Pro Classic Food Processor, $279. A Lenovo 100E Celeron Chromebook, $379. Or a Samsung 65-inch QD TV, $2,544. Terms and conditions apply. Available at no limit.
Happiness is the freedom to choose. And Flybuys lets you choose what makes you happy with 3 ways to be rewarded. Choose Flybuys points to spend in the Flybuys store, or extra fuel discounts at Z and Caltex to save on fuel, or New World dollars to spend on groceries. And the best part is you can change your mind at any time. Choose now at flybuys.co.nz or on the Flybuys app.
For tough outdoor cleaning jobs, trust CLR. Soak rusty tools before scrubbing them down. Sponge tough driveway marks before washing clean. Soak outdoor taps and get them running like new. To clean glass fencing, apply, wait 2 minutes, and wipe crystal clean. CLR brings back weathered boats and caravans river action. It's even anti-back work at the toughest jobs with CLR.
It doesn't happen often, but when it does, when passion meets relentlessness, when intention meets craftsmanship, when all of this comes together, then it's the creation of something truly progressive. We've never needed progress so much, have we?
With a delicious mix of grains and seeds in every fried Tuscan mixed grain loaf, there's a lot to savor. So take your time. And bon appetit.
Highlights of the 2021 MotoGP Championship brought to you by Suzuki, growing future champions.
Bagnaia trying to limit the damage, and he's been given a long lap penalty for the shortcuts at turns 4 and 5. Just to add insult to injury, he's been defending this 3rd place valiantly, but now he's got a long lap penalty, and it's immaterial. Pecco Bagnaia is going to take 3rd.
Oh, that's so cruel, but the rules, of course, yeah. The big run-off through turns 4 and 5. I wonder what caused the run-off, whether he just tired and just didn't have the energy to change direction, or whether he just did a big bump, but it takes him off the circuit. Oh, poor old Jorge Martin, a long lap penalty coming his way. That's when
Pecco Bagnaia goes through, he's into 3rd.
Guys, it's not actually the cut, is it, that he get penalised for? It's for not losing enough time through that when you do cut it.
Well, sadly, that penalty loop for Jorge Martin might do further damage to him, because it will allow Rins and Miller to get by him as well. Pecco Bagnaia then limits the damage being done to him by the championship leader Fabio Quartararo. He moves into 3rd place. The King of Kota is going to take his crown back here. There's 2 laps left. Further back, Bastianini is right on the tail of both Jack Miller and Joan Mir. There is a 6th place on the cards for Enea Bastianini as a rookie on a 2-year-old Ducati.
super impressive again by Enea Bastianini. He started this race down in 16th place. But at qualifying, you'd think that he might have been potentially fighting for the podium again, because he's doing mid 205s. He's running the same pace as Fabio Quartararo and Marc Marquez at the moment.
There you can see in the background Bastianini. Another few laps, and he'd be well on course for a top 4 or 5. Martin still hasn't taken his long lap penalty. Just to be careful, because there'll be further penalties to come.
That's the thing, isn't it? He could be losing more points here.
So then, we're about to start the final lap. Marc Marquez has been imperious here. Pramac Ducati are keeping an eye on things, but he's not going to be getting on the podium, I'm afraid. Jorge Martin, by the looks of things, just 5.5 kilometres left for Marc Marquez.
Yeah, and it has been a one-man demolition job. It's been an exhibition like we've seen so many times here in Kota for Marc Marquez. It is going to be a magnificent 7 wins in cowboy country for this man. The crucial moment in lap 6 and 7, as we said, when he really got his head down, got the hammer down and was able to break the gap to Fabio Quartararo to over a second. Quartararo looks like he's going to take 20 impressively precious points for the championship. Pekka Bagnaia is going to rescue third, not what he wanted. I don't think we're going to see too many men more disappointed with the third place than Pekka Bagnaia post-race.
So often we've shown up here in Austin, Marc Marquez has stretched his legs and no one can get close to him to lay a finger on him, and it's the same story here today. A brilliant performance from Marc Marquez. His return from injury, what has been the most unbelievable and coming away of Marc Marquez.
Yeah, win number 84 in his career. You can hear the American fans that have appreciated this ride from Marc Marquez. It's been absolutely awesome. He is going to conquer Kota for the 7th time in 8 visits.
Just the final sector left then for Marc Marquez now. In front of the grandstand, he can cruise home to victory. The long lap penalty finally has been taken by Jorge Martin, and unfortunately he's lost a place to Alex Rins. A great effort from Jorge Martin. Doesn't really deserve that.
What a race. What a race by Jorge Martin. But what a race by this man. He's going to reclaim the crown. He's back on the throne as the king of Kota, surely.
7 wins in 8 visits. The king of Kota is back on his throne. Captain America is back. Marc Marquez wins in Austin. Fabio Quartararo, a brilliant second place, and you can see how happy he is with that. And Pekka Bagnaia in the end, 3rd. Rins takes 4th ahead of Jorge Martin, who had to take a long lap penalty, and Bastianini does get 6th ahead of Mir and Miller. What an excellent ride from the Italian rookie. But this was the last lap then. This was the challenge between Mir and Miller. They made contact, and Bastianini's obviously just going to sweep on through. Yeah, there he goes. Let's have a look at it from Miller's angle. Mir tries to go up the inside, makes contact. These two have got history, remember, Jack Miller and Joan Mir.
Yeah, Jack Miller's not going to appreciate that one, is he, at all? I mean, Mir says that with the Suzuki, its performance like it is, he has to make aggressive moves. It's not what he wants to do. But you can see there, Jack Miller clearly frustrated. The stewards are going to look at that one. There might be a penalty coming the way of Joan Mir after that one.
So Marquez takes the win ahead of Quartararo and Bagnaia, while Alex Rins took advantage of Jorge Martin's long lap penalty to finish 4th. Bastianini charged through the field once again for a top 6 finish, while Joan Mir is demoted to P8 after his race incident with Jack Miller.
But Marc Marquez, Rear Admiral Gene Price, hands over the race green prize. Marquez's 84th career victory, his 58th in the MotoGP World Championship. The king of Kota is back.
Yeah, I mean, the plan exactly was like I did the race. I mean, start well, be first in the first corner, be slow in the first 3 laps, and then when the tires will drop a little bit, start push. And it's exactly what I did. Then I see that they increase the gap. I was riding in 4 high in a constant pace and comfortable. It's true that last lap I was tired and was even difficult to keep the concentration, but Fabio was far. I knew that my instinct said that Fabio will slow down too because he's fighting for the championship. So yeah, today everybody happy in the podium. Me for the victory, Fabio for the second place. Very
here again this time. It takes even better than a victory. Honestly, I feel so good. Physically, was the top of the race, it's so good to see our wrestler fans see that we finish in front of people. So we are so happy and great to see the American fans here, and so happy to have
I tried all. Was more tough than Malaysia. It's the same odd, but the track is very, very demanding. And in this moment, I'm finished because our bike was very competitive today, but in the first sector I was struggling a lot, and I was knowing that the mud pace was better. I just tried to manage the rear tire in the best way possible because already at the start I was feeling less weak than yesterday. But in any case, I was not nervous at the start when I was seeing that the other riders were opening a gap. And then when I see that the others starting to struggle, I try to push and at least on the body that was for today the best result was.
It's one hand on the title for Quartararo as the Frenchman now holds a 52-point advantage over Bagnaia with just 75 points remaining. The Italian is now the only man who can stop the Yamaha rider taking the title as Joan Mir is now mathematically out of contention. The king of Kota is back as Marc Marquez took his second win of the season. The championship now heads to Italy where history beckons for Fabio Quartararo. He could potentially seal the 2021 title in Misano, but we're sure Pecco Bagnaia will still have plenty to say about that at his home GP. Next up, it's the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix in 3 weeks' time. Make sure you join us for it then.
Highlights of the 2021 MotoGP Championship brought to you by Suzuki, growing future champions. Hey, next week on CRC Motorsport, we welcome back ETCR from the Hungaro ring. Also coming up on the show, Northbound Endurance Championship action. It's round 3 from Topol. D1NZ Championship kicks off at Mount Smart. And of course, DTM at the season finale from the Norris ring. So do pop over to my place again next Sunday. Look forward to having you over. Until then, stay safe wherever you are. Bye for now.
It's time to go racing.
Kia ora, it's me, Billy Redford. I was a professional rugby player for 16 years and played 71 tests for the All Blacks. I love rugby, but at the heart of it, I'm just a roadie boy who loves Aotearoa and the outdoors. In this series, I'll be taking you to some of the most beautiful parts of our country. Meeting hearty local characters, catching up with some local rugby heroes, and finding some of the best kaimoana Aotearoa has to offer. That's amazing. Melting into Oaha. This is Very Sticky Tour. This week I'm visiting the super city Tamaki Makaurau. I'm hunting kingfish in the Hauraki Gulf.
On this time of the year, it's sort of 50-50 on the shark business. So
On the
it's
what?
actually
I visited a rugby club brimming with energy, Aka flag, and target Tāmure with former All Blacks by match fit teammates. Are we keeping tally on numbers? Yeah. That's Wellies in the lead then. I did my time at Auckland playing rugby for the Blues, but these days I prefer life back home. Auckland's a scoring super city. More than twice the size of New York. And I remember the trip it being a nightmare. So, it's going to be a tough task for this city to win their own. Today's launch is at the northern end of Auckland, near Walkwood. And I reckon te taki te tahi warine, I rupi roto I te moana, ka te ingoa ko Kiri, te haere māua ki Sanskrit, I te pū I pētahi I ka. Rena māta ki taki mai. Titi mai ana te rā I Sanskrit. Hara mai ana te tāhua o te rangi I Tāmaki nei. Tuatahi ake, ka peka atu ki a Kiri, tatari ana ki te wāpu.
Kia ora, Tere.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, ko Kerry Walden, Papua I'm a mum, 3 kids, and I also help run a spearfishing group, Spearfishing Fundamentals, they're a training group.
So, Gary, what's up there with that?
Well, what sort of fish are you looking for today, Billy?
I like to shoot a kingy,
Yeah,
just to enjoy the part of the best one.
yeah. We might head down to Challenger Island, but you know, Auckland this time of the year is sort of 50-50 on the shark presence. So
On the
we'll
what?
try it by
Did you just say shark?
Yeah, what's your comfort level being in the water with sharks?
Yeah, I haven't really had many times where there's been sharks around.
Yeah. Oh, we might not see any today, and if we do, we'll just keep an eye out for each other, just be aware and just see what they're doing. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. But yeah, I got you back.
I'll put it.
You got my back. Awesome.
No worries. I wonder if the sharks can sense that I'm freaked out by them. Let's talk about something else. Quick. So what are you up to, Dolly?
The people I dive with,
Yeah.
I've met some amazing people diving, and awesome divers that just welcome me and let me to dive with them, and I just love it. I got the vibe. It's quite addictive.
Oh, well, now that we've gone through the markers, I guess we're going to head up to the spot.
Yeah, sounds good. Nice, great. Yeah.
Which direction?
Yep, straight ahead.
Okay. Nothing in the way.
Hope not. The plan for today is to take Kitty up to Challenger Island, which is the spot the south coast of Hawaii. And it's just a regular hunt. We'll be targeting kingies, hopefully. I'm excited about today. It's always fun to dive with a new buddy. Can't wait to get in the water.
Kingfish are usually found around rocky pinnacles and with a bit of current. They are stronger, faster, and smarter than smaller fish, which also makes them the ultimate target for spearing. Ko taku ruku tuatai tēnei ki ngā wai mōhara. Nō reira, ko wai ka mōhio he aha te raro, tatari mai ana. Koia tēnei ko te pātaku kai o kiri, e mōhio mai ana ia ki tēnei wāhi. Nō reira ka tika kia whai atu au ia aia e nā bukingi ana. Spearfishing is pretty much a male-dominated sport, so diving with Kerry is pretty cool. I feel like she's too advanced for me. I'm hoping I can learn a trick or two and land us some fish.
Probably take a little bit wide. Okay, what you could.
Okay.
I'll give you another microwave.
This time, I find the rocks and they're covered in small kinna. And above them, a whole lot of baby snapper. There's a lot more life in and around the kelp area, but everything is way too small to shoot. So the current isn't running, and we're kind of hoping one rogue kingy might show its face, but we haven't had any luck. Ko tīmata akere ki te kohi kina. Ka whakaaro ake au, e aha rā ia te kohi nei i ēnei kina pakipaku. Ka taka te kapa, ka whakamahia e ia, e kākara e mōhunu mai, ngā hika ā wanui atu. I prefer that here, try that. E rautaki pai, e whakatata mai ko ngā hika pakipaku. Ko rātou he mōhunu ko ngā hika nui. I start breaking the kina apart, releasing the nectar of the gods for the snapper. Kerry adds to our early snap with some more crushed kina, but not everyone's happy about us disturbing the peace. Yeah, so I've seen this thing where eagle reef usually gap it from the area straight away and go and dive somewhere else. But for once I was actually calm and nosy. Want to have a nosy at it to see what I was up to. Stingray has my attention. Kerry spots a shadow behind us.
Just as I was turning around, I saw actually my first thought was, oh, nice kingy, and then my second thought was, actually, no, it's a bonsai.
If I can eat both more with my enemies in the water. And from on the rugby field with our up-and-coming stars. Right, so we can again,
6 daily COVID cases have almost doubled on the eve of Cabinet's decision on easing or tightening restrictions. Delta's spreading, and Katikati residents are not surprised they have a positive case in their community.
New Zealanders send a clear message to the government on the funding of medicines. And New South Wales is gearing up for Freedom Day tomorrow. The double-vaxxed head to enjoy a raft of new freedoms. 10:06.
The grand final is here. Over 2 epic nights.
There can be only one thing, the 10th minute of
Will be crowned Cheetah Masters Australia, the grand final. Tonight, 7 continues tomorrow on 3 and 3 now. Hello Fresh. Discover a wide range of delicious recipes delivered to your door with all the fresh ingredients you need. Order your order now at hellofresh.co.nz.
This is a smart SUV, mainly because of its smart tech, safety and design, but also because of the driver. Someone clever enough to demand more and get it. Havel H6. Go with more.
Got a level? No. Need a drill?
Yes.
No. Let's get a trowel.
No.
He's going to go into it. Oh, thanks for that. All right. Hey, it's all good. So let's finish then.
Unexpected strikes like burglaries will help things right. With a little fear. AA Insurance.
Whoops. Running on empty? Enjoy 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex. Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
No, not this Tuesday. Following Tuesday. COVID.
I'm keen to see what Auckland has to offer other than traffic. So far, Kerry and I are having a mean day. There are 2 problems. No kingies and
We just finished the drive, but we just wanted to sort of look closer to the rock. So just because I was turning around, I saw actually my first thought was Kingy, and then my second thought was actually no, it's on me. But he didn't see the bronze. I did when he finished his dive, I did tell him it's always good for your buddies to know what's going on at the water too.
yeah, I was delighted to see that. Though you're shocked that I can see you myself. Despite our close encounter, I'm keen to find out if really chapters words attracted any larger fish. You know that you think I can. There I am. Pai tonu ngā tāwure te toia mai e te kākara o te kina. I've never shot one before, so had a crack at one. Pulled the trigger. And it swam off, and I shot the rock. My list has spooked the slipper and I'm finished again. So, we decided to call it a day. Get back to the boat empty-handed. What would you do?
Close to 3 meters-ish, probably, or close, even there's a big rocket.
Glad you came and scared off and not me. You probably would have scared me.
Did I said that though?
That's the one thing I expected. Thanks for everything you do about the oven. Although we didn't share anything, I thoroughly enjoyed our dive out here. Awesome.
Thanks for coming out, and bad water is a good thing. That was a huge privilege for me to take Pity up today. It was a fun day on the water, and I hope I get a chance to take him again and go land a big one.
I've checked out the northern edge of Auckland, so today I've decided to travel south of the city centre and visit the rugby club with a long history. Ke te aria ki te karapu o Manukau Rovers, I reira ka te take o tahi wahine tua, peki i te venture here. Te aurua nei, e mahina whakapaipai te haere ake nei. Te whakarangatira I te tahi rau te kaumārima o te karapu. This club has an impressive history, so I'm keen to chat to one of the kaumātua in a sacred part of the club, known as the Karapu. Tēnā koe. Tell us a little bit about the dungeon here.
Well, there's a great history of this club, Manukau Rovers Rugby Football Club, originally being from Hana, and our field in Waipara Park. In those days, that big change was to shift where the new generations were starting here in Māori, so built this new clubhouse here. 1972 had a big opening in the club level back,
How did you become a small little club?
in the age of the early 60s, probably started, and had the right decades of senior rugby.
Then you played the last Prem game at what? 61?
62,
62?
Yeah, stupid,
If you want to run around and you think you can do it, why not?
Why not? Yeah.
Do you think that's important to have the young guys from the club mix and mingle with the older people that are going to put down the foundation of the club?
Yeah. Very strong old boys. I'm probably about 40 to 70 members, and I'm trying to break ground for them to make sure that they listen to us and put our women in there too. So we're going to get out of that strictly only man's world, right? And it's a world for us all. So I'd make sure it's survived the next 125 years. Yeah, I mean,
It's great to see the club supporting the female athletes, and I can't wait to have a run with some of the future stars. What is it?
Snap, yeah. Welcome to the home of Manukau Rovers Rugby Football Club, Williams Park. We're just going to, what's the other night? If we're going to do some drills and skills, and you're going to be in there, so showing some of those smart things that made you a famous all that, This is the belt that you wrap around your waist. Breathe in, brother. Yeah. Up, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Nice sweat, man. Nice sweat.
No, we've got skinny nuts, man. Don't need too much. Waistline's looking pretty slim.
Just look out for the ankle. They could be some pretty sharp steps for him.
I start the girls off with some rubber drills, and they're pretty onto it.
The girls went together, they actually were probably had a pretty good step and were able to beat the defenders.
And they're even more competitive than the boys are.
As soon as I put my belt on and tags on the side, they were pretty keen to show me up there.
Guarani te kōrero rāwi. Ma te keme e whakaia te pātai, ko waikahoa, ko waikatoru. I start off pretty strong, but these girls keep going, and it's a struggle to keep up.
Such space doesn't it?
It's too much running. But it's still great fun and amazing to see these skills in such a young age. Oh, good play. Keep going, keep going. Keep going. Yeah. How was that? You guys enjoy that? Let's pray. Hey, what about the coach? Let's pray. Good game. Good game. Mana wapua ana te tite I te waiaro o te waiaro. Te whai a ki nei, I spend the day fishing with some legends who are former All Blacks and my match fit teammates.
Let's keep on the boys. So it's not that it's a competition or anything like that. This is not a competition, but I'm saying that this man should be the one that catches the most fish.
The toughest course of all time.
Just not believe what we've seen.
Look at that. All Australian Ninja Warrior. Starts next Sunday at 7 and continues Monday, 7:30 on 3 and join now.
Reckon I could jump from you? Pretty high.
If I look at it, I was going to take him to the toilet. That was so sorry.
God, no!
Doesn't make sense. We delivered babies for years. No one's calling anymore.
That's because of Red Bull.
That's energy drink. Shouldn't people be?
True, but Red Bull gives you wings. Nobody believes in store delivery these days.
It doesn't happen often. When it does, when passion is, when all of this comes together, then it's the creation of something truly progressive. And you can never get progress or passion.
Get summer ready with savings where you spend $100 or more on new and used clothing.
Already, we measure one. As you say, we only generate electricity from wind, water, and sun. All new LVP 65 turbo. We will most powerful four-cylinder double cat engine. Big power without the fixed price. Stock available now. We will get you wings. Let you reach your position with the taste of watermelon.
Liz's new job meant she had a bump in pay each month, so she and Mick bumped up their home loan payments. Well, at least until another month turned out. Adjustable home loan payments. It's making made simple with Bank of New Zealand.
There are lots of processes that have improved over time. The voting process, the legal process, transportation. Then there are other processes that we've got out the first row. That's why we made Fish Carlo the authentic way, strained to create a natural, thick and creamy high-protein yogurt. Better Fresh Carlo, now available in a handy 4-pack, because it's how it's made that matters.
Beautiful harbour, but dangerous as anything.
Stop the vessel now!
You never know what you're going to get.
Sydney, before Monday 9 or 3 and 3 now.
Oh, it's a pleasure catching a fish of a lifetime. Doesn't come easy. Looking forward to it.
Approaching 17 hours.
More quickly. All new ITN fishing coming up next on 3.
I'm seeing if Auckland can win me over. And this morning I'm heading to CBD Marina to meet up with former All Blacks, Al Banks, and match fit forward.
What enough? Woohoo! Nice that. Oh, yeah, so the plan today is we're going to head out do a bit of fishing with Pete. A couple of boys that we did the match fit program with. You looking well, mate? You looking well? Oh, everyone's looking good. But for some reason, we're taking along our trainer as well, so that's kind of made things a bit difficult when you're eating steaks anyway. We're not going to be doing any fishing, or we're going to do a bit of food.
What's our plan of attack for today? Fish. Lead the way, then, Alex. Oh, man. Ia mata e mawehe nei ngā rama o tāmaki e whaiwhai tāpiri. Ko te hiahia o ngā tama e noho ki te kōrero e rautaki ki e tāpiri. Was going to be sneaky and go up and have a quarter of Mike, the skipper. Hopefully he can give me a few tips.
Hey, bro, how are you?
Good, bro. We got something going, bro.
So today we're off to Martita Hole up that area near Waihapi.
What's the fishing been like here in Auckland?
Fishing here in Auckland, it's a pretty good fishery. I come from up north, and I said there's no fish down in Auckland, but I've had some of the best fishing of my life for snapper in Auckland and that Hauraki Gulf.
So we're expecting good results today for the spot we're going to go to? Or?
Well, hopefully, bro. Under a bit of pressure today, eh?
Any tips for me, just so I can beat those guys? And
Yep, I reckon about 10 metres behind the boat, the bigger fish hang out. Yep, so back to the boat, bro.
With my tactics sorted and enough mullet, pulleys, and squid prep to last us a week, we put on the spot and show it how to bait up.
We've got a bit of mullet here, just once through, just above halfway, and I'll put a picture on there as well, straight through the eyes, just once through the eyes. We'll give this to you. You can drop down if you want it.
Alex was sitting. Just put my line in the water and Rashi's already got one on his line. Did he buy Sally?
It's not a competition, Rashi.
It's no competition. They say that it's not about competition, but it is. I know I caught the first one. Just got to keep her anyway.
There's a size limit on these things. I'm not making the honest.
I'm on next, but the legal size for snaps on it is 30 centimeters. Mine falls short as well. Sorry, bro. Sneaky around the corner, wasn't breaking any record with the first hookup, that's for sure, but I was on the board anyway. They're biting, but they're junior size. Come on. Maybe we might be in the corn medium. This might be throw them back in again as well. Double juniors. Yeah, we might throw them back in, but this is fine. Right, I think. Koe hoki taki kai hāpai haura a hele te āhei ki nei taumata anu o hoki.
Yeah, so obviously today is not a formal fishing competition, but I am representing my fellow Australians. So we'll see how it pans out. Hopefully I can pull something out of the day.
As long as the Breeders' World Cup's not on the line, you'll be all right, mate. But hey, mate, anyone can have an off decade, eh?
I just want to make it very clear at this point, it's not a competition, but don't worry, I'll certainly get mine back in the gym. They've got to be coming good.
Ooh, we got something. Nice, buddy. Come on. Nice. First keeper of the day, boys. There we go. Not that it's a competition or anything like that. Oh, yeah, no. But when you've got of course, it's going to, we like to compete. We like to give each other banter. You know, we don't like anyone sort of getting the edge on us. I just play your standards.
Not 31.5, so this guy.
Decent ones. I hope this is not a competition, but in saying that, I think that this man should be the one that catches the most fish. I believe it is. Yeah, come on. Let's keep that. It's like a huge person. 52 centimeters, bro.
That's nowhere near 52 centimeters, Charlie. But it is legal. Yeah, the boys are pretty competitive. They'll make a challenge out of anything, but they'll make sure that they like sneak in there and do some money and get the treats and show them that I'm a better fisherman than them. As well as that boy. Where's the net? Nice. So I've actually caught quite a few good sized fish now. A few good panties in there. So yeah, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie, it is a competition, but it's a pretty mean spot. And it's just nice to actually be out in the water with the boys. Hey, is that are we keeping tally on numbers? Yeah. That's Welly's in the lead then. Well, I don't actually believe the numbers these words are claiming. So we may never know who really won. But with enough step of course,
out here, beautiful Auckland City of Sails, and not do the money.
Voice has been kept really young, jumping off our boat. Might have been a few shortbacks. Because the old technique was up and heat.
I actually think winner of the day goes to Ronnie. He was getting back on the boat. I think I wore most of the water.
Back on board, the dickies have prepared burgers for everyone. And of course, there's no chips. Just a nice, healthy salad.
Tai Yesu whai mai le aita si ai mātou le whanau. Swafa Yesu, amen.
Alright. E koa ana tēnā kau ki pūmau katoa mātou ki te rauora tamo o te haura.
What does that adhere to, Bruce?
E whainga iho o te roanga ake o te ora o te katoa. Te whānau anō o te.
Oh, boys, pretty good, bro. Thanks for coming in today and catching up.
I'm glad it's better than going to the gym and body and getting pumped by others.
Only marginally.
At least when you say it's going to be easy, this is definitely going to be easy. It's not, it's going to be easy and then you come out, I hate you.
You know, we've been lucky enough today to be put on the spot by Skipper who knows his stuff. So
This is way better than up north. So all the Aucklanders, make sure you stay down here and fish. Don't fish up north. Cheers, boys.
Well, I have my doubts about hanging out in Tamaki Makaurau, but after a diving adventure with an awesome wahine toa, getting a taste of rugby's future stars, and a great day's fishing with my bachelor mates, I can see that there's a lot to like about Auckland. Fish on!
Thank you.
I'll catch. Woo!
If you want the job done right, talk to ITM. They're the crowd that bring you ITM fishing.
Oh, Jonathan, we're feeling on a yacht. All right, sorry about boy, just have to run a mile over. Oh, it's awesome, look at it. He's gonna iron you, boss. One day, look, there's a monster. You've got a fishy on. It's a dog, boy. It's a mallet.
Well, my job, I guess you could say, is catching fish. Well, at least catching fish and then capturing footage of those fish. We put a lot of work into it. We've done a lot of work with underwater photography, putting drones in the air, and just getting new and interesting angles on fish and everything about fishing. And then once we've got that footage, we really want to make a compelling story. And the story we're going to tell in this episode is about two of the greatest fish I've ever seen caught. The biggest striped marlin and a huge swordfish like I've never seen before. And they both involve this guy right here. Cameraman Dan. We were up at the Wanganella Banks filming hundreds of marlin as part of our ITM Hook Me Up series. And we decided it was Dan's turn.
Hey, Dan, come on. Come on, Dan, the cameraman.
Now, anyone who would like to apply for a job, visit fishingjoe.co.nz.
What was going there?
Thanks.
Look at that, look at the fish just trucking by the surface there. Oh, it's a nice one. Stripey, it's a big one. Holy, that is a big fish. Yeah, boy. Look at that, is a beast, mate. Oh, mate, that is a big, big spot.
Oh, crap, Dan.
Yeah.
That is a beast.
Old sneaky Dan, eh? flying fishing. What's the biggie out?
So that was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, striped marlin I've ever seen. But that's not the big story in this episode. This is the story of the greatest swordfish I've ever seen. And yep, you guessed it. Right in the thick of the action was this guy right here again. Cameraman Dan. It was the start of the year and we're on our summer break. So we aren't actually filming an episode. I'd asked Dan if he just wanted a day out fishing, and also along with us is my mate Biggs and my son Sean. I've dropped the bait down deep for a swordfish, and because the only one of us not to have caught a swordfish is Dan, so he's our nominated angler today. The swordfish we have on is swimming up to check us out. So we've got no idea how big it is. And this is the first stage of swordfishing, the excitement stage. We are all anticipating how big this fish is going to be, and we're just feeding off each other's energy.
So here's what happens when you get up at 4:30 in the morning to go fishing and get dressed in the dark. You put your shirt on, inside out, and they're on.
We're rolling camera because this swordfish is coming at us and it might attack a boat. If it does, we're going to try and grab the leader to get it quickly. But grabbing a big swordfish just minutes into the fight is not without danger.
Now, I'm ready to remember. What do you say? There's a swordfish at the sea. Oh, it's not a bad one, boy. Okay, no, it's easy. Oh, shit, it's not a little one. Get ready. Gary, I'm going to probably have to dump this. Holy, it's a big one.
I've just got my first good look at this fish, and it's the biggest I've ever seen. Yes, technically, Dan has caught it because I've got the leader in hand, but really, this fish hasn't started biting yet. Right now, I'm just holding on to try and get it to pop up so we can get a decent look at it.
Look, there it is, boy. That's it. Okay, look, it's a big one. It's a massive one, bro. Oh, there you go. That's a big one, boy. It's a bulky. It's a big one, eh? We caught the fish because we've had it on the leader, but it could be hours till we see it again. Many hours for Dan. Did you hear that? Looking forward to it. Out here, you can trust me, and you can trust ITM to see your eye. ITM Fishing, brought to you by who else but ITM.
Tonight at 6, daily COVID cases have almost doubled on the eve of Cabinet's decision on easing or tightening restrictions. Delta's spreading, and Katikati residents are not surprised they have a positive case in their community.
New Zealanders send a clear message to the government on the funding of medicines. And New South Wales is gearing up for Freedom Day tomorrow. The double vaxxed get to enjoy a raft of new freedoms. 6.
Beautiful harbour, but dangerous as anything.
Oh my god, look at the size of it. And handsome.
Stop the battle now! Being in the water place, you never know what you're going to get. It's all going to come down to timing. Pretty cut and fine.
I've got like adrenaline running through me.
Sydney Harbour Force, Monday at 9 on 3 and 3 now.
Been on before.
With Ancestry DNA, I can explore deeper connections with the people and places from my past and discover more of my family story today.
There could be more to your story too. Piece it together with Ancestry DNA.
Born free, as free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows. Born free.
Let our contents insurance options work their magic. With the unexpected strikes like a burglary, we'll help put things right. Live a little freer with AA Insurance.
Everywhere I go, then I put on a show. See me on the street, they want to get like me. Introducing new ways to wear your charms at Pandora.
You all know it's time to chip into the environment, and by choosing Novus, you are.
For every repair or replacement, Novus donate towards trees that count. A charity helping to plant more native trees around New Zealand. So come on, New Zealand, chip in with Novus for a greener tomorrow.
The cane pub style are too good to play second fiddle. From now on, chips will come with a side of names. We'll have chips and fish shops, and we'll ask, because these chips are the main event. Oh, McCain, you've done it again.
The season of style at Farmers. Get summer ready with great savings when you spend $100 or more on women's and men's clothing. Only at Farmers, your fashion store.
Pop quiz. What's in the brisket bacon Big Angus? Is it A, beef brisket, B, streaky bacon, C, Angus beef, or D, all of the above? Find out in store for a limited time. Only at Carl's Jr. It's good.
And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. Check this out. Scratch and win up to 25% off selected products at Guthrie Garage.
So if we buy selected paint, wood care, wallpaper, or decorating accessories, we win?
Yep.
Sounds like we can't lose.
Guthrie Garage. Inspiration starts here.
The family that internet's apart stays together. So get Contact's unlimited broadband from $59.99 a month when combined with energy. Join Contact's online today.
Taking on the wild West Coast, where the land fights back.
It's the worst storm for 40 odd years.
Risking it all.
The worst situation would be that the steel fell.
For the ultimate reward.
That really is a $1 million view.
An epic build, 2 years in the making.
I feel like a bit of a failure. I don't know how we're going to do it.
No, I need comfort. Joe's going to give us this house, so we're going to have to fight for it.
Proudly brought to you by Racine. Peacock Clifftop Retreat. Grand Designs NZ. Saturday, 7:30 on 3 and 3 now.
Holy, it's a big one. Oh, there you go. Oh, that could be hours. Here we go. Did you hear that?
The initial excitement phase. Dan is now in phase 2 of the swordfish fight, the optimism phase. Even though he's under heavy load, he feels like he's got this. And to him, that line ripping out is good. It means he's hooked up. But all of that line has to be wound back in.
Ain't nothing get raised in the start doing shit.
But Dan's not worried about that. His body's giving him adrenaline for strength. And remember, he's in the optimism phase.
A fresh looking Dan.
The thing is, this swordfish is fresh too, and it's just warming up. It is cracking out line against maximum drag.
Reverse up the line. Just back up. Yeah. Give it a little bit. Lex. Yeah, keep coming around, right hand down. This is swimming fast, eh? That way, Vince. Slow down. There's the fish. There's the light. That way, Vince. Reverse that way. Oh, shit. Go forward so I can go that later, eh? There's a big one, boys. Hey. It's a swordfish version of you, Vince. That's it, Jesse. Couldn't even look at the thing. So we're about 2.5 hours in now, and
all right, that'll be fine. Right.
It's still trucking along. But Dan is moving into the next phase, the realization phase, where he now has an understanding of what he might be in for. The hard thing to grapple with is the fish is often so close. We can get a glimpse of it every so often when it's just 20 meters below us. Then effortlessly, it strips out line and continues to head further out to
to see.
Oh, yeah, that's hissing. $5 now?
Dan going quiet signals the next phase, the onset of the helpless phase, where you feel like there is nothing you can do to control this situation.
All the phases of swordfish are based. You don't even know what phase you're in. You don't know what you don't know.
I'm giggling in part because it's fun to give Dan a bit of steam, but mostly because I'm nervous and excited in equal amounts. This could be the one swordfish I've waited my whole life for.
7.5 hours, and that line is hissing off the reel.
It's getting to the stage now where something has to break this deadlock. Something just has to give.
Whoa, whoa. Oh, you gonna play with the life jacket?
Oh. Safety first, eh? First time I've ever seen one deploy a life jacket in your sleep.
This fish is still swimming out to sea, and we're more or less getting dragged with it, despite applying over 20 kilograms of constant drag. Something you just could not do unless you had the adrenaline from being in a fight. Only the body's adrenaline is limited, so the strain will eventually take its toll. And now the sea is building. Now my pressure! Making it that much harder just to stand up.
And we're in reverse. We're backing into the sea. This boat is incredible.
I'll break it this turn, see? Well, then it'll break yours. God. Oh boy. Line.
We're fighting a fish. We're going for 10 hours and the end's not in sight. So just that you know that we might be out here this evening. Remarkably well, all things considered.
Getting your sunblock ready for the morning.
Right now, it's a good thing to have a laugh and keep spirits beneath the horizon, and darkness takes over. It's a natural human reaction to lose hope and never get this fish. We need to stay vigilant, and we need to stay in the fight. We've come too far to give up now. This swordfish was hooked this morning, so it's hard to prepare mentally to fight into the night. So Dan has blocked everything out, and he's become a winding robot. He's been fighting for 12 hours now, and it's just not physically possible to keep this up. He can't last much longer.
There he is.
But a glimpse of fish has given Dan another surge of adrenaline. This is a rousing stage, a resurgence of strength and grit that might just get Dan to the finish line.
Oh, he's real close here, Dan.
A brand new show.
This is so good.
Will they spruce it up and sell it?
So what do you do? Think with the wallet or think with the heart?
Brand new La Little Listed Australia. Wednesday, 8:30 on 3 and 3 now.
ITM started in 1991. A bunch of guys got together to take on the big players.
Today with 96 independently owned stores
and 27 frame and truss clubs right across the country.
We've got that national strength, but we're locals through and through.
When you're dealing with ITM, you're dealing with local owners
who really care about your business.
So when we say we'll see you right,
we mean it. There's a new type of investor in New Zealand. These are the people joining Sharesies. New Zealand's fastest growing share platform. Join them. Join us. Be unstoppable with Auckland's Wi-Fi Pro. A guaranteed strong connection throughout your space.
Red Bull gives you wings. The new Red Bull Red Edition with the taste of watermelon.
Step up. Step sideways. That little step for the big one. It's that new office, new career,
New mindset.
because you can do it.
So talk.
So make tracks.
Make that leap. Make your group.
Struggling to remove stubborn rust? CRC Evaporust Super Safe Rust Remover is a non-toxic rust remover for effective restoration. This award-winning formula is reusable and requires no scrubbing or sanding. Simply soak the item in the Evaporust and let it do the work. Evaporust is ideal for rusty tools, hardware, automotive parts, household items, antiques, equipment, and will not harm plastic, PVC, or non-oxide-based paints. Find CRC Evaporust at a store near you.
The Resine October sale is on. 25 to 30% off Resine premium paints and wood stains. 30% off wallpaper. 25% off decorating accessories. Save big with Resine.
Doesn't make sense. We've delivered babies for years. No one's calling anymore.
That's because of Red Bull.
Hey, but that's an energy drink. Shouldn't people be?
True, but Red Bull gives you wings. Nobody believes in the store delivery these days.
This is Emma. When Emma saw the money coming in and out of her account every month, she was interested. So she used the activity tab on her BNZ app to set a monthly target on her spending and put her leftover money towards a pizza oven she'd learned to love. With a bit of practice. Track your spending in the BNZ app. It's banking made simple with Bank of New Zealand.
You don't need a stack of cash to get the new bacon snacker. A snack-sized burger with bacon, cheese, and our tangy snacker sauce. All of this just $5. New to the Flaming Good Deals range, only at BK.
We're almost there.
This is a 24-year-old mystery.
Stop with all the rumors.
Where did Pablo Escobar hide his millions?
He is one of the richest men in the world. I want you to follow that.
From beyond the grave, does he still have the power?
Yep. The guy was a maniac. Does he not want us to find anything? He would rather die in a hail of bullets.
These men will stop at nothing.
And our time is running out. What did you find?
Finding Escobar's millions. Thursday on 3 and 3 now.
Up next, a big rise in the number of COVID cases a day ahead of Cabinet's decision on whether to ease or lift restrictions. Also contacted a woman who was travelling with a COVID-positive woman in Auckland, but don't know where she is.
Our Kiwi ingenuity will help dig out Antarctica's deepest, darkest, famous London shopping street. See.
Go, Dan, go.
Cameraman Dan has had the opportunity to catch some really big fish while out filming with us. And now, on a day off, I've got him on the rod again, and we are filming him battling a massive swordfish that we got a glimpse of just minutes after the hookup.
Holy, it's a big one. Oh, there you go, finger. It could be hours till we see it again. Did you hear that? Looking forward to it. Oh, I love that shit.
How tough are these things that is will not give up?
Ooh, you're leaking a bit, mate.
It's a big fish, mate.
Hard right?
12 and a half hours after I last had the leader in hand, I've got it again. And somehow, this time, it's pulling harder.
Left hand down, look. Neutral.
The swordfish still has plenty length, so we all have to stay focused. One tail kick or dart under the boat, and it could be all over. Dan is physically drained,
And mentally, he's already given his final push to get the leader up. If I let go now, he may not have the strength or the will to continue. That's a massive one, bro. But if I hold too hard, the leader will break. The swordfish dance under the boat, but we maneuver clear and avoid disaster. We're relieved, but you can see the moment that Dan realizes he's now back to the fight.
Yeah, now Dan, here we go. This is us.
Seeing the swordfish has been enough for Dan to soldier on, and the leader is now only a metre away.
So close, mate. Right here.
I can see the fish is upright and still full of power, but Dan is done. If I thought this fish was close to being beaten, I'd push Dan just a little bit more, but it's still fresh and full of fight. So we make the call to hand the rod over to the big man.
This is incredible. This fish is still going hard. We're going to see it for about the last 3 things is on the rod down. Dan's just done. I was 40 now. Okay, that's why about 180. 180. After this fish is unbelievable.
This is 16 hours. Look at this. Explain it to me, Biggs. What's happening? I feel like Dan did. I'm very confused. This is helpless here.
Biggs is now starting to feel the burn. His size and strength will definitely help, but our biggest risk now is a mistake while we're all tired. With extreme load on the line, coming just centimetres from the boat, one wrong boat manoeuvre or a slow reaction will see the line break, which would just be devastating after all we've been through for the last 16 hours.
Here it is, okay? Okay, put them boys. You gotta hold on.
The swordfish has now decided it will literally fight the boat. Its sword is cracking against the hull and it shudders through the whole boat.
Holy shit! That's a big fish. Holy shit. Whoa! How big is that fish? Whoa. We got that! That's what the world is like. Look at the tail. Whoa! Look at the tail. Holy shit, that is good. Smashed my head up. How big is that? How big is that?
I don't know how big it is. Even after catching over 100 of these, it's so much bigger than my previous best of 330 kilograms. I've got nothing relative to compare it to. The way it showed the boat, I've never felt that before. The girth around the tail, you could not reach your arms around it. And the tail, that huge tail that almost whacked me in the before I let it go, and that adrenaline surged through my body.
After that long, and smash the travel like that. We're gonna tag it them.
We're happy we got a research tag into the swordfish, but we still need to get it alongside for a clean release and a measure
so you get a better gauge of its size. But incredibly, this freak of a fish is still going strong.
Working 17 hours. Now he's doing that to us.
We are all stunned at the bulk of this fish, but size is hard to gauge. Other than the hook and the tag, they look tiny in comparison. So we got a measurement alongside the boat to help with an estimate, and it came in at over 400 kilograms. How much over? We'll never know for sure, because all along we decided we would release it.
Here it goes, it's swimming away beautifully.
It is such a good feeling for everyone on board. And because of the teamwork and preparation, it's not a story of the one that got away. It's the story of cameraman Dan's giant swordfish. And if you want to take a look at how we prepare our Shimano gear so it can handle fish like this, we've got step-by-step videos at ultimatefishing.tv, and you can get all of the gear from Hunting and Fishing New Zealand, along with some in-person advice. And we can't finish without thanking our main supporters, Toyota, Stady Craft, and who else but ITM.
Important this, because we're then on the leader. It could be hours.
Looking forward to it.
Did you hear that? Looking forward to it.
A fresh looking Dan.
Before.
And after.
Ooh, you're licking a bit, mate.
That show was brought to you by the team at ITM. They've got that national strength, but are still locals through and through.
Stand by, Auckland, you may have to wear it because the new COVID numbers are alarming.
There's an ominous sign in the Waikato too, and a rush to get swabbed in Northland.
The fight for the ages, Fury and Wilder slug it out in an epic heavyweight title bout.
And a hopeful post from cricket's former star, Chris Gaines, has a flicker of feeling.
Kia ora, good evening. The Delta curve is steepening. There were 60 confirmed COVID cases in the past 24 hours, 56 in Auckland, almost double yesterday's number. But there are no new cases in Northland, where authorities say they have now contacted, but not yet located, the woman who travelled with a COVID-positive woman from Auckland last week. All 3 new Waikato cases are linked to previous ones, and there's still just the one case in Bay of Plenty. 61% of Auckland's eligible population is now double vaxxed, ahead of Cabinet's meeting tomorrow to decide whether to ease or tighten COVID restrictions. Giles Dexter begins our coverage.
Sometimes sunny days can get dark pretty quickly.
It's getting worse. Getting worse, I think that.
Elimination is something that's disappearing on us.
Straight up. Of course that's the worry. I'm having my second shot. Maybe first thing in the morning on Monday.
The Ministry of Health revealing 60 new cases, 56 in Auckland, the highest it's been since the 1st of September, the early days of level 4. In COVID modeler, Professor Michael Plank says these cases were infected when level 3 was stricter. He thinks worse is to come.
It is concerning, but unfortunately not too surprising.
Today, the Prime Minister visited a vaccination clinic in Gisborne, dishing out coffees to those queuing up for jabs.
She's going to make us a third one with an extra shot. No pun intended.
Aucklanders might be hoping she serves up a shot of good news tomorrow as the government reviews Auckland's system. The professor says her decision should only take a matter of seconds.
It's clear that cases are trending upwards. we don't really. So I think at this stage we do need to proceed very cautiously, and I think it's too soon to ease restrictions.
He says he'd like to see a clearer strategy to prevent it spreading to other parts of the country, following cases in Waikato, Northland, and now the Bay of Plenty.
We know there are certain regions that have low vaccination coverage, and if the virus finds its way into those communities, it could be absolutely devastating.
30,000 Aucklanders received their vaccines yesterday, and across New Zealand, nearly 7,000 Pacific people got a dose. Manukau Ward Councillor Epistle Collins says it's been younger generations leading the way.
The children leading the service, encouraging people to get vaccinated, has been a wonderful, fun and engaging message today.
Today is White Sunday in Samoa, Tokelau and Tuvalu, a national holiday celebrating children and giving them the platform. This year, the churches are empty, but the Zooms and Facebook Lives like this at Auckland and Avondale are pumped.
One of the churches that I've been watching on Facebook Live did a few skits on taking the vaccination. I think that's really important because the children want to lead it.
Communities always finding ways to celebrate and support each other, even when COVID tries its best to keep them apart.
Well, Giles joins us now live. And Giles, there was a new case today at North Shore Hospital.
Well, the Ministry of Health says a person receiving treatment at North Shore Hospital yesterday has tested positive for COVID-19. Now, they were in the dialysis unit, and while they were screened on their arrival, they started feeling unwell during their treatment. They were swabbed and received a positive test. So now they're working to deep clean the unit, and they're also working to get in contact with anyone who might have been there at the time to advise them on isolating and getting tested.
Giles, an ominous sounding change in Hamilton today.
Yeah, the Distinction Hotel in Hamilton, which is one of 3 MIQ facilities in the Waikato, is now going to be made into a dedicated quarantine facility exclusively for community cases. Now, there are 31 community cases in total in the Waikato, and this place has 110 beds. So it is a sign that authorities are expecting more. They says this is in response to the growing demand for beds after these community cases. And they say while it is a temporary measure, it is one they can expect until they need to stop using it.
Okay, Giles, thank you.
Katikati residents are not surprised they have a positive case in their community. The confirmed case in the Bay of Plenty town had permission to move house from Auckland. As Karen Rutherford reports, many are questioning whether it's too easy to cross borders.
It's hard to relax when COVID hits town.
My wife was in the shop, in one of the shops, working when the symptomatic guy came in.
I'm a little bit worried, because it's like into the bubble of safety.
Look at scroll on the vaccination, I think, but anyway, we'll get there. Just unfortunate this body of hers.
Delta's tentacles reached Katikati when a person with permission to move house arrived from Pukekoi.
It's just part of the moving process where they've shifted their sort of household stuff down here. And every time they've gone through the border, they've got a test and they've been through it. So stuff that they're allowed to do.
While locals aren't entirely shocked,
Actually, we're feeling a little bit too safe, maybe.
it sparked a flurry of testing in the region and an even bigger queue to get vaccinated. But no animosity here for their positive new community member.
This person's almost a model citizen. They followed all the rules, they're vaccinated, they've done all the tests, they're great users of the Tracer app. They had a little bit of a hiccup, so they went in for another test. If the rest of New Zealand had done that and got themselves beat, we wouldn't be where we are today.
Locations of interest include the Waipuna Hospice Store, an op shop, the booze outlet, an antique store, and Hammer Hardware. But it's the lack of spot checks by police between level 3 and level 2 boundaries that's of real interest here.
Only ways to go through it.
And if COVID gets further,
But also a real concern about ICU beds. Look, in the Western Bay of Plenty, Tauranga Hospital has 10. That's low even in normal times.
and it's fast becoming anything but normal here.
Okay, Karen, what's the big issue for people down there now?
Well, Tom, 25,000 cars and trucks pass through Katikati a day. It is a key stop-off point to and from Tauranga. Now, there are reports of people forging those exemption letters to get through boundaries. Police tell us that their boundaries, their soft boundaries in and around Waikato are working well. They're relying on a trust model and they are conducting a number of spot checks still on a daily basis. But if you talk to truckies and essential workers who are moving between level 3 and level 2, they tell us that those spot checks are fueling, and with Bay Plenty tonight having another case, they'll need to step up the spot checks.
Karen Rutherford, thank you.
Now to Northland, where authorities have finally made contact positive.
But if health officials learned anything reassuring from her,
there was no Sunday coffee rush in Whangarei this morning, many instead lining up to get tested. The community answering the call to come forward for a swab. Questions remain about locations of interest. There have been none added since yesterday. The woman who travelled with the positive case has been contacted, but authorities still haven't located her.
She just needs to admit where she's been so people can get tested.
Further north, the skier has seen demand at testing sites double this weekend.
We knew it was a matter of time that, when a case would pop up here.
The pair didn't travel to Kaikohe, but Māori health providers say Delta would devastate this community.
It's increased some anxieties in the community, particularly with those that are vulnerable and those that are older.
Te Hau Ora Ngāpuhi is taking the COVID fight to the footy pitch.
We can scale up and triple our current production from 200 a day to up to 600 to 800.
It's about to set up a mega testing and vaccination drive-through at the Ohioai Rugby Club.
A lot of people still don't have connectivity in Northland, so being visible on a main road seems like a good idea.
1 in 3 Northlanders remain unvaccinated. Those on the front line are desperately trying to change that. What is the ultimate outcome here?
The ultimate outcome is that all Māori whānau are vaccinated and we reach the 90% that keeps the whole of Northland safe.
You think you can do it?
Absolutely.
Every stop is now being pulled out to keep this community safe.
So, Ed, can we expect new locations of interest in Northland?
Quite possibly, Sasha. Public health officials are still talking to the known case to determine if there are any other locations of interest or exposure events. We know that those health officials are also working very closely with the police to identify any other areas in Northland that these people may have visited. So still many unanswered questions here tonight. People are being told to remain vigilant for symptoms and keep checking to see if any new locations pop up.
Thanks for that, Ed.
New Zealanders have sent a clear message to the government. Medicines better or face the political consequences.
The survey released exclusively into the drug buying agency Pharmac. And as political reporter Gemma Lynch explains, a large majority think it's just as important as funding COVID vaccines.
Finding out the cancer drugs she needed weren't funded by the government was an added shock at the worst time for Fiona Matthew. My health was going, I didn't know where my treatment was going, and then suddenly I had to find funding for a large amounts of money for my medicine. Diagnosed with melanoma, she tried a number of treatments before doctors recommended Tafenma and Menkist. For 4 years, she's paid for it by cashing in her life insurance, and it's kept her alive. But something as important as this, I never believed that this would be unfunded. A recent survey commissioned by Patients Voice Aotearoa and released exclusively to NewsHub shows 4 in 10 Kiwis are not confident they'll get access to the best medicine when they need it. And an overwhelming majority want the government to fix that. When asked should the government fund Pharmac more or less than planned, just 6% said less should be spent, 16% said funded about the same, 32% wanted a little more, while 38% said open the floodgates, pour in the cash, give it much more. That's 7 in 10 Kiwis that want the government to give Pharmac more money.
What's a real slap in the face to the government?
The government increased Pharmac funding by $200 million in this year's budget, but that stretched over 4 years, and Pharmac's own wish list would cost $417 million a year.
The public are now wide awake to the issue of how much Pharmac is being short-funded by.
Treatments and vaccines for COVID are funded outside Pharmac's normal budget with special funding. The survey found 50% of Kiwis thought access to other modern medicines was as important as the COVID vaccine. A further 40% thought other medicines were more important. The Minister of Health not interested in topping up the other medicine fund at the moment.
I don't have anything that requires or suggests that I should consider it at this point.
But here's something that might suggest he should consider it. The survey also asked, would this issue influence your vote? And 71% said yes. The clear message to the government, fund drugs properly, or your political future is at stake. Village, New South.
New South Wales residents are counting down the hours until Freedom Day tomorrow, when fully vaccinated locals get to enjoy a raft of new privileges. Gyms, cafes, restaurants, pools, shops and hairdressers will reopen after 15 weeks in lockdown. More than 72% of the state's population is now fully vaccinated. New South Wales today recorded 477 cases and 6 deaths. Victoria had 1,890 infections and 5 deaths. 10,000 fully vaccinated for large public events.
In Italy, the police used water cannons and tear gas as fashion requirements. The protest came days before Italy becomes the first country in Europe to make all workers carry what's called a green pass. The pass shows they have received at least one vaccine dose, tested negative, or recently recovered from the virus. Some protesters, armed with sticks and metal bars, smashed their way into the headquarters of the country's main union, which supports the pass. The kayaker has died after getting into difficulty on the Monaco harbour this afternoon. Onlookers saw the person having problems and called emergency services. A rescue helicopter found a body in the water and then recovered the kayak. Police are investigating what caused the incident. Former Black Caps all-rounder Chris Cairns' recovery from paralysis has had a bit of a breakthrough with a flickering of feeling in his ankle.
The 51-year-old posted the news from hospital where he's still recovering from heart surgery and a spinal stroke. Juliet Speedy reports.
Big victories on the pitch.
Brilliant, slow ball.
A big victory in court.
It hasn't stopped me, and it won't stop.
And now a small victory with his health. Chris Cairns has taken to his new Instagram page to provide an update on the paralysis of his legs. In his latest post, he listed his weekly highlights, with the last point being, the best is for last. My right ankle is flickering. Super stoked about that. Toes are the furthest point from the brain and messages are slowly making their way down to them. A fair bit to go, but I'm all about celebrating the small wins. The 51-year-old suffered a spinal stroke after major heart surgery in Canberra 2 months ago, which left both legs paralysed. The surgery was due to an aortic dissection, a serious medical condition where a tear happens to the inner layer of the body's main artery. Family friend and lawyer Aaron Lloyd says Cairns had chosen to update people through regular posts on his social media.
I had several surgeries and grafts, and very thankfully the specialist were able to save the heart itself.
He's been doing his recovery and thanking hospital workers and his supporters. In this recent post, he says other highlights from his week and spending 5 hours a day in the gym. This latest news, another win for the Swash 115 one-dayers for New Zealand. Won a fight to clear his name. And who knows how to win battles? More than those. It's Speedy, New South.
Alex is here now. The weather has been nice, sunny. Into the weekend. Yes, there's been plenty of sunshine around the country today. Temperatures have also been quite good. Parallel with our high today, a very nice 32 degrees. Now we are in for a cool change over the next few days. A bit more of the spring storm hitting our way a bit later on, but before that, let's see how our vaccination rates are going. Maybe the sunshine has helped to boost the numbers. The country is now sitting on 82% of its dose. 7% for second. The Queenstown Lakes District takes the top spot with 92% first vaccination. Auckland, well, it's not too far behind with 86%. And the Waikato District has had the biggest jump in the last 7 days, now sitting at 79. So some good numbers and some nice weather to end the weekend with for a big combo. We saw human ingenuity to help unlock the secrets of the Antarctic. A drill will help scientists understand the impact of climate change on the ice crystals under the ice cap.
The United Nations horror story, 1 in 10 children worldwide are being forced into modern-day slavery.
A codebreaker who helped turn the tide of the Second World War receives France's top honour.
Tonight on 3, it's all new Lego Masters Australia. Then Spidey faces a shocking new foe in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. And you're invited to the premiere of Married at First Sight UK, streaming Tuesday from midday on 3 now.
Definitely the best way to cross-cook straight.
We've been doing it for over 25 years.
Our chefs make it all off of. Now private cabins, the best kept secret on the street.
We've got the kids covered, and mum and dad too.
You've gotta love this view.
Go Bluebird! The only way to cross the bridge straight.
I don't think that's strictly true, Chris.
Just a figure of speech, man. You don't need a stack of cash to get the new bacon snacker. A snack-sized burger with bacon, cheese, and our tangy snacker sauce. All of this just $5. New to the flaming good deals range, only at PK.
The laser on Dyson's latest vacuum reveals invisible dust, but the filaments remove it. Here's scientific proof. By direct for the people who need it. The unstopped connection throughout your space.
Oh, here we go. Any new properties I'd be interested in, get emailed to me instantly. Seriously helpful.
We've heard there are people who don't have time for lunch. That's a bit rough. So we've sliced our great tasting cheese for you. Give yourself more time with Mainland's natural cheese slices.
Plan your outdoor adventures with Torpedo 7 with up to 40% off a huge range of gear. Get up to 30% off selected bikes. Save 50 on this hideaway tent, plus save 150 on this Never Kids kayak. Clear up now at Torpedo 7.
I've been very specific. I've been very particular. So if they get it wrong, they need something.
You wrote a Miss Australia.
When are we getting married?
UK is walking down the aisle.
This is it. This is the beginning.
Okay, no. God, this is amazing at this. What if I don't actually like him? Oh, God. If this was on the outside world, you'd be blocked and deleted.
This is going to change your life.
There's not going to happen.
What is this?
Brought to you by Magnet Destinations.
I mean, I didn't exactly get what I ordered.
Married at First Sight UK. Premieres Tuesday. 7:30 on 3 and 3 now.
Welcome back. A brand new piece of Antarctica. It will help scientists understand the impact of climate change on platelet ice crystals of the Southern Ocean. Alexa Cook explains.
This is no ordinary drill. It's a sympagic sampler that's taken 3 years to develop and build at Lewa.
Get to this point, it's quite a relief and it represents an awful lot of work actually.
So it requires careful packing for its journey to Antarctica, where it will collect samples for the first time of the ice crystals that form in the Southern Ocean and float up against the bottom of solid sea ice.
The actual data that we're getting has not been possible to collect before.
The platelet ice is where algae thrives and feeds the ocean food chain. It's also where Antarctic silverfish hatch their eggs.
What we need to understand is how vulnerable the habitat itself is to potential changes under climate change.
It involves a bit of Kiwi ingenuity.
This is an off-the-shelf drill for cutting concrete actually. So we've created this customized sample barrel
to protect the sample structure,
keeping the ice, the water and the biology all together in one package.
The drill is being flown to Antarctica this month. It will then be put to work collecting samples for most of November before being brought back here for further development. Getting the people to Antarctica is much harder. They need 2 weeks isolation, multiple tests and 2 jabs.
The real challenge is trying to put as much limitation as we can so that COVID just doesn't actually reach Antarctica. So for us, we have minimal ability to cope with COVID.
Natalie's heading south soon for her first trip back since 2018.
It's going to be an exciting season, just getting to actually see it in action.
As it reveals secrets from under the ice. Alexa Cook, News Hub.
The scaffolding collapse in Hong Kong has led to 2 very different outcomes for 2 workers who fell. The bamboo scaffolding gave way when a storm hit the 30-storey residential block. The female construction worker was killed, while another was freed from the wreckage without any injuries. The debris crashed onto a nearby road, also trapping 2 drivers in their vehicles.
The death toll from a suicide bomb attack on a mosque in Afghanistan has more than doubled to 120. The explosion tore through the crowded mosque as worshippers gathered for afternoon prayers. It's the worst attack the country has suffered since the Taliban took over at the end of August. The The Islamic State group has claimed responsibility. Relatives of the victims want the Taliban government to increase security at Shiite mosques. The United Nations estimates 1 in 10 children worldwide are being forced into modern-day slavery. That's about 160 million, many in horrifying, life-threatening conditions. One example is Lake Volta in the African nation of Ghana, where thousands of children are being sold by their parents to carry out dangerous dives. Deborah Patter of CBS reports.
The sunset over Lake Volta masks the sinister depths below. Driven by poverty, thousands of children are fishing here. Some work as a family business, but many have been sold into modern-day slavery. When Noah's mother died, his father took out a loan to pay for her funeral. $500 in exchange for his 8-year-old son, 15 years of servitude to repay the debt. It breaks my heart, he told us. I was unable to go to school. He escaped after 3 years fishing on this lake. Wallace has saved over 150 children like Noah for an international. We went along as he did his undercover work. Rickety vessels forced to dive deep to free entangled nets. All in plain sight, except when this boat spotted us, it sped away. That's a child dropped off and making a run for it.
How bad are the conditions for children?
It is a very bad condition for them. How deep an adult can go, that's what the deepness a child can go. So when it comes to that, the child can lose his life.
Over several days, we didn't meet a single law enforcement official, but we did meet a trafficker turned informant.
How much did you pay for a child?
500.
That's about $80. Over 25 years, he bought thousands of children.
What's the worst thing you ever did as a slave owner?
Forcing a kid who doesn't know how to swim to dive, he told us. They can go down and never come up again. So many children have died in the murky waters.
If you could say anything to the man who took you, what would it be?
God punish him, he replies. A cry for justice that has gone unanswered for the children on Lake Volta.
She helped the Allies defeat Germany by helping crack the enemy's secret codes. Now 96-year-old Lorna Cockayne has received a top honour from France.
And which icon of the swinging 60s has been immortalised on that era's most famous street?
Coming up on Super Sports Sunday, it's the battle to settle the score. Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder go head-to-head for the third time and deliver a heavyweight classic. So, who will come out on top? And we're live at TSB Arena to hear from Coach Dame Noeline Taurua as her Silver Ferns get set to face Aotearoa.
Today is going to be amazing. The hell is that? Gotta make enemies. People will get hurt.
Brought to you by Help Pizza.
Let's go catch a spider.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Tonight after Lego Masters Australia on 3 and 3 now.
Domino's Everyday Value range is now 3 times as good because it's now in 3 sizes, starting from an unbelievable $3.99. Domino's Everyday Value range.
Slash your power bill and save the planet. Go solar with Harrison's and get free. Every panel sold helps support breast cancer foundation easy. Harrison's 0800 3353.
Want to handle healthy? Take the thinking out of dinner with delicious Sealord Hawkey fillets. Straight from the freezer to the oven, our Hawkey makes dinner time quick and easy. Less work, more healthy.
Providers can make it very easy to transform your outdoors. You can make a really big difference without spending a lot of money. You can put in a deck, a pergola or retaining wall, a shed, basically just take a space and now make it something that's just completely different, new, exciting, something great for hosting, planning. With the help that we can give you guys and some advice, all the stuff you can find online on our website, anyone can have a go at doing DIY projects.
Shop Bunnings online.
I got something you can't explain. In the metaphysical kind of way. There's something magic inside my veins.
excel, and people couldn't get enough. Even the lovely lawyers at McDonald's took the time to acknowledge its size. Oh, how nice. So, everyone will be happy to know we're bringing it back. Flame grilled beef, cheese, pickles, secret sauce, and no unnecessary middle bun. The Big King XL is back, and it's still bigger than Big Mac. A brand new show.
This is so good.
Will they spruce it up and sell it?
So what do you do? Think with the wallet or think with the heart?
Brand new Love It All listed Australia. Wednesday, 8:30 on 3 and 3 now.
A 24-year-old mystery stopped with all the rumors. Where did Pablo Escobar hide his fortune?
I want Escobar.
From beyond the grave. Does he still have the power?
Yep.
Finding Escobar's millions. Thursday on 3 and 3 now. Taking on the wild West Coast. Where the land fights back.
It's the worst storm for 40 odd years.
Risking it all.
The worst situation would be that the steel fell.
For the ultimate reward.
That really is the $1 million view.
An epic film 2 years in the making.
I feel like a bit of a failure. I don't know how we're going to do it.
How are you, Coco? John's going to give us this house, and we're going to have to fight for it.
Proudly brought to you by Racine. Peanut Clifftop Retreat. Grand Designs NZ. Saturday, 7:30 on 3 and 3 now.
The toughest rules of all time.
Just don't believe what we've seen.
Look at that. All the Australian Ninja Warrior. Starts next Sunday at 7 and continue. New substance.
Good evening and welcome to Super Sports Sunday. We begin with boxing, and two modern-day gladiators have this afternoon produced an epic. Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder entered the third installment of their heavyweight trilogy in Las Vegas with a score to settle and the WBC title on the line. And over the course of 11 brutal rounds, both fighters have canvassed on multiple occasions, but in the end, there could be only one winner. Luke Robinson has all the action from an instant classic in Vegas.
If the ring walks were anything to go by, this trilogy fight was going to be a spectacle. Deontay Wilder, the challenger, against the champion and Gypsy King, Tyson Fury.
Fury's enjoying this.
And Fury was ready for a long night in the ring, taking his shots methodically.
And a good right hand. That was the best punch of the round so far.
Fury landed the best shot in the second round too.
Over the top, right on the left ear.
And Wilder had a sense of deja vu in the third.
This is the best round so far.
Fury pressing forward, and Wilder goes down.
Wilder down, but not out, turning the fight on its head in the very next round.
Destructive power.
Oh, and he just landed a right hand that wobbled Tyson Fury. And Tyson Fury is down in round 4.
The Bronze Bomber dropping Fury again just moments later. But the high-flying style started to take its toll on the American.
He is tired.
And Fury started to pick his moments.
Oh, he hurts him again. Deontay Wilder is hurt.
Time and time again.
Drops Deontay Wilder for the second time in the fight.
Until it was too much for Wilder to take.
Honestly, Ray, how much more can he take? He is down, and it is over.
Fury sealing an 11th round knockout win.
I'm a sportsman. I went over to him to show some love and respect, and he didn't want to give it back.
The Gypsy King continuing to walk, talk, and sing all over the heavyweight division.
Walking with my feet on the pier. I was walking in Vegas.
Luke Robinson, News Hub.
Lucky he's a great boxer, right? Brilliant start. Well, to netball now, and the Silver Ferns are about to take on men's side in the first of their 3-game series at Wellington's TSB Arena. And Ralph Sindos is there, and she joins us.
Good evening, Andrew. Yes, challenging to say the least. In fact, this whole series was meant to the capital. But with that, though, the Aotearoa men are missing 6 players, including their captain. They weren't granted travel exemption, so they'll be missing a lot of experience and quality here tonight. On the flip side, though, the Silver Ferns welcome back Captain Gina Crampton, who's recovered from an adductor injury, and she's been named to start at wing attack. The same couldn't be said for shooter Tiana Maturo, who's taking a little longer to recover from the same problem. But with this series, the last confirmed fixtures for the Silver Ferns ahead of next year's Commonwealth Games, I asked Coach Dame Nolene Totoa what's more important, the results or the performances?
overall performance. If we perform, then the result should come. But also, you know, we're looking ahead to Commonwealth Games as well, so selections is also in the back of my mind.
That you couldn't get against in Australia or in England?
The good thing about the men is that they provide sort of a Jamaican, Caribbean, African sort of style, definitely aerial, definitely tough on the ball and very physical. So that element of game and that style will, the experience out of that for the players will be beneficial going into Commonwealth Games.
Yes, Andrew, so it's set to be an extremely tight contest as the Silver Ferns look to secure just their second ever win over the men, with the action getting underway just after 7, and that's your Sunday night sorted, Andrew.
It certainly is. Thanks very much, Narelle. Narelle Sindos there live from TSB Arena. Football now, and All Whites coach Danny Hayes hailed a fantastic result, but admitted to being a touch disappointed despite his team notching a win in their first international fixture in almost 2 years. Bill Tuoloma's deflected free kick gave the All Whites an early lead against 79th ranked Dutch Caribbean island of Curacao, and they capitalised on a mistake at the back to make it 2-0 just before the break.
Chance here on the counter now for New Zealand and Wood. Surely it is 2-0. And this is the game plan working to perfection. New Zealand pitching the ball with the high press, and Chris Wood finishes every time.
The All Whites later were guilty of their own error after the break as debutant Nico Kerwin missed a header that allowed Curacao to pull one back with 20 minutes to go. But they hung on to secure a 2-1 victory and start their road to the World Cup on a winning note.
Good win. It's actually quite nice because we've come on a little bit disappointed. We felt like we should have played the game off much earlier in the second half. But there were some good lessons for the young players after we had to grind it up and get the result in.
Danny Hay also praised the performance of Sarpreet Singh, who's been released to rejoin his German club and won't be available for the All Whites' next match against Bahrain on Wednesday. Black Ferns 7-star Kelly Brazier admits she's facing a tough ask as she switches focus to 15s for next year's World Cup. It's already been a busy year and there's no signs of slowing down as Brazier and several Olympic gold medal winning teammates now get set for the Black Ferns Northern Tour later this month. Our rugby reporter Ollie Ritchie has more.
Back at Blake Park in Tauranga, the silver fern on her chest. This should be familiar territory for Kelly Brazier, but this training has been grueling. It's clear even for someone of Brazier's experience, the switch from 7s back to 15s is going to take time.
It's tough. It's been 2 years since I've played 15, so like you say, coming in from the 7s environment where you thought sort of completely different things, trying to change those habits and then find your feet.
Ferns kicks off a busy 12 months with Commonwealth Games part of both.
I'll just do what I can, keep myself fit, keep myself ready so that, you know, I'm in the best position possible to swing into both the 15s and 7s.
She's done it before, and with Portia Woodman and Stacey Fleur also part of the Black Ferns group, there's likely to be some 7s flavour to Glenmore's World Cup squad. What they're capable of on the field is well known, but Moore is keen to tap into their experiences of touring in COVID environments as well.
It's another level where they've come in from campaigns that they've been involved in. You know, they've also gone through some of the stuff that we're already going to have to experience.
While next year will be a balancing act, Brazier is already eyeing up how to make the transition easier.
So hopefully looking to get a bit more time under my belt with hopefully get picked up like a Super Rugby team.
The perfect pathway as Kelly Brazier eyes more golden moments in both forms of the game. Ollie Ritchie, New South.
All right, still to come on Super Sports Sunday, the heartbreak followed by years of gruelling recovery. What snowboarder Tian Collins really wants to make sure the hard work was worth it. And this insane slam dunk's just one of many scorching sporting moments that went viral over the last week.
And later in Newswire, a 96-year-old British war veteran has finally been given France's top honour.
Picture this, you're stuck on a beautiful remote island in the Philippines with 15 other single people, and here's the catch, you're all naked. I'm glad to see you've got your clothes on.
I am clothed for the interview today.
The grand final is here. Over 2 epic nights.
There can be only one team that takes home the title.
Who will be crowned? Freedom Masters Australia, the grand final. Tonight at 7, continues tomorrow on 3 and 3 now.
Beautiful harbour, but dangerous as anything.
Oh my god, look at the size of it. And handsome.
race. You never know what you're going to get. It's all going to come down to timing. Pretty cut and fine.
I've got like adrenaline running through me.
Sydney Harbour Force, Monday for 903 and 3 now. I'm staying focused. I'll be ready for this.
How about the fun with the new Suzuki Swift? Last year, we at Burger King launched the Bit King XL. Even the lovely lawyers at McDonald's took the time to acknowledge its size. Everyone will be happy to know we're bringing it back. Flame grilled beef, cheese, pickles, secret sauce, and no unnecessary middle bun. The Big King XL is back, and it's still bigger than Big Mac.
All plants green or colorful, trust leads to grow them all. All plants big and beautiful.
All plants great and small. Great things start with Yates.
Everyone talks about having low prices, but we walk the walk. In fact, there's a part of the front of every pack and save called the Isle of Value. It's so savvy, I love it to bits. Oh yeah, see, look at all this value. Oh boy, right. Yeah, this always happens to me when I come in here. Weird. Well, it was worth it for all these great brands at low prices. Come visit the Isle of Value at Pack and Save. Come on, Bits, let's go. Gotta pull ourselves together.
Let's go, give it to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. Let's go, deliver to you. Now open up the arms. The all-new Hot Rods lunch from KFC. Save like a boss.
I was taking it slow, still good, it's pretty chill. On the right left. Oh. Oh, no.
Okay, that is a foul.
Today is going to be amazing.
What the hell is that?
Gotta make it happen. People will get hurt.
Brought to you by Hell Pizza.
Let's go catch a spider.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Tonight after Lego Masters Australia on 3-inch 3 now.
Taking on the wild West Coast. Where man fights back.
It's the worst storm for 40 odd years.
Risking it all. The worst situation would be that the steel fell for the ultimate reward.
That really is $1 million view.
An epic build, 2 years in the making.
I feel like a bit of a failure. I don't know how we're going to do it.
How are you camping? I was going to give us this house, so we're going to have to fight for it.
Proudly brought to you by Resine. Peanut Clifftop Retreat. Resine, Saturday, 7:30 on 3 and 3 now. News Hub Sports.
Welcome back. Michael Venus and Tim Putz next round of the Indian Wells Masters. The Kiwi tennis star and his German doubles partner saved 4 match points against their Spanish opponents before eventually winning the second set 15-13 in the tiebreaker. The match lasted 2 hours and 5 minutes in the searing California heat. It won't get any easier for the pair next after they face the second seeds. Formula One champion Lewis Hamilton was the fastest in qualifying ahead of tomorrow's Turkish Grand Prix. But it's his teammate Valtteri Bottas who will be starting from pole position. Mercedes have made a tactical decision to swap Hamilton's engine for the race on what's considered one of the easier tracks to overtake on the Formula One circuit. Drivers are permitted 3 engines for the season, but Hamilton's 4th has earned him a 10-place group penalty, so Bottas moved from 2nd to 1st. Hamilton's championship rival Max Verstappen moves from 3rd position to the front row, but admits he's got his work cut out for him.
Behind the scenes, it's not what we want, but we've tried everything. So we just need to understand what we could have done better. But of course now we can't change the car anymore, and we'll see tomorrow what we can do.
Red Bull's Verstappen trails Hamilton by just 2 points in the title race. Snowboarder Tian Collins had his Olympic dream crushed in Pyeongchang when he fell in a practice session just days before his event. After 2 surgeries and almost 2 years out of the sport, he's now back and eyeing a shot at a Winter Games medal. Gordon Finlay caught up.
Tian Collins is back doing what he does best. And he has February's Beijing Olympics in his sights.
I just want to do as well as I can, and that time I just got unlucky.
Unlucky because last time his Olympics ended like this.
He fell in training yesterday and has dislocated his shoulder.
But time and hard work has helped him heal. Last year, Collins got back to the top with a World Cup win in Calgary.
Finally. So, yeah, that meant a lot to me.
Now building towards Beijing, he's doing it with his best mate, Zoe Sadowski-Synnott. Her medal-winning experience in Pyeongchang couldn't have been more different.
Seeing how it was for Tian, pretty much the two opposite ways it can go, it was pretty disappointing.
The pair are now hard at work making the most of the spring snow before heading to the Northern Hemisphere later in the year.
Working hard and then it paying off is like 100% worth it every time. So yeah, I just wanted to get back to there.
It'd be sick to have him in Beijing. There's no doubt that he'll be there as well.
With Sadowski-Synnott already a favorite in slopestyle and big air, having her mate at both male events could see them both at the top. Gordon later, News Hub.
Well, over the last 7 tender moments and a few expletives as well. And the one thing they have in common is they all went viral. Here's Natasha Payne with our sporting moments of the week.
The Peppers are probably still partying after beating the Rabbitohs in the Aero Grand Final. One of the hottest moves was Stephen Crichton. Crichton also struck a camera operator where it hurts, much to the amusement of this fan who filmed the whole aftermath from the stands. Things got steamy in the change room afterwards, with Brian To'o performing for his fiancée. Let's move on.
I'm on fire at all.
Something that was on fire quite literally was Andorra's National Stadium, just before the World Cup qualifier against England.
I'm just going to pan across there, Joe, because this is quite a big incident that's happening live that's just been pointed out to me.
To basketball, and John Collins had this scorching hot dunk. And last but not least, we have Waikato, who against all the odds took the Farah Palmer Cup of Canterbury, with Victoria Edmonds coming in very, very hot after the win.
How do you feel? Oh, get on top of the world, it's been 10 years coming and yeah!
After escaping lockdowns to even make the final, and then winning it in a thrilling finish in her 50th game, surely this is one of those times it's forgivable to swear on national TV.
Don't let anyone ever tell you post-mention is boring. No, that's a good point. And Tyson singing as well. What a day. What a day.
Thanks very much, Andrew.
A former World War II codebreaker has been finally rewarded for her secret wartime work. Channel 7's Michael Usher reports.
This gentle great-grandmother doesn't look like a war hero. But where soldiers used their weapons, she used her brains to help bring an end to the Nazis.
Well, thank you.
In an English garden today, Lorna Cockaine presented with France's highest honour, the Legion d'Honneur.
I'm really overcome with all this.
For helping break Hitler's Enigma machine, which sent coded messages to his military, especially Navy. The Allies just couldn't break the code. Then, a 19-year-old Lorna joined the top-secret team.
We didn't know what we were doing. We were just doing what we were told to do, and exactly what we were doing.
Lorna and the undercover codebreakers spent endless hours feeding patterns and formulas into the world's first computer, Colossus. The extraordinary story captured in the film The Imitation Game. Oh my God.
We were all working day and night. There were a lot of people there, and so this honour is not really mine. It belongs to all of them.
Breaking the code was an official secret for decades, and even Lorna wasn't aware of what she helped achieve. But it turned the war. The Allies could decrypt Hitler's every order, bringing an end to his grip on Europe, saving countless lives.
London's Carnaby Street, once the heart of the swinging 60s, has welcomed back an icon of the era. A life-sized bronze statue has gone on show, on what would have been John Lennon's 81st birthday, and his pose may be a reference to his infamous claim that the Beatles were more popular than Jesus.
I think it's interesting. I like it. And I recognise that it's John Lennon straight away.
The sculpture called Imagine has been placed there to mark 50 years since Lennon's album of the same name.
Well, these are our top stories tonight. New Zealand has recorded 16 new cases of COVID in the past 24 hours, 56 in Auckland. Cabinet will decide whether to lift or ease restrictions tomorrow.
Coming up, New South weather, and Alex, there are a few warnings in place. Yes, the weather is going to get dialed up tomorrow. A big low is making its way in from the Tasman. It's going to generate some really strong north to northwest winds. We're also expecting some heavy rain, and snow is forecast around Otago and Canterbury. I'll have more on this right after the break.
Today is going to be amazing. What the hell is that? People will get hurt.
Brought to you by Health Pizza.
Let's go catch a spider.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Tonight after Lego Masters Australia on 3-inch 3 now.
The LDVD 97 Seeker is the best-selling large-class SUV in New Zealand under 100K, featuring Apple CarPlay, great towing capability, and an amazing list of features for only $39,990 plus OIC. Only at your LDV dealer.
I always start my day with Colgate Total. It protects me from bacteria for 12 hours. Because out here, the last thing I should worry about are my teeth. Colgate Total.
We need Mr. Affleck on set. Have you seen Mr. Affleck? We need you on set, Mr. Affleck.
G'day, I'm Ben Affleck.
From Dunedin. And I'm Julia Roberts. Skinny will do anything to keep prices low and customers happy.
I always need money on big athlete endorsements, like the more enjoyable.
Or very famous actors, like the other Clint Eastwood.
Yeah!
It's so funny, Sarah.
Like award-winning broadband deals on a great network at skinny prices. It's the future of mobile.
So go on, get the skinny.
Get the skinny. Get the sticky. Plan your outdoor adventures with Torpedo 7 with up to 40% off a huge range of gear. Get up to 30% off selected bikes. Save 50 on this hideaway tent, plus save $150 on this Never Kids kayak. Clear up now at Torpedo 7. Celebrate 50 years of KFC with a free Dick Frizzell designed bucket. Cheers to 50 years, New Zealand.
Clairol Natural Instincts. No ammonia with 80% naturally derived ingredients. Say yes to coconut oil and aloe vera. Enhance your natural hair color with Clairol Natural Instincts.
Getting the right balance for a healthy lifestyle isn't always easy, and it's even harder in lockdown. But we're here to help with our Fresh Start 6-week reset. All our dishes are packed with veg and taste delicious. Spring into summer. Sign up today.
Move over to Mass Australia.
When are we getting married?
UK is walking down the aisle.
This is the beginning.
You can't close. Mathematics. What if I don't actually like you?
If this was on the outside world, you'd be blocked and deleted.
This is going to change your life.
There's another
Brought to you by Magnum Destinations.
I didn't exactly get what I ordered.
Mary at Bearside UK. Premieres Tuesday, 7:30 on 3-inch 3 now. The grand final is here. Over to epic nights.
We've got a pretty good chance of taking that trophy home.
Get ready for the virus after the most beautiful creations ever.
It's not like anything we've seen.
And a twist you won't see coming. Who will we crown?
There can be only one team that takes home the title.
Brought to you by the Warehouse, Lego Masters Australia. The grand final coming up next on 3.
Tomorrow's weather, bad for Swannies. great for making power. At Meridian, we only generate power from wind, water, and sun.
Kia ora. Well, brace yourselves. We're kicking off the week with a significant spring storm. You can see the big low pressure system is heading our way. The isobars are tightening up ahead of this wet weather, meaning really strong northerly winds. Cold southerlies will then come in behind, bringing snow to parts of the South Island. So tonight in Te Waipounamu, rain will start developing around the west and south. It will spread up the island tomorrow, and you can see by all the dark blue that there are going to be some really heavy falls. There'll also be strong northerly winds ahead of this rain, followed by brisk southwesterlies. We are expecting snow down to around 600 metres. A clear and calm night for Te Ika a Maui, the North Island. There'll also be northwesterly winds, and these will be quite gusty. Miss out on most of this wild weather tomorrow. It's just going to be quite cloudy, with rain developing from the evening, and there'll be west to northwest winds. And a mainly fine outlook for everyone here. Tokoroa and Taupo will just get some rain or showers at night, and southwesterly winds will eventually turn to a northwesterly. Plenty of sunshine for Gisborne and Hawke's Bay. Some nice looking temperatures as well. Cloud will build over Dannevirke and Masterton, and northwesterly winds will become quite strong. A grey start to the week for the rest of the island. New Plymouth and Paumaranui will get a bit of rain in the afternoon. This will spread to all other places at night, and north to northwest winds will pick up, especially around Wellington. Wet weather will slowly move up along the west coast, reaching Nelson in the late afternoon. Strong northerlies will also change to brisk southwesterlies at night. And all places here should manage a dry and warm day. It's just going to be quite cloudy, and rain will come through at night as northerlies change to strong southerlies. And a grey Monday for those further south. By the afternoon, all places will have rain, and there'll be cold and strong southerly winds. So it's going to be a good day to be tucked up inside. Oti Poti Dunedin, and we'll get rain after midday as northerly winds change to a southwesterly. An overcast Monday for all Tautahi Christchurch. You'll get rain from the evening along with those fresh southwesterlies. Now, there will also be quite a bit of cloud floating over Wellington. Rain will then develop at night as northerly winds pick up. We are expecting gusts of up to 120 metres per hour. Quite the contrast in Te Mātou Maui, Hawke's Bay. Sunshine, light winds, and a nice high of 21. Tauranga is also in for long fine spells. Southwesterlies will change to a northwesterly in the afternoon. Waikato with westerly winds and 18 degrees. You won't get any rain until the evening, and the similar, it's just a bit of cloud about. Northwesterly winds with rain developing at night. All right, well, across the Tasman, and there's still a bit of wet weather hanging around, and it is going to be sticky in Brisbane with a high of 31 degrees. Most of the Pacific Islands should manage some sunshine, although a few thunderstorms for Tonga and the Cook Islands. Well, back here, and a showery outlook for the top of the country with highs in the mid to late teens, and showers for everyone here. Temperatures will also start dropping off a bit later in the week. Wellington is going to get battered by strong northerly winds. It's going to be a wild couple of days for the capital. Lennon and Kaikoura will also get blown about. Showers for all other places, but they should be quite quickly. And it's looking wet further down the island. It's also looking cold. So make sure you've got your umbrella, and a couple of extra layers this coming week is going to give us a bit of everything. Thank you, Alex. And that is News Hub Live at 6 for Sunday.
Join the AM team from 6 tomorrow. I'm Tom McRae.
I'm Tasha McGill from us.
Good night.
Why don't you come this way? Previously on Lego Masters.
A challenge to bring colour into your world.
I'm trying to think of the funniest thing for a rainbow truck to hit. Like one right here, ducks.
Yeah,
Wrong ducks.
So teams bring grayscale to life.
This build is funny. It's all about contrasting colours. The brief of bringing colour to this world, you absolutely did.
Oh, yeah.
3 teams secured their spot into Final 3.
Imagine my 4-year-old son
watched it go,
Yeah.
I'm okay to finals week.
Which meant, unfortunately, might. Tonight, it is the final, most mind-blowing creations to life.
Yeah!
Owen's decided to make the challenge even harder by branching out from the existing branch.
Our branch isn't strong enough. Are you nuts?
Is all that stands between the final four. This is the first time he's put the head on. Yeah. And the Lego Masters grand finale.
We're so proud to have got this far.
Unless, of course, there's a little bit more. I drop another surprise.
Let your creativity grow at the warehouse. Proud sponsor of Lego Masters Australia.
Giant tree.
Wow.
Wow, it's a tree.
That's it.
Come on in, come on in.
Oh my gosh, it's Lego.
Oh, it's Lego.
There are reefs on that tree. It doesn't look like Lego, but
There's a reason Brickman is Brickman.
yeah.
Now, I want to welcome you, A, to finals week, and B, to the penultimate episode of Lego Masters. So congrats, guys. Well done. It is an elimination today. Only 3 will make it into tomorrow's finale. What's going on? You guys, you've taken out a lot of wins. You've also taken out a lot of immunity wins. 2 successful builds lying between right now and taking out the title of Lego Masters and 100 grand. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I don't know. We typically haven't done well in eliminations, but hopefully we'll do all right.
Well, you've done good enough when you're here, so you should probably think that. Well, you've done well enough for that final four. Sarah and Fleur, how are you guys going with what, let's be honest, is a huge amount of pressure?
We're just excited to be here. We didn't think we'd get to the final four, so being here is just amazing.
My son, he's 4, he's a big fan of Lego. Yeah. He will not believe that Mummy is in finals week.
My son is 9, and I think his little brain is going to fly out of his head. That's going to.
Would you like to know what today's build is?
Yes, please.
I thought so. Behind us, we have 400 kilograms of Lego tree. It's called Out on a Limb. Each team will be responsible for their own limb.
Wow.
The limbs slide off the tree. You'll be able to take these limbs back on that limb, on that. Brickman, this challenge can go anywhere. What are you looking for?
Over your Lego Masters journey, you've pushed your technical ability, storytelling, and aesthetics. This is where it all combines together to be the ultimate build. You've got a unique opportunity having a tree limb with which to build above, out, below, 360 degrees in every direction. Wow. This is your one shot to get in the final. You have to harness everything you've done so far and put it into practice now.
But how long? How long do you have to create your masterpieces out on this limb? Well, you have got 10 hours.
Oh my gosh.
As I said, it is an elimination today. The 3 teams that get through today will be in tomorrow's finale, where they will build off for their shot at being Lego Masters in Australia, and they take home the snazzy trophy and 100 grand. So, no pressure, all the pressure. All the pressure to get through today. So thanks very much.
So what do you think?
I can't not think of a Tyson.
Yes. Yes. That's what I was thinking too.
There any ideas? Swan mostly have all of you. Tiger. Thanks.
I'm thinking about bee themed, okay? So a queen bee who's sitting here on a swing. I think it's better if she's on a throne than on a swing. And you have like big fat body and little legs. This is definitely up our alley. It's about storytelling.
So if you want to start doing the chair, I'll work on at least the head.
Yeah. So the story is that the queen bee is sitting on a throne, surrounding a group of worker bees. This is a really good opportunity to bring comedy. I think you'll make her look amazing. Hopefully, we are trying to get to the final, as the other three teams are the most technically skilled of the entire group of builders.
Exactly.
But the story is really important.
Why don't you do a hole in the back of the seat?
Right, okay. The bottom's squashing through, like
with a.
like that one.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Love it. Yeah, love it.
57, 90, 50, 70, 60.
Take it in, because this is like the last time we've been a victim, man.
It's the last time, mate. But just not the last time.
Just take it in. It's a beautiful place to be.
At this point in the competition, we have to play to our strengths. So we're going to hit our mini pig and we're going to hit our Jewish.
Listen, when you think so, maybe have a look at how you can do a Elvish house. And just get one little house and get style down.
Okay, I can work on that house.
We are building an elvish village out on a limb, and evil spiders have come up the tree and they're attacking the village. If we can absolutely nail this, this is our ticket. This is the golden ticket to the granny. We want this to have a few buildings in a sense, to feel more like a city than a town. So to get that sprawling city vibe out of our elvish village, I reckon we need like a nice couple of extra branches. We're trying to keep lots of overlapping bricks and getting enough strength so that you can kind of put a lot of weight on that on the snap. And if we can smash them out quickly, it'll give us more time to get onto the detail, because 10 hours is not a lot.
You've built more tree quite quickly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to jinx anything, but building another branch out, is it as stable as the initial branch?
Yeah.
How much can it hold?
Oh, take the support out and have a look.
Oh, yeah, there's a support there.
Building another limb out of Lego, the risk is obviously that it doesn't hold the weight of our elvish village and it comes crashing to the floor. We're fine.
See here?
Then our build might be off a limb and not on a limb. So is branch stability top of mind?
Maybe.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Oh, thank you for visiting. Hamish, that was really pleasant. And I'll just break this. Yeah. And I'm out of here.
Would you go on with Gus?
Tiger.
Sick tiger. Like tail hanging over the edge, sleeping.
I feel like resting, but like looking around, investigating the weather.
Damn it.
Being in the bottom of the last episode definitely shook us. We really feel now that we need to prove to ourselves that we deserve to be in the finale. I'm quite passionate about building creatures, so we're doing a big tiger set that's going to live on our run.
Is there anyone else here named Juana?
He would have done it, no doubt.
Well, I was running from a guy who was trying to kill me with a stun gun. You know how it is. Men have a dick where their brain should be. Or their brain is in their dick. Good thing I prefer women.
Don't you like it?
It's beautiful, Kocho. But I hope you didn't use the money for my immigration papers.
Let me see.
I don't need a ring right now, Kocho.
Yes, you do too. So everyone knows just by looking at your hand that you're private property. That's it. It's fine. But the papers just ask Danielle for an advance. This guy treats you like his daughter. They'll say yes.
It's just that I was going to see my sisters.
Again, really?
They're my family.
I'm your family, Matilda. Come on. Show me how much you like the ring. Come on.
I'll take the daily special, please. Thanks.
I came with something prepared
I asked you not to look for me.
Yes, and I will do it when you give me a reason why you left like that. I deserve that much.
I can't go.
Valentina, please tell me. Are you protecting me from something? I'll go crazy trying to understand. Did I do something wrong?
And neither did I. This isn't either of our fault.
So whose fault is it?
Destiny. You have to forget me, Federico. And so do I. Someday you'll understand.
The Canary Island police are worse than here. In order to get information, you have to prove that you're related to the victim or that you're conducting a police investigation.
Bunch of idiots.
Regardless, she managed to leave. Romero saw her get on the plane.
Still, let's not drop our guard. I don't want any surprises while I'm appearing before the Senate. Good. Is he here? Tell him to come in. Leave us.
I think the plan is way too risky just to get revenge on that O'Keefe.
Gathering evidence and getting him to confess isn't called vengeance. It's called justice.
You didn't have to come.
I just didn't want him to think that I was in shock, traumatized, or anything like that. Tell me, do I look nervous?
Honestly, Val, we have absolutely no clue who we're dealing with. Plus, if he has contacts on the inside, I'll get fired and we'd all be at risk.
It's a miracle Manny isn't dead. It's riskier if we don't do anything.
We really need you, Lorenzo.
You can count on me.
Thanks.
Oh no, it's way too late. I have to go now. Can you give me a ride home?
Yeah, of course. Okay, see you later.
Thanks again.
No problem.
Don't forget to give me the certificate template Susanna needs. I'll take care of the rest. Althea didn't come because she has a headache. I'm worried about Valentina. You saw Federico.
He came to the cafe. You were right. He doesn't know anything. I think he hates me now.
Don't tell me you're still crying over that girl, man. Seriously, dude, just look at your future. Your uncle gave us the money for the business. That's awesome. Let's celebrate then. And that's not all. Tina is all over you, man. Yes, Tina. All right, get a drink, put a smile on. Everything's good. We're lucky.
you.
Caridad, I'm sorry, I didn't call you before because I didn't know what to say.
No worries, you didn't have to anyways. Look, I wanted to tell you that I understand that you regret having done it. And it's fine.
I don't know what happened.
We're sisters after all. I guess I can understand you saw her in me. I mean, Valentina. I know that you're deeply in love with her. And that's all right. Really, it's fine.
No. I regret having kissed you because you're a nun. Your face in that moment. I can't be in love with Valentina because I can't stop thinking about you. I know I shouldn't be saying this because you're a nun and you'll take your vows. And as you know, I'm a police officer.
Help me feel the same. I'm a blemish in the brain. I'm turning to the color on your face. Thinking for days. Help me feel the same. Never reach where I wanna be. Swimming for miles. Till my circle is complete. Till my circle is complete.
Are you leaving?
I just want to take a quick shower.
What's up? Hello?
What?
Have a drink.
Yeah. Hello.
What, did you want to see me?
Yeah.
Why, am I not allowed to ask how my brother's doing now?
I'm worried. I'm busy with work at the farm. And I sent it hearings in a couple of days.
And what are you supposed to do?
Basically, I got 20 minutes to convince the Senate that I'm
How do you mute it? How do you mute it?
No, I'm not laughing at you.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, can you explain how you went from wanting to be a movie director to being
Sound.
an attorney? And now even attorney general. Cheers.
Says the guy who wanted to be a singer.
Yeah, but reality got in the way when I realized I had terrible voice. When you switched. Just because of that.
I don't know where it is.
I really don't know how you put up with him since Mom died.
Think-
If I hadn't, maybe it had something to do with Mom's death. She had no reason to hang herself as far as I'm concerned. She found out about something that destroyed her. She was depressed, man.
No, I can't find it. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. Your computer's totally different than mine. I'm looking now.
That's why you were her favorite son.
I've got my cursor. Where does it go? Where does it edit? No. 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 YouTube on the bottom. I don't know, I found it. Here, what's this one? It's just look.
Is everything all right?
Yes, it's just that I wanted to see you because I'd like in advance. I have to pay for my immigration papers.
And what are you asking me to get?
So what?
It's just that in the end,
Well, now something's gone wrong. It's a share live stream on it. What do I want that for? How does that come up?
listen,
I'm going to cross out of that.
grateful for everything he's done for me. And the truth is, all I want to say is that I like him, but
understand exactly what you're trying to say. Okay. I'll transfer the money. Give me your information. Is 5,000 enough?
thank you, really.
Pleasure.
Were you at a party? On a
Oh,
weekday?
I'm just looking through it now.
A friend recommended I cover up